about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up now. about time, time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never get up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Is an upset on the horizon today? Who knows, but anything is possible in Super Week. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas. We're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena right here in Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, and here on the desk with us, we have the wonderful Mimi, the incredible Rivington, and joining us for the first time ever, a warm VCT Americas welcome for the former coach of Sentinels and XSET, it's Psycho!
How's it going, fellas?
How you doing, buddy?
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to have you here. Obviously, your intelligence and what you bring to the table is going to be invaluable today, so we're excited to have you here for the pre-show, buddy.
Of course, I'm excited to shitpost and joke around.
Yeah, always. Well, that's what we do. We don't do any hard-hitting analysis.
You
Why
do that?
would we?
You look like a professional. You're the only professional here, right?
I dress professional,
But
and
he
then
act a
tweet
fool.
absurdly.
Okay, I like that.
He dressed professional, but act a fool.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway, moving on, though. Let's go ahead and talk about what went down our stage yesterday. Because we started the day off with Cloud9 versus NRG in a battle for the title of North America's finest. And Mimi, I have to say, this was an exquisite performance from Cloud9. You couldn't have asked for a better showing from this team. And I think NRG obviously going to be kicking themselves here for this loss, but C9 have to be feeling like they're on Cloud9.
They are. I hate that. I hate you for that.
I get one.
This game started off really good for NRG. Finesse was having some great reads and adaptations on Haven. It looked like they were just going to bowl over the series, but once we got to map number 2, Cloud9 really stepped things up. Their defensive side of Pearl, I think right now, is looking like maybe the best in the league. Their calling is consistently good to be in the right place at the right time, and the retakes were on point throughout this map to shut NRG down. And then we got to the third map, and I mean, Leaf was just leafing all over the place.
He sure was, man. Cloud9 are looking like the strongest team from the NA region right now and really bringing it to the Americas League. So
I have a question for you, though, Psycho. As a as a manager and a coach, like, were you aware of Jake and Rooney, or were they just like two names that kind of just like popped up out of nowhere when you saw them pop up on Cloud9?
Oh, I think they're names we've been hearing for a while, especially
Okay.
Rooney having been the IGL of Sonics. But to see their just astronomical growth here, and to see them sync up with this Cloud9 squad and do so well is just great to see.
Yeah.
Jake was the guy also that really stepped up yesterday, right?
Yes.
We've been waiting for the big performance from him, and map number 3, he was the guy who closed it out with some of those huge multi-kill rounds.
It was super big. We saw in map 1, Jake had a few flubs, but he was trying to make the plays, right? We heard on the cast that you actually need that out of people. Fans may not like it, but this is what you need to see. Those plays then started to work out for the squad, and our head-to-head for the IGL of the day may not be won by Rooney there, but I'm sure so much was learned, and you got to feel good being able to take down FNS.
100%. You got to feel good about that. You also got to feel good if you're Sentinels, because you're coming into the day thinking maybe, just maybe, this is the one where we could pull off the win. But could MIBR play spoiler? Well, spoilers for you guys at home. No, they don't. Sentinels managed to find a victory here, and it's off the, I don't want to say off the back because I think everyone played incredibly well, but goodness gracious, the contribution that Marv has made to this team, Psycho, it's clear, like, what he brings to the table as a player.
Oh, absolutely. The Iceman is back, and he looks just as good as ever. What a phenomenal pickup in the offseason. Congrats to whoever made that move. What a stellar bring.
I wonder who did that.
Who would have thought to do
It's so
that?
great
Must be
seeing
really smart.
True. It's so great seeing Mark come in. The roles are making sense. Zekken's fragging out on the duelist. Venkata's still looking great on the Sentinel, and this team is firing on all cylinders and looking better than ever.
They absolutely are. I mean, Mark in particular, just so good as an individual. It's like he never left. All the lurk timings he was finding throughout this game were great. And you brought up the roles, but Saucy, ever since he got freed from controller jail, has just been playing out of his mind. It started off in their series last week with some fantastic clutches from him, and now here in the Super Week, he's playing just to that same level. It's been great out of him.
I actually saw Saucy as I was making my way out of the venue today. I always say hi to my bald brother,
Of course.
I'm like, hey, yo, man, good game today. I was like, you play like a beast. And he was like, with his book bag, he's walking around. He's like, yeah, I'm playing Initiator. And then just walked away.
He's loving it.
So I was like, okay, so he's obviously feeling comfortable.
I think everybody's happy. Zekken on Duelist looks so much better for the squad. They just really seem to be vibing.
What is it about Marv in particular, Psycho, if you want to go into it? Because I know, obviously, we don't have to beat around the bush here. You're very familiar, with this player. You wanted him on the team. What is it about Marv that makes him so special?
Well, the team was definitely lacking an extremity player, and, Marv is one of the best to ever do it. His ability to hold space, take space on his own, make rapid decisions, communicate to the team, just fills a huge gap that this team has been missing for a while.
You said they were lacking an extremity player. It's crazy now that the two they have is Pencata and Marv, who we were kind of talking about is like best in the world last year on the controller role, on that lurk role.
Yeah. And now they're together. And that is dangerous. Right. Dangerous to see. It's going to be really fun to see this team progress throughout the season here. But we have crossed the midway point of Super Week, which means we have some standings for you. So Loud is going to be in first place with 4-0. But watch out because Leviathan, Furia, C9 are right on their heels. Now, we will see Loud take the stage here today, but when you look at these standings here, Psycho, you know, did you feel like this season played out the way you thought it would?
Oh, you know, after Loud and Leviathan, everything under that is just nowhere near what I expected it to be. You know, I knew Loud were going to come in strong, great showing in lock-in. Leviathan, always a well-disciplined team, well-run team by their coach, but, you know, everything else has been a slugfest. And I always say it, there's no good or bad teams in this league. Everybody can beat anybody on the day. It's just whoever shows up.
Yeah, it's very true. Any given Sunday. Right,
any given Sunday. And today's game, 100 Thieves versus League.
Or any given Monday.
There you go. There you go. We're still going. And there's going to be a Tuesday to this one. So, yeah, I'm excited for the games we have today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. But, guys, the world's best players take the stage each and every week. And, you know, I'm hoping that something must have rubbed off on our incredible viewers at home. That's why we have a little game called What You Got, where you send us clips of some of your best / more than likely worst plays, and we just review them, and we see what you got. So let's go ahead and check out our first clip. And by the way, these are all clips that you guys sent on Twitter, so thank you so much for that. First up, we have Minerva 4K, and let's go ahead and see what happens here with Minerva, because playing by Hell, looking,
Second. There's the third.
Also, it's 2023. Why is that guy playing Chamber? Okay, sick.
All right. Whoever this Mimi gamer is just
definitely,
looking absolutely
it was
sharp.
definitely me, guys. Definitely.
Was it you, Mimi?
Yeah, it was
You were
definitely
trolling me in rehersal.
Next
No,
up.
it was definitely me.
You're a liar.
Definitely for
No,
sure.
it's definitely me. My in-game name is
not lying at
Mimi,
all.
famously.
Feeding into her lies.
I played Jet. I'm famously a Jet main. That's
right.
Really good. So
Yes.
yeah, that was
You've never inted onto a site ever as Jet, right?
no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
You never ever do that. He's such a good, wholesome player. Next, we've got an incredible video that shows the power of trigger discipline. Now, let's see what we have here. Oh, okay. Finds a target.
All right, so good patience
Gets
here.
blown up. Still not shooting. Questionable.
Wait to see the next player.
Teammates are playing off him with
Sick
utility
gun, buddy.
erasing. It's nice.
Maybe wants to join the other team. Oh, God. That's a warning shot.
Wait a minute.
He got his.
Hey, he got his.
Like,
And
what
as
more
I
could you
always
ask for?
say, as a professional gaming coach, if you get yours, you've done your job.
Really?
That's the insight we need.
I think that's how that goes.
But that...
I've heard that.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'm not going to argue with Psycho Rip. I'm just not going to argue. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out a 4K. There we go. It was a bit of a spray fest here from Jimmy. And, okay, get a little spray down there.
I'm looking at this crosshair placement. There's more to shoot at if you aim for the body.
That's right.
This is true. That's a good
See,
one.
he adjusts for the ankles there.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was super good.
You know
Okay.
the gun shoots up, so if you shoot for the ankles, you just do that.
Oh, yeah.
That was a headshot.
It was all part of the plan.
Also, his
Jimmy's
name's Bot.
crazy. Is that Marv on
It
an
might be
alpha gun?
Jimzo right there.
Yeah.
That's the Iceman
Yeah.
himself.
There's a chance.
That's wild. That's
Well,
wild.
next up, this might be my favorite clip. It is a Sage that really just wants to be a team player here.
To the right, turn around.
It's good.
Oh, no.
10 seconds.
So close.
Trying to res the ball.
Oh, dear.
To the right.
Oh, dear.
Here it comes.
Making it.
Oh, dear.
Heal them.
Oh, it was.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry.
You know, an effort was made to support your teammate, and you really can't ask for more than that. I mean, how
That's
many of
true.
your ranked players are trying to heal or revive you?
And
That's true.
like taking directions, like
Just listening.
Beautiful.
You know what it reminded me of, Riv? It reminded me of the first time you and I played Valorant together when the game first came out. And I was straight up, I swear to God, I was moving and shooting. I came out, I was like, seriously, just trying to shoot. And Riv's like, that's not how you play the game.
This is not Call of Duty.
That's Halo. Yeah, it's
Honestly,
another
having
game.
a hard support player like that, you don't see that in a lot of teams.
What a guy.
Like, I respect that. Like,
Yeah.
caring about the team effort, time, you
my
don't need
word.
that.
Well, I hope you're ready for some real technical gameplay because we got a little lineup Larry here from Shark. And let's see what this clip is.
Nice job.
Brimstone, already the best clip.
Already.
Shorty secondary fire, that's pretty base.
Stim.
Stim, utility
three
usage,
round.
+1. That's a lot of
100
pings.
jet, 100 evade. Do you like yes?
The comms are solid. Like, this is
playing.
some high level
Comms are
support.
good.
Like
Awareness.
damage callouts,
100
right?
jet, 100 evade.
I mean, my guy sounds like he's talking out of a laptop mic, but beyond that, I mean, it's
Yeah,
fine.
that's just
All
the
right,
captain
1v3.
of the
Okay.
Let's let him cook.
plane.
Smoke yourself off.
So smoke
Sick.
yourself
Yeah,
up.
there we go.
Okay.
God.
All part of the plan.
Yeah.
Ultimate ability action.
Oh my
Okay, the molly.
God.
Questionable early molly.
I love her. Pushes alone.
That's so
Good one.
annoying.
Picks up the vandal.
Outside,
Smokes
outside.
himself off.
I got it right there. Closing it out for the team.
That lineup was sick.
Ice cold, honestly.
Yeah, I just realized the Jet's name is I Love Her, and then she pushed through the smoke and then just got obliterated. That was great. Well, folks, if you have an incredible clip that we need to see, don't know why needs in the prompter, show us what you got. Make sure to use the hashtags VCT Americas as well as VCT. It's just so much easier than sending them over snail mail. You know, I just don't know how you would even send a clip on the internet over the mail. Riv,
Need a big
have you figured it
envelope.
out? Have us boomers figured it out yet? Or?
You
gotta,
at
like,
least
go
need
frame by frame.
You know, one of those Manilas. Like,
Yeah.
Manila.
The big ones.
Should have known, should have known.
Need
Well,
at least
folks,
8 stamps.
we're going to take a quick siesta, a commercial break, in case you didn't know what that meant. And when we come back, it's going to be Cryo facing off against King. It's 100 Thieves versus Leviathan. As always, we'll see you on the other side.
Your wife's gonna be proud that you're finally learning Spanish.
Thanks.
Patience pays off! Rifle gained a bit of an upgrade, and what is that? They've been able to mow them down! Stellar gets 4, Stellar gets the ace with 1 bullet!
Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's time to get into our first match on this gorgeous Monday. It's 100 Thieves going up against Leviathan. But first, let's go ahead and talk about everyone's favorite NA squad, the creator of the hoodie, some might say. 100 Thieves. Now, of course, to tell the story, though, we have to look back at the 3 maps that this team has played earlier in the week against MIBR, and you'll start to see a story unfold here, Mimi. Isn't that right?
There was kind of an expectation coming into this matchup that, hey, this is 100 Thieves. They've struggled a little thus far, but MIBR is just coming off this crazy stomp. This should be an easy game for them. But the series started out on Ascent, and they were leaning back into a lot of the same problems for 100 Thieves that we've been talking about. These really slow attack-sided mid-rounds that are falling apart and sometimes leaving these gaps. And they really got exploited by Crew in that one. Excuse me, I think I said MIBR in there, but I meant Crew at the end of the day. And this team was playing this composition with no Sentinel, with the Viper instead, which has merit. We've seen other teams play it. Without that Sentinel role, a lot of the time they were leaving these gaps on the attacking side. Crew was able to sneak in, find these flanks, and at times it seemed like a bit of a lack of awareness from some of the players of 100 Thieves. You see there, like, Asuna trying to spin around and take this fight from a guy who's just full walked out B main.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show, right, Rip, that, like, the composition. You know, sometimes the game can be won or lost at that point because you end up just making a different call.
It's true, especially if you are also a team that's better on one side and have been statistically showing that. 100 Thieves' defense has been so much better than their attack. They just cannot seem to get these strategies together to get themselves in the site with enough people to hold the post plan.
And that improved once they got to the later maps in the series, but Ascent, those issues were continuing to rear their heads. But I think that made the eventual comeback they made in that series all the more impressive.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. But let's go ahead, though, move on to map 2. Let's talk about Split. Because then we got to see the thing that we always love to see. It's Asuna playing the Rays, and Riv, when Asuna plays the Rays, you get good things.
It looked so good, and they really made Asuna the one to go for. Give him the util, let him move forward. I mean, 100 Thieves is the only one playing the Sentinel, Sage, and Cypher on this map, so they literally just choke their opponent into one spot and let Asuna go crazy on Rays.
And I absolutely love seeing this from 100 Thieves. You know, Cryo, great opper, great jet player, but a bit more of a passive duelist. So get Asuna on the Rays, get him into his flow state, give him some support, and let him break loose.
Yeah, I mean, that is why this player has made a name for himself, right? Like those really legendary plays, like the Bind Rocket 4K, you know, all the way back in the olden days of Valorant. You know, this guy has been really front and center as one of the more premier duelists in the game, and it's nice to see him get that support finally.
But what I walk away from with that game isn't thinking about him as an individual, but him as kind of how they adjust the way that they're playing, particularly their defensive sides with him in the mix. He's very proactive, it seems. When he's playing, you see him talking a ton. Looks like he's calling for utility. They're constantly pivoting these setups to give him the opportunities. And also their split comp played so much better to their strengths. They had the double Sentinel. They weren't giving away those same gaps. And in that, they were allowed to have the Asuna aggression and also some trap plays built off the Cypher. The game plan just seemed a lot more sound. And that's what I want to see from 100 Thieves. There's these maps where they're having a bit more of that structure.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on that one there. And, you know, I think as far as like providing the structure, you also need another key part of that too, and that takes us to map 3, because we have Cryo, who just really let loose and performed. Psycho, you know this better than most. Like the Cryo, we know we've seen in the past. This guy is so good.
He really is, and I think everybody's been waiting to see champion-level Cryo for a while now, and it's just been a matter of getting him comfortable in the system and getting him a little bit more support. And we all know that, you know, like Dan said, DDK, when he was up here on the desk for you guys doing a guest segment, Cryo's a much more passive duelist, and that's not to say that he's not a good duelist. It's all about getting him in the right positions to get these first kills, give him the support he needs, help him get in and get out, give you these 5v4 situations so that you can close out more rounds.
Yeah, it feels as if the game, Riv, you know, you have to play to your strength at this point with the way that the Americas format is, because that's the only thing that you really have to fall back on in these 9 weeks.
It's true. That actually, now I almost want to direct a question. Sorry to be host. But is it difficult for a team to transition from an aggressive to a passive duelist from game to game? Is that sometimes lost in the condition and you stray away from that win condition for a team?
Yeah, it's definitely easier when your one duelist plays all the duelist roles, because anytime that you're changing players, you know, now Cryo has to go onto the Sage or whatever it is that he's picking up, Omen on the Icebox, right? So you're shuffling things around, and that naturally creates a bit of uneasiness, a bit of chaos, and makes those people less comfortable. But it's not something that can't be done. We did it last year on XSET. Zekin played our Raze maps, and Cryo played the Jet maps. So it's not something new, and it's not even something new for Cryo himself. He's used to being in a situation like this. He's used to picking up other agents to account for his lack of flexibility or to get his most optimized teammates on their best roles.
Yeah. We also did have consistent through lines between map 2 and 3 in the series, and I think that was, again, in the structure that this team was bringing out. They were, again, playing into a composition where they had the Sentinel, where they had a lot more freedom to move around with Cryo on that defensive side that I don't see so much when they're playing on Ascent. A lot of times he'll be, like, stuck anchoring B. His teammates will rotate off before him. It just doesn't feel like he's being set up in the way to succeed. And a player like Cryo, I'm also kind of interested on your thoughts like this. It seems like he's someone who can sometimes need a fair few resources, like on that defensive side, to get to be more proactive.
Definitely, and it's not that he needs it. I mean, he's a great player and he can make plays on his own. But when you provide him that support and you go that extra level, it allows him to take his own gameplay that extra step further and get you that get that extra confidence, that extra support. Make sure that he gets those first picks on defense and sets you up for those man advantage situations.
Yeah, well, you know what though? We actually did get a chance to talk to the man himself, Cryo, about his take on this matchup against Leviathan. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I always thought Leviathan was a really good team, even like back before when we lost to them at Copenhagen. I just think that they're really solid, fundamental, and a lot of, like, all 5 really good players, so really excited to play them.
And as you should, right? In a competition like this, Riv, you want to, it's like the old Ric Flair saying, right? In order to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah.
And I think right now, Leviathan, Loud, they have very much established themselves in the Americas region as the man. They are dominating this. So a win here for 100 Thieves could be huge.
It would be huge. I mean, they have Loud Furia to come after this as well in their strength of schedule. So having this win, being able to figure out Loud as well and figure out maybe a little bit of the region in that play style and the aggression and the audacity that they hit with the sights with is going to help 100 Thieves here, because I feel like once they have that momentum, it's good. But if you derail the train, it might take them a little too long to get back on.
For sure.
Like you said, the strength of schedule is really hard. And right now, 100 Thieves is only 2-2. So if they want to meet the expectations that people have for this squad of making playoffs, of being a top competitor within Americas, I think they need to pull one of these wins over a team that's punching above them, like Leviathan, like Furia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it's out of the question. You know, Leviathan are a tremendous team, obviously sitting in a firm second place right here. Been playing really well, shown up some exceptional performances against these other teams. But the strength of Leviathan can also be their weakness. They're an exceptionally disciplined and well-structured team, but that structure can be abused. So what we need to see from 100 Thieves is a lot of adaptation, a lot of reading what they're doing and putting them in the back foot and making them react. Don't let them stick to their game plan. Make them play yours.
Yeah, you got to make them uncomfortable.
That's
and
right.
when you do that, that could hopefully lead to some success there. Totally agree with that point there. But let's go ahead, though, and pivot over to 100 Thieves opponents, because we do have Leviathan on the stage taking on 100 Thieves. And, you know, this is a squad that going into Americas, we were hyping up, right? Obviously, everyone was like, Scrimbucks and Lock-In, blah, blah, blah. This team's going to pop off. They're going to dominate the scene. And then they show up, they do look great, we get iconic moments, but then they fizzle out toward the end. And that's kind of my concern for this team. I want to see this team close out. And I think like a win here against 100 Thieves cycle could very well set that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is their time to shine. This is their time to show, hey, we are a serious team. We are going to consistently get these wins that we're expected to get. And they're a young team. They have a lot of young players, a younger IGL, but they've been building up slowly this experience, right?
Yeah.
And this experience is now about to pay dividends. If 100 Thieves aren't able to put them on the back foot, if Leviathan are able to play their game plan and execute it fully, then they should be able to take this win home.
Yeah.
They should. And if you look at their strength of schedule, they have one that I think is very winnable for them. 100 Thieves, EG, Crew, C9. I would favor them in all the rest of their games, except for Loud. Not to say they're guaranteed to win them, but they're on really good course to make playoffs, to continue to hold that expectation that we set for them.
And a big thing for Leviathan, I feel like, is they can string rounds together against these teams, and that's one of their biggest things. They're plus 30 in their rounds. It's the most rounds for a team right now, so they have swing games. If they can get the momentum going, they take a ton of rounds.
Yeah.
But if they don't, and they start having a bad game, it doesn't seem like they have the answer for how to get back on that. They only lost by 4 rounds to Furia. Like, those matches are so close that they could be taking. It's just if the momentum's not there, they're not there.
And those matches were very close, but one that wasn't was what we saw earlier with them playing against MIBR.
Right.
And you brought up the structure, the game plan for Leviathan, and in this game, it just worked perfectly. MIBR was not being very proactive whatsoever. Leviathan, I think one of their biggest strengths is their willingness to give space and just play for retake, you know, on their defensive sides. Not just retaking spike sides, but just giving other pieces of space, taking a main, giving up mid, something like that, and being so structured in their re-clears in the mid round. They're fantastic at it, and that's because of that coordination, that practice that this team has together. When they're allowed to play the way that they want, they'll bowl you over, like what happened with MIBR.
Absolutely. If they have a game plan, if they're allowed to stick to it, they're gonna.
Yeah, and that is the scary part. If you allow them to stick to their game plan, they will take advantage. And I think that for any team that faces off, as we saw in the strength of schedule, right, they're going to have to be mindful of that. They need to rattle this cage. And 100 Thieves could very well be the team to start that cage rattling this week. But one player, though, on this roster that we haven't really had much of a chance to dive into, and I know I haven't personally spoken about him all that much, is Noswer, right? You know, because what, I guess, makes him so impactful, Mimi, for this team and creates those opportunities for his squad.
We're in a Harbor Viper meta for so many of these teams, and Leviathan included, picking into that. And in those comps, in the meta, you're often seeing single initiator players. Last year, it was always a Breach and a Sova, tons of utility to set the duelist up, to provide information for your team. But now, a lot of the times, as that Sky, you are all alone, and having the right timings with your utility, not wasting that util too early, and knowing when to use it for info, when to set your teammates up instead, is so incredibly important. And I feel like Noswer does a consistently excellent job of having that correct util usage, which is so important in this meta.
Yeah, the single initiator meta is here. You don't have as many tools at your disposal. You have to be the flasher. You have to be the information gatherer. And it's a lot of expectations just for one player on this roster. And people like Noswer that can pull this off at this level are invaluable.
Yeah, it's so important, Riff.
I think people like Nasra, you don't see them until they have games like MIBR, and then you go back and look at their play style, and even in the losses, mid to high fragger, in the good games, still mid to high fragger. He's always been there, just now showing up at the right time.
Yeah, it is going to be such an awesome game, folks. But we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, all right? Because when we come back, we're going to predict. Everyone loves predictions, right? We're going to figure out who we think is going to win this series. It's going to be a good one. 100 Thieves, Leviathan on the other side. We'll see you then. Welcome back, friends. We're moments away from kicking off day 4 of Super Week. So let's go ahead and do some predictions, because everyone loves predictions. All right. By the way, I only want the finest art on this desk, all right? This isn't EMEA and Pacific where we just get away with whatever shenanigans, all right? I'm trying. That's my one burn at EMEA and Pacific. All right, here we go. Predictions.
Okay.
Riff.
Me?
Yeah.
You remember the game Concentration? Probably
No.
nobody does. It's really old.
And they're like from the bus in high. What?
Leviathan. Oh, but it's not a ton. It's done.
It's about the word you're creating. You don't have
is
to
that a
spell it.
Show it to the
correctly.
camera. Show it to the camera. It's
So is that like where you take your Chevy to like eat your pie?
It's a levy.
No, it's a levy.
Well, I made for once
Leviathan.
I made a reference that you didn't get.
I
The
dislike
song.
you. All right, Mimi,
know
your
who I'm
turn.
picking.
We have a
It's like
minute left.
classic American.
Mimi, your
Okay.
turn.
You said good art only. This is
Finest art.
great art. Fantastic.
Actually, not bad. Not bad.
Look at that
Okay, we got
logo.
Leviathan.
Beautiful. Leviathan.
Fine art
Psycho?
only. I've been training under the tutelage of Joel Nagy. Only the finest from me.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, I can't wait to see this. Oh, I'm so. What is that?
What do you
What?
think?
That looks like
That's
a
good.
movie.
What do you mean? I spent all morning on this.
I'm talking about fine art.
What
All
the
right,
hell?
It's a dragon shooting water at their opponents.
That's Trogdor?
All right, that's.
That looks like a Team Liquid logo. Looks like a horse.
Look at the detail, right, on the things here. I don't know what this is called.
The texture.
This
The
is
texture.
called How to Train Your GB.
I got an eye as well.
The negative space, the
negative
framing.
space,
Yeah,
exactly.
all of those keywords.
I
I
just
like that
realized
you can't read the text because it's too small.
I just realized that we all just predicted Leviathan. Okay,
Yeah, great
this
job.
should be an interesting one. We'll see how this one boils down, folks. But Super Week continues today with 2 more crucial matches. You're going to see 100 Thieves versus Leviathan, EG versus Loud. VCT America starts right now. This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Everyone was talking about him, and this is going to be the guy to look out for.
Too much Cryo again. Does this guy miss? Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't.
Olha, Zé, Scarabelli, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão!
Se acaba tempo e lê!
O último match contra a EG nessa Super Week. É um time que realmente tem jogadores muito bons, muito talentosos.
Let's trade it off by Doggimal. Cleans up more kills around the cove. Forcing out Lucio from the other shot.
I'm really excited to play against Loud because I do think they're still top 2, top 3 team in the world.
And the Seekers as well. It's a triple push right into them. The firing line of Loud.
Tips son un buen equipo, individualmente tienen jugadores muy fuertes.
They've been able to mow them down. Stellar gets forced. Stellar gets the ace with one bullet.
I always thought Leviathan was a really good team with solid fundamentals. They did have a few roster changes, but I think they're all 5 really good players.
King le reza al Santísimo, se cae, sigue avanzando Martino, a la derecha, Martino 4K.
Two teams with a lot to prove here. For 100 Thieves, it's about really getting those dubs for that fan base, for that audience that really just wants them to be the absolute best in the world. And for Leviathan, it's to continue to prove to the entirety of the Valorant community, the Valorant competitive community, that they are the real freaking deal. This is going to be a banger matchup, Psycho.
It absolutely is. Look at all those 100 Thieves fans out there ready to see the show. A little bit of parents.
Does someone already have a Cartman sign? That's just topical. Twitter does something instantly.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
That guy's looking to get a job from Nate Shot. All right,
Yes.
that's what's up. All right, well, we'll see. What we end up getting out of this, I'm so excited for this game, guys, because I really do think, Mimi, that, like, personally, I think I've been hard on this 100 Thieves team because, you know, you see the names on this lineup, you expect greatness, and I know that they expect out of themselves as well, and this could very well be the turning point for them.
I'm sure they do, and I think that win last week, well, it was a little bit scrappy. Those last 2 maps, it felt like we were finally seeing the 100 Thieves that we have expected for so long. If they can take that, continue that into this match, the rest of the league here, there's still a chance for them to meet the high expectations that they and the fans set for themselves.
And I always like watching 100 Thieves play because they have the double controller comps, they like to stick to their split comps, they always have an idea, and you you kind of have to wait for it to come to fruition each game if they can't start off with it right away. So it's been interesting if that type of strategy will work against Leviathan.
Absolutely, and I know we all predicted Leviathan here, but I expect this to be an absolutely scrappy match. If
Let's
this doesn't go the distance to map 3, I would be extremely...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Heineken 0.0 Icebox has been picked.
It has. Love me some Heineken 0.0 Icebox. And 100 Thieves really like this map. They actually haven't played it a lot in Americas thus far, but at Lock-In, I felt this was their strongest map. This is where they play Cryo on the Jet, which people thought was weird, but I think works really well for them. Their retakes on the defensive side are nice, and for Leviathan, their Icebox is not very good. Not very good. They just stomped MIBR on that map, but the week before, it was a really, really rough game against Furia.
And it could be one of the last times we see Icebox played, right?
Yeah, going out of the pool real soon. It might just be.
That's true.
Haven coming out. Are we going to get the Gecko from Asuna? So we might actually be able to get that play in. That would be really cool to see if we decide to go to it. And a little bit of Lotus.
Yeah, 2 maps here that are, first off, really strong for 100 Thieves. Second of all, it's one of these maps where 100 Thieves has been innovating, but it's really home turf for Leviathan. Haven has always been the map that we look towards, where this team is consistently fantastic on it. And as we get towards that decider, it'll be Lotus, which is another interesting one. Both these teams have, at times attempted to play it, but 100 Thieves is 0-3 right now.
That's fine art.
This hasn't been working.
It sure is. And I feel like Lotus, is one of these maps where it came out and everybody has immediately picked it up. It's become a stalwart map for the Americas League. Everybody, whether they love it or hate it, they're playing it. It's not getting banned.
That's the truth. Well, here we go. Agent Select, Icebox, Heineken 0.0 Icebox is the name of the match. The last time I'm going to say it for today. I just wanted to do it. Let's see what happens, though. Because, I don't think we're going to get much in the way of, change-ups here. Because, and Psycho, you could probably speak to this, right? You're not really trying to counter-strat all that much. You really are trying to focus and play your game.
Oh, absolutely, especially on a map like Icebox where, there's not a whole lot of top-level macro strategy that you can throw in there.
That is true, but it's also going to be against Leviathan with this Harbor Viper, where I feel like they are a team, you've already talked about it, that are readable, that do a lot of the same things repeatedly. And for 100 Thieves, they have a lot of cool options, good game plans with this Omen. In particular, the mid-lurks you can pull off with Cryo there are really nice for the attacking side.
Yeah, especially on the defense, where we know 100 Thieves to be really good. They, again, play this double Sentinel comp, and they are able to kind of control the team they're going against, get those rotations in place, and we all know we're going to see some rope plays here. 100 Thieves feel so comfortable on Icebox, so Leviathan's going to have to come in swinging like we know them to do.
I'm looking at Leviathan's retakes again. Earlier this week, it was the defining factor in that game versus MIBR. They're super willing with Harbor Viper to give up that space and charge back in, and they don't always just go for straight up trying to defuse in the cove. They're really willing to bait that cove and push deep. They'll really fight in these post funds, and if you're not ready for it, you'll get overwhelmed by one of the teams that has some of the best trading in our league.
I just wanted to let everyone know real fast that there was just a little bug. Just a little bug that not Doug and Balla, but just like a little bug that was affecting one of the PCs on the floor there. We're getting that all sorted out, and then we'll be jumping to the matchup. So for now, we're just going to be hanging out here. That's for you guys in the arena and for those of you watching at home. But let's continue this conversation though, because Riv.
I was just looking. I'm kind of peeking down there on the swing around of the jib, and there 100 Thieves are starting on attack. So actually gonna have to start off fast. This could be pretty bad if they don't get it.
Yeah, and that's a problem because we've been talking about that quite a bit, Psycho.
That's right, and especially putting, this unorthodox comp with Cryo on the Omen, they lose a bit of that scaling potential that they have with Cryo and the Jet.
On the attacking side versus Fnatic, 100 Thieves got rolled over. They struggle against these retakes, and that's a strength for Leviathan.
All right, folks. Well, Riot Games Arena, let's go ahead and make some noise and get excited because it's time to jump into our first match on this gorgeous Monday. It's, of course, 100 Thieves Leviathan, and on the call, we actually have 2 people who they don't know this, but they're my new emergency contacts. It's Doug and Balla.
Thank you so much, GB. And yeah, I'm really excited for this game. 100 Thieves with Leviathan. And we got Icebox to start it off. Icebox 0.0.
Heineken 0.0.
Heineken.
I'm hoping this comes through. Hang on. Let's
go for
it. Quiet.
Yeah.
We got a little something.
Let's go, baby.
Cheers, my friend.
Drink
Cheers.
responsibly.
We do have Heineken 0.0 Icebox up, as you were saying. Composition differences, Cryo on the Omen, and Don was actually talking about it on the desk. It feels like there's less scaling. Come here, hang on. I want this. Just for a moment. I'll give it back, I promise. Oh, they cut away.
Yeah, we're
unlucky. I'll give it back. I'm sorry. You can have this back now.
Yeah, there's less scaling. I think this entire idea with 100 Thieves, we've seen over and over, the Omen for Cryo. There's ideas with it, but it's so far off the rest of what the team is doing and what the rest of the world is doing in terms of this map, but it worked quite well against EG in the prior week. And honestly, given what we've seen about 100 Thieves' map pool, it might be one of their better maps. So here we go.
100 Thieves on the attacking side. Looks like a little bit of aggression towards mid, and Leviathan's ready for it. They're waiting. They're sent a couple just down cut two themselves.
Huge first 2 picks right off the bat. And that high tide almost did work for Leviathan, but they've been so good in pistols, and all of a sudden advantage thrown away right off rip.
We'll see how this continues. Leviathan down in numbers, and they're starting to rotate back B, where the aggression is headed from 100 Thieves. Saw the wall from Asuna too, and that's another kill going in favor of the attacking side. This is an excellent start.
It's perfect abusing
Spike planted.
of the Viper wall cycles and fighting in front of it. And I'm wondering if this is the answer and solution against these Viper Harbor comps.
Yeah, just scrap. All right, just fight and get ahead of all the timing.
Flawless pistol. A much better start that we saw for 100 Thieves earlier in the week, and I would say this is for sure their harder matchup. But they struggled against Crew last week, especially on that first map, but you could tell thought went into how they want to approach the map, Vito, given their deficiencies on Ascent that we saw earlier against Crew. But Leviathan now, they do get their icebox in. This has been a very strong map for them. Honestly, one of their 2 best. This and Pearl.
It does remind me of a conversation I had with Stellar a little while ago, where it was actually right before Brazil, and we were talking about prep into the tournament, and he goes, I mean, I'm not really worried about it. Icebox, you can taste Icebox. We have Asuna, right? Like, he's just so comfortable, and he feels like this map is just a point of strength for their squad. So
look at the stack though here.
Excellent start, but as you were just mentioning, Leviathan, they have 4 here, and the 5th is just on the other side.
There's Molly, but it doesn't actually catch anybody.
Just going back and forth, bang on Smith and kill, and he's gonna get all of them.
We got a very rowdy crowd in here today, just on the anti-eco. But bang, with the Bulldog, one of the best Bulldog players in the league, just consistently relying on, and I love to see the confidence out from him and Asuna so far in these first 2 games. Looking now to see an approach towards A instead of a little bit more of that B default that we started off on.
Revealing.
And see how Leviathan approaches this. It's just the Viper and the Sova. Nosler and King. And their anchors have been really, really solid on this site, able to get 1 before falling out, but they rely so much on the retake, given the Harbor and the Viper wall cycling that they can rely on.
They just seem so drilled and so confident in those retake situations that you were just referring to, and they're going to get an opportunity at one again. This type of difference out from 100 Thieves. It's not as scrappy. They're not going to want to scale, or they don't seem to be as interested in scaling up.
He TP'd up behind this, and that's without giving up noise, but he has to fall off, and Taco punishes him for it.
I mean, he fell off into the next round. Taco with a clean punish, as you were just saying, but the spike planted, so time becomes a factor. They have to take the aggression here.
Look at Derek and Bang. Duoed up on top of the belt.
Still a molly, still a shock dart. Now both fired.
Digging through it. He's sticking it
at this point. He's gotten it to half. But time is short. The excellent timing from Asuna is he's going to get another, but it's just not going to be enough. Yeah, 1.5 seconds.
Plenty of time. King stuck through that entire molly, and that's because actually Derek and Bang, I was pointing out the fact that they were up on top of belt, getting ready to combo their shock, the Viper Orb and the mollies together, but they only had 1 remaining, and I think it was mistimed because they wanted to at least have more time denying the spike rather than more significant spike denial. And that's a scary, scary stat for everybody.
Yeah, that's ominous.
Cheering for 100 Thieves so far. 3-0, Leviathan. Remember that game against Xset?
First real gun round here. And 100 Thieves again, wanting to explore the middle of the map. There's Turret that's going to spot some of that action. Or they smoke it off. Oh.
Just ahead of
They
it.
were just ahead of it, yeah.
They would have saw it anyways. Shy looking for a spam. That smoke is giving him a lot of room to do exactly that.
We wondered whether or not it would be in part of the game plan for 100 Thieves to fight ahead of these walls, ahead of this utility that denies vision. And while it seemed like that was going to be the case early on, they have to slow down here a little bit.
I like that from Cryo again. Some signs that you're seeing confidence renewed, and Derek actually finds a pick all the way to Snowman.
On to Taco, too, who's been such a key part of the conversation for Leviathan.
Zeno keeps it
You will not kill my
in their court for now, but Asuna getting the res up real quick. Wondering now, though, how they go and try to take the spike, because there's 3 players here. It's all going to be on Cryo on this lyric, but that turret's still up from earlier.
Finally clear. The paranoia is going to hit, too. You still have NCR, who's backside, back Snowman, who has not been cleared.
Look at Shy's discipline there. He gets the first kill off the off angle, and he falls off and doesn't challenge anymore.
Leviathan once again, post-plant positions. This time the Cove to provide a little bit of cover in the swing back yellow. They challenge 100 Thieves. And they walk away with a tremendous amount of success.
That is a beautiful string of pieces of utility there.
It is over.
And a monstrous round from Shy. Holds off on the push through kitchen, denies them from even breaking that turret, which ended up being a costly mistake for Cryo walking through mid. And then he stays alive that entire time.
And crazy too, half a step, right?
Yeah.
Like half a step on that turret at the very beginning of the round. Just wild how timings can have such a drastic impact on the round. Either way, tied at 2 apiece here. Leviathan still with guns, 100 Thieves not with the same amount of bark in this round, but as we've seen before, it's often in 1 hour's weakness. That's the other team's danger, so we'll see how these play out.
They've swapped King and Taco on the A site. So Taco's getting really aggressive here. Austin is trying to hold on.
Does he know? It's just a singer. He didn't know.
Good
Nice
trade.
though.
Spike down.
Derek was really far away. I'm surprised he's even looking in that direction.
He was ready for it.
And if he didn't trade that, I think Stellar might have gone down too. So things even, but the big tools right now, you're looking at the ults. You got the KJ lockdown, but countered by Derek's Sova ult too. And he just got that online because of that kill.
Yeah, they should be able to upgrade a weapon as well. Remember, Taco's aggression left a Vandal, if I'm not mistaken, right by where Derek is. And yeah, he just picked it up.
No wall though to get this plant, and with those KJ mollies too, that might actually be a more difficult task than you might think. Nice shock, instantly breaking down the alarm bot that he heard get placed but didn't see it.
Plant the spike. 30 seconds left.
Looks like they're trying to ping for smokes, yeah, to come through, so they can go for this plant.
Nowhere to run!
There are not a lot of options where you can plant, but Derek goes aggressive.
He's using this before. They still have KJ ult to come back into this. This retake is still super strong.
It looks like they were trying to use it to provide some cover, to create some space for the spike to go down.
And they invest the Viper Spit, but he's gonna get cleared out of this. I don't know about that.
The pit down, the Hunter's Fury wasted. Yeah, the spike planted.
Oh, the TP in! Oh!
It's a 1-for-1. Just 2 left on the side of 100 Thieves. 2 might be enough, though. They've gotten it to half. It's just onto Derek in this 1v2. He's going to spot a shoulder. Oh, but the spam's not enough damage. That was so close.
And if he got that faster, he might have been able to take the duel against Shy. That was a cool play. I was questioning. There, they actually wanted that lockdown to come in. That's why Derek put his ult in at the beginning of the round, because they wanted to use the pit, fall off, and have Cryo TP back into it while everybody's low, where Leviathan is going to be swarming inside that pit, knowing that lockdown clears it. A very cool play. And something that Coach Mike is constantly thinking about. How to use these ults effectively, and you remember back at Lock-In, that was one of the key reasons why Fnatic was able to pick them apart. Was their ult combinations.
Cheeky little orb denial at the beginning of the round. They still have the Reckoning from Mizuno, too. And an op in the hands of Taco, and that's exactly where they're pushing into. He's got the crosshair train. See who he can find, but he has to give his face up.
And remember Asuna here inside this hit. Last time he got picked off first with the guns, though. And the Sage Wall now will be able to plant.
Spike planted.
Rio's consistently getting some really nice TPs and angles.
What's funny too is there was conversation around the losing some of the scaling ability with Omen, but it seems like Cryo comfortable enough to go aggressive in those situations. Taco with Blades online, tries to get up high, tries to find something, anything he can take with him. But it's just space, just tempting wisps of locations. Oh, I thought he was gonna land that, but no, he's punished. Op still in hand. All right, time just slowly ticking away. You see how impressive Harbor can really be. The spam there, he walked right into it. This looks like this is gonna go off. Yes, it is.
And despite the first 2 rounds, Leviathan stringing 3 in a row together. But 100 Thieves finding success in the post plant that is a massive win condition to find some of those early, because Leviathan is so reliant on them. We saw it in the game against MABR. We know the strength of this comp. It's consistently relying on those retakes that gets them wins on Icebox. So 100 Thieves, a couple of really good ideas in a row. Even that last round could have gone their way. I think this is a very promising start.
Aggression from Leviathan. Trying to set Taco up for an early pick. And he wants to go back in.
Oh, Nosworth popping his ult. He actually able to combine that with Taco's aggression and almost finds himself a kill, but instead, Stellar's HP gets healed back up, but the drone coming to find them. Once again, remember that approach from them in the prior. They had 2 people, both Stellar and Bang, lurking up and trying to break that turret.
Oh, all good. Asuna, you can get up there first. Commits to it, put the walls up. Oh, putback hasn't been cleared. Small mistakes there, and King's just gonna have a field day with it as he's dancing around the box looking for the third, not able to do so. Cryo on the trade, Spike still not planted. And it's just sitting up in nest.
Look at that dart, just cleared everything in front of the high tide too. So Mizuno has full comfortability to walk up here and control the spike, which they're not certain is still up there.
This is going to be really difficult for teams to get back into. Yeah, the spike getting down in Nest made it to where they have to establish so much control around the area to commit to the spike, and they just could not.
And to bring it back to that conversation about scaling, you're seeing Cryo in a lot of these instances when he gets up on TPs, he has to TP back out or fall off as the retake begins because of the utility, and he's the only one to receive. In that instance right there, we saw it was Asuna in that same position after he went for the wall plant up in Nest. And there's nobody to support, nobody able to even trade.
Early timeout called. But a 1-round lead for Leviathan. Early though, you were just saying this a couple moments ago, Bala. It really does feel like a promising start for both teams. It feels like they're pushing each other at just the right places, and they're committing to their game plans, and it's matching up quite well.
And there's ideas on both sides too. Ones that we haven't quite seen.
Nice, we got a Hiko sign.
He's still on the team. I'm loving what we're seeing out of both of these teams. In specific, Leviathan fighting in the difference in that last one where King is actually anchoring on the site. And he finds 2. He could have found 3. He could have ended the round by himself.
Yep. I thought he was going to.
And I think that's kind of a reason why you actually see Asuna or Cryo in the site by themselves, is because Leviathan has been so known to play these retakes. Now, because King does that one round, you can no longer do that the rest of the game. So that's going to be a conversation that they had in that timeout. And King, I think for the rest of the game, is probably going to be happy to start falling off of the site a lot more. And they've broken the economy of them again.
Here.
With no huge ults online for the next little bit, although Stellar and Asuna close.
don't know that that drone's going to get far enough with Kerbeck Yellow, but either way, Taco ahead of it, try to land something
Love that.
early.
Huge wide swing there from Taco after the drone has gone some distance, where the drone is starting to clear underneath them and not ahead of them.
Toxin screen down.
This is a great idea. Oh, not able to execute the first time. Dang. I thought he was going to keep going.
Has to hide in the smoke now, though. And we've seen 100 Thieves be so aggressive here. Past this Viper wall before.
Spike planted.
There it is. There's the aggression you were just alluding to. Bang swinging around. Cryo with another. This is a light gun round for 100 Thieves.
And Taco has an op, too. And they've got full control of the site. This duel.
Cryo just upgraded a weapon as well. Oh, the timing is everything.
Asna on the reflank, though. They have so much control. 100 Thieves has this round locked up. I think Leviathan is starting to look to save, actually.
Yeah, take that op into the next round. Taco has nothing currently as far as credit goes.
And it's crazy because if you think about that smoke that got put down when the crowd that you hear right now is getting very scared for King's timing. If that Omen wasn't being played,
Thrifty.
then they wouldn't have had a spot to hide from King, and that could have been a 2K, instantly a 3v3. Wow. Quick timeout from 100 Thieves earlier, but we just had this, so Owner is livid about what he just saw.
There's something he didn't like, that's for sure.
And you know, that Owner has such a focus on eco rounds, on bonus rounds, on these rounds that teams deem a little bit less important to practice. Love to see what he's trying to talk about right now in this timeout, because it's a clear thing that needs to be fixed, that needs to be covered up. And I think that's now 3 rounds that 100 Thieves has had the opportunity to push past the Viper wall with those Omen smokes. Cryo's doing a great job in this map so far.
Plenty of reasons to cheer, really, for both squads. But you're right, I think there's something about how, especially in these scrappy rounds, man, like 100 Thieves are comfortable even with the lighter buy to just go at Leviathan.
I think one of the interesting things about the way that these 2 matches earlier in the Super Week went for 100 Thieves, went for Leviathan, there were stark differences. Leviathan stomped MIBR. They didn't even have a challenge. Whereas 100 Thieves had to come back after a stomp of their own, and it was not pretty, but this look that we're seeing is certainly playing back up to the expectation that everybody had, and they need to start having this over and over, game after game. They don't have room to start slow.
I don't think they know that Taco got up to nest. They might suspect it given all of the utility that was dumped.
Oh, but even worse, I think that drone gives Taco a false sense of security about what's going on Bell, but with all that Guardian spam, should be much happier. Nosler's trying to cover him right now.
Dude, King has been cold, man.
King has always been cold. He's one of the highest rated players in the Americas League as the IGL.
Second cascade used from Azino, a little bit of spam through the wall. It's just enough to delay 100 Thieves for now.
And remember, those cascades are a little bit more effective right now because they've already used that drone, but Derek comes through, darts up, and that allows them to get the res back online. Dart here, oh my goodness, Nosler, there's a scan. Look at the idea there. Nosler's at mid, he's at boiler right now, and he throws that dart for them. A hard one to break, too. Lands right on top of the 100 Thieves players right now, and they've actually whittled this time down to 30 seconds. This pit as well is going to keep them out.
Preemptive, too. Realizing the time is of the essence.
For a snowman plant.
Have to go fast. They put the pit down. They try to get off the wall to provide some cover, too. Mazino could spam through it all.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh. This is super interesting because the lockdown is now available. He puts it back yellow, which actually does cover the plant, whereas the regular space would have not covered the plant. Leviathan has no real room to work into right now, and they're giving up the pit. I think this is another save.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Look at how far up 100 Thieves are. There's just no room for Leviathan to work. They're daring him to challenge. They're daring him to swing. Egged on a little bit, but he landed the shot anyway.
And Nazra fell too. This battle, it's consistent at the end of the round when these B takes come in, and that's a huge success. I think Owner is going to be really unhappy about that, and obviously he's not going to want to use his timeout in this first half. Because I'm sure that's exactly what they just talked about, was how that B hit. And I think everything that led up to that was to plan. They got them with 20 seconds. They had a pick going down. It's just the last consideration. They missed that one. And it all falls to pieces.
See that early aggression spotted. Early on, they spotted Taco. They spotted NZR. He had to back up. Now using a drone of his own, his 100 Thieves want to take this a bit more pacey. I don't know what kind of delay there is for them to have to dance around. Rasmus is getting up top. What a cheeky wall! But an excellent response from NZR. In the face of the reckoning, Stellar with nothing to do. Derek as well. NZR just needs one.
Shadows traveling.
See if you can give the LATAM fans what they want. Not quite, but the round win will suffice. 5-5, they even things back up. And I'm not even sure who's in control of this game right now. There's so much successes on both sides. I'm looking at Leviathan and that B site hold. Surprised to see 100 Thieves go away from it, but I like the cheeky attempt from Asuna to really open up that round. But on that B side, I'm thinking one more little fix from Leviathan, and all of a sudden they're holding that site. Hundred Thieves need to keep up the aggression in these post plants, because it's working so beautifully.
Yeah, that has been a key to success for them for sure. Oh, he heard that. He saw that.
Yeah, but
he
this is too much. Oh, no, it's not.
They left him.
And they dink Derek too. That is a huge success. I thought King was going to die there for sure, but nobody is ready to swing through that high tide. Bang wanted to, but you could tell Derek was hesitant. Even though that would have saved Cryo, that Cryo's a pivot point for them. They are able to move around the map because of his Omen. Losing him, you all of a sudden can't do what has been so successful for you on this B side. Just pushing into the site itself or into the spawn even.
Yeah, the only agent on that side with any sort of utility like that.
Derek has been so good at responding in situations like this.
Take flight.
And they've given up space to plant here. Austin's getting the wall down, and the high tide even covers him even if the wall falls. And that high tide is not going to be available for the re-hit once this lockdown comes up from Shy. They need to get aggressive.
That should counter Derek's ult as soon as it goes down. But you kind of put him in a tough spot, right? Do you commit to the ult or do you commit to the defuse? They do clear out the ult, but the space has been taken by Leviathan. Mazzino's already gotten on the tap, and he's got a cove. There's going to be a swing out from the defensive side. That's going to keep them at bay for now. A 1-for-1 quickly turns into a 2v2. NZR on the tap. The shot dart screaming by his face. The dart in front of him as well. They've got to take the fight, and they do.
My goodness. Talk about down to the wire. Talk about
Last round before
getting yourself back into this. 100 Thieves fighting, but Leviathan even more. This opening was huge from them. This is not the type of advantage you've seen so far in this game based off these aggressive plays. Normally, Taco is getting traded. And actually, thinking back to that Taco round, that was Derek again. Derek in this round was such a beast. I can't believe he got the Hunter's Fury off on the lockdown and then instantly spammed down Taco. The awareness on this guy is insane. He's playing on a level he hasn't shown yet at this Americas League.
Leviathan are so committed to this early A aggression. But once again, it seems like 100 Thieves sniffing some of it out, want to go aggressive into that. They've already established control of the site.
Welcome to my world.
Hit back up too. No key ults to force him out. No drone from Noswar either.
Looks like it's going to be a 5v5 post plant to clear out the half, and we wouldn't have it any other way. First couple of kills going in favor of Leviathan.
Player standing.
It all falls onto Asuna. Oof, that was so clean.
I mean, just the spray through that all is ridiculous. Blink and you missed it. I think Asuna there too, coming out of the pit, all of a sudden he is losing track of what's actually happening on that wall. And so he pays for it.
You see how proficient they are in their retakes. A belligerently bellicose brawl for Leviathan. They walk away with the round win in their area that they're comfortable. So clean. A 7-5 half in favor of Leviathan. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down the first half.
Thank you so much, fellas. And I got to say, this is exactly what I wanted. I just wanted a great game. I wanted two fantastic teams really just slugging it out, and that's exactly what we're getting here, Riv.
I think 100 Thieves has a better start than they could have hoped for already on this. The 5 is good enough. If their defense is the way 100 Thieves plays defense, I think they had really good reads towards the mid, covering any of the lurks that Leviathan would have had, but they still couldn't stop a few of those Leviathan retakes.
Yeah, this was a game that was defined by adaptation, but also by the retakes. What we expected coming into this match is rounds like this one, where 100 Thieves would lose an early advantage and would be allowed to get this spike plant down. You can see that for Leviathan, they're playing super far back. They actually replaced the turret in the mid round, which spots out Cryo. When he goes for this lurk a little bit too early, he gets punished for that. And then Leviathan shrink back together. They don't overcommit to fight off that kill. Instead, they continue to play together and work back into this retake to eventually win it with some great util combos back yellow and Shy popping off. But the thing is, they were only 5 in 10 in retakes, which is still great. But 100 Thieves realized the adaptation they needed to make. They started fighting deep in these post plants, making changes to the way that they were playing, which meant they got a far stronger half. And the ability to make that adaptation gives me confidence in 100 Thieves.
We also have the timeout wars coming out within the rounds between round 8 and the next round, where it's just like, no, you want to see owner make a change to the team rather, and they do it pretty quick.
Makes me wonder how, like, you know, I think about like the way the 100 Thieves are kind of like changing their game plan. You can even see it. There was one round where like they pushed into A but didn't clear the back. It's like they're little things that like they're not doing, but it's still better than what we saw in the past on their attack. I mean, I felt like they were a little bit more confident.
I concur with that. 100 Thieves, it seems like the confidence is back for this team. In the second half now, it's going to continue to be defined by these retakes. Watch for Cryo's Omen and the way he uses smokes when they're retaking space and that paranoia. 100 Thieves is good at it, but Leviathan, they have that structure and they're up at the half.
It's going to be an excellent second half. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yeah, we can only hope that it's going to be an excellent closing to the half, because the first half delivered in ways that we're all pleasantly surprised with. But yeah, a 2-round lead for Leviathan Bala, and now Mimi was talking about it a little bit. Very curious to see how Cryo on the Omen plays these retake chaotic situations where he can teleport into smokes and just cause chaos.
And you know there's ideas. We've seen it over and over again for them. That's the strength of this comp. And we actually saw some more ideas for him on the attack than I think we've seen so far from their icebox approaches. So I'm wondering if they've even developed even further. It's slow from Leviathan. Cautious. Taka leading the charge with the Sheriff. And the timing on the wall is perfectly proactive.
All of that utility that you have to navigate around, it really just feels like an icebox. No area is safe. Stellar on the swing. Taco tried dashing forward, but he just falls. Fortunate timing for Stellar. King still trying to dance around backside.
They're holding screens for so long with these.
And then a frenzy on the other side. So well done.
Beautiful approach from Leviathan. Quiet, but then the high tide gains them in sight. And Mazzino didn't even buy his cove in that pistol round. He bought double cascade. And we saw in the earlier game on Icebox from them and Loud, the ideas on these pistols, how the cove, you would think it's so strong given the HP, and against pistols it's taking a long time to break down, but no, they're the extra scaling. The extra step for them allows that post plant to be strong. So like we expected the retakes to be good for them, we expect those post plants too. Even though in the first half they might be in the lead, but their retakes, they were actually not playing so well on them. We saw at the half 5 for 10 in comparison to that MIBR game. Drastic difference. They were almost perfect.
Ult going over, or ult orb, excuse me, going over to Mazzino. Now just 3 points away from the reckoning. Very clearly a point of their early plans. 100 Thieves look like they want to go aggressive. They've already scaled 2 past 410, trying to clear things out. An exploratory mission, perhaps.
What a difference in pace for both of these teams. You can tell it's 2 different teams on the attack side right now. 100 Thieves is trying to feel out exactly when this hit is going to come through, but they aren't able to gamble fast enough. Bang still gets some ollie off, though, and that could deny for quite some time.
So you see the efficacy of this double wall comp from Leviathan. That harbor wall is a little bit deeper, and it's just so much more difficult to deal with.
The second step again. Follow-up cascade on Snowman, and this is what 100 Thieves did to them, but Leviathan is just interested in that original duel, and then they follow up, and look at that Cove as well to allow them to fall back. It's really nicely considered. Although it might give space for 100 Thieves in the future rounds to actually fall through that. Bang with a nice pick. They're on the tap.
It's just another trade. Whoa, Derek gets so far up. They lose a couple of weapons, but Leviathan get through the round nonetheless.
And you can paint a different picture when you start to think about the way that this score is developed. And given the fact that 100 Thieves won that pistol, won the anti-eco in that first round, Leviathan has been strong. If that wasn't the case, we might be looking at 11-3 scoreline instead.
One enemy remaining.
So now 100 Thieves has to do what Leviathan did in that first half and clap back strongly here. Get a string of rounds. Otherwise, we're looking at a required comeback of them. Pacey, though.
Very pacey, and Austin is there to greet. But it's traded back. They had everyone here. Austin, Bang, Cryo. And that's enough to give them numbers advantage late in the round.
Just Noswer in this bonus is doomed to fail. Just the Bulldog, but Arcane Sheriff in hand. Can he find a little bit more damage and make the next round even more difficult? Yeah, spots the Vandal. Looking to possibly save even. Get one orb. The A orb actually might be open too. I think he's definitely looking to save at this point. 50 seconds. Can he find even an opening though? Looking to see if there's any mistakes given by 100 Thieves, but it doesn't look like it. Derek is droning, darting, daring Noswer to peek into him.
Oh,
30
kneecap.
seconds left.
Oh, there's a gap. 25 seconds, and it's pulling rotations, actually. It's pulling rotations. Noswer has a chance all of a sudden.
My, my, my. What have we here?
All right, guys, don't try to give it up. Come on now.
Revealing area.
10 seconds left.
He's going to get the spike down.
Despite distractions, Noswer now eyes on the prize. 1v2 against Stellar and Bang.
While 100 Thieves try to cauterize what's happened before them, they're both going to swing out together. Stellar on the tap, Bang close by. Noswer from up top. They lined up for just a moment, but Bang stops it. That's about as much value as you could possibly get out of that round if you're NZR, though.
Oh, for sure. Getting one gun down. Getting the plant as well. I thought about the idea of going for the A orb, but the plant will suffice. They get money into this, and this follow-up round is almost as difficult in a lot of instances as the bonus is itself. So 100 Thieves now, they're the ones who have the economic disadvantage in some sense. And Mazzino, he's got that reckoning. It's harder to use Bang's ult in a more obvious position, and Mazzino can cancel it out even if he does. He's going to use it immediately at the beginning of this round. Leviathan not giving up on that fast pace that earned them a punish in that last round.
Taco can try to hunt Bang here with the Qs from the Reckoning to get the pit out, yeah.
Instant cancel of Bang's ult. That's what I was talking about, how reactive you can be as Mazzino, whereas Bang can be less so. Oh, this is a deep harbor wall. Cove again, not used yet.
Not yet. But a second cascade up. Zeno giving some of the space back. Once again, another 5v5 post plant.
Dark Molly coming in. Taco's got to be careful. A little bit of damage done, but not too much.
They're just trading everything here. But it looks like the opening's going in favor of Leviathan, but the volley for Bang! That's where once again in a 1v2. Austin has already gotten it to half. He's just gonna stick it the whole way. There's no dare, there's no challenge. The swing was late.
What will it be this time?
And the score will be just in time, swinging in the other direction. There's a 4-round streak for Leviathan in the first half. 100 Thieves are looking to match that and tie this game up when all is said and done. What a stick. What a play. What a reply.
Guardian in the hands of Derek. You've got the res for Austin as well. Perhaps want to play around that, maybe get something early, but no, it seems like they're comfortable playing with 4 on A. A bit passively as well. That paranoia from Cryo was good. Look at how far up he's gone. Look at how far up he's gone!
This one way is absolutely brutal. Leviathan looked lost running through it. I mean, every single player from Leviathan tried to get through. What has happened to their game plan? Leviathan is normally so pliable with it, but here, steadfast in their approach. It's so aggressive in the last 3. For what reason? Relying on the shift of pace to try to catch 100 Thieves off guard, and that's not working. Stellar fully understanding this situation, his players step up to the plate.
They do have on the side of Leviathan the lockdown in the 100 Fury.
Look at these aggressive Omen smokes. Crowd in the last one went top belt. This time he smokes off the right side and TP's belt instead. So much misdirection from him in this original early round approach.
Austin is tucked. Man. They've tried a couple of times now to go really aggressive on both sides, honestly. They want to continue to brawl.
Down A.
Dude, he got, again, that gen angle and found Mazzino, so the harbor gone, and that's the plant idea. And all of a sudden, you need to rely on some of this extremity. Watch some of the pressure coming down mid. Shy is going to duel with Bang.
Or is he just gonna walk back? He got spotted.
He got tagged from the bottom of tube there by that drone.
To even have the wherewithal to check that. Knowing there was a turret in kitchen. Just so well done by defense side.
And you don't have the fallback options here from King, so gotta take the duels and win them.
30 seconds left.
Stella's pre-firing that.
Cloudburst will help a little, but Taco has to find more value out of his blades. Oh my gosh, Taco!
What?
That was pure filth! And that might have won them the round. But Derek's clutch.
Look at this crossfire.
Derek's cold. And he's once again in a 1v2.
Sova's been asked to put up so much work, and it's a missed dart.
Making things a little bit more difficult. The second tap. Oh, the Hunter Fury, he got that out. Oh, I thought he was gonna get the kill. Second pulse on the Hunter Fury never comes. They're just gonna challenge him directly. That was so clean from Leviathan. The timing on that crossfire at the end was gorgeous.
Surprised that Nosber actually was able to escape. Looked like his foot was gonna show and cost him his life and allow that duel. But even then, Taco Leah was in such a position that couldn't really be hit. I love that. So insane from Taco. He gets the first kill on that one on Asuna. Back over towards A. And you can tell when the pace is shifted, Leviathan is very happy to play within. And 100 Thieves don't get quite that 4-round streak that Leviathan did. And now Derek is actually in a tough spot. That's a little bit of weird buy and mismatch of choices here. Asuna full buys, but Derek doesn't.
You should run.
Stellar's alarm bot is close by. You wonder here if they do want to commit to this B after having invested the lockdown or rotate back A. That's another bit of investment. That harbor wall is going to be difficult to get through.
Taco is way too consistent with that. Asuna and the rest of 100 Thieves has that in the strat book, and they just spam it down behind the high tide.
Keeping the Cove again. Oh! And that may have cost Mazzino his life.
Even without that, that's slow. And the Molly just biting into him. 3v5, but they still have the pit up here. This is not a done deal.
Cryo on the flank. The rest of 100 Thieves up front, 2 back yellow. Derek the first to fall, but Cryo on the trade. That flank could be good. Asuna's gonna keep it in the face of the spam. Cryo's timing cracks the round open.
Fast response. And this game is still so close. Heroics on both sides. This one, though, comes down to that game plan, comes down to that anti-stratting from 100 Thieves. In the past, it's been a prep-heavy team, but we don't quite know how to characterize this 100 Thieves team this year here in LA. And there you saw it.
One-round lead here for Leviathan. It does seem like 100 Thieves have come into this with a little bit more swagger to them, and perhaps it's in the face of ideas or whatever it is that's gotten them to this point. But they're much more confident, it seems like, in taking these early fights. And the truth is, you have your star players delivering when you need them to as well.
Yeah. Bang, 19 and 13. Always such a strong force on this map. Cryo delivering and looking more comfortable than ever on this Omen. I think everybody was wondering and asking, because I think they changed their opinion and shifted and said Asuna has to have good games based off of the way that he came alive and saved the game for them against Crew. But that's not how this team is built. But still,
Right here.
Performing. Shock Molly, Mazzino's dead!
Gorgeous setup. And they may find more!
King's going through, though. Oh.
Toxin screen down.
Thought the Cascade might leave a little sooner than that. And we did have a Vandal invested in this round from Leviathan. Niles were with it now, but look at 100 Thieves. Just back all the way up, and this is giving King the room to go for something, but it's not too much.
So disciplined by 100 Thieves. And understanding that Leviathan had light buy. Yeah, not even able to keep that weapon. A flawless round as we're tied at 10.
Temptation for Leviathan constantly to trance through all the utility that 100 Thieves is putting through on them at the beginning of the round, and it's hurting them. I think on both the anti-ecos, they really haven't had a solid approach at all. That one was out of the timeout, so they knew, they had a call for it. And I think you see all their players really buying into it and going for it. But there has to be a room to pivot. And after losing those first two, and even given what 100 Thieves did, the shock Molly not even considered.
Reckoning takes the space. And the high tide secures it.
Yes, they can take the site, but they need to not lose anybody. Leviathan, it's been over and over. They get spammed.
And you see some of the damage.
Oh, Shorty.
He just can't see anything, man. Protected by the Cove for just a moment. Taco going aggressive, spamming right into Taco. Now 3 spotted, one of them lit up. You see them all running away. Utility use Shy once again. Spotted and lit up.
Oh.
Trying to get away. Payne is aggressive on this.
King, he's got
just gonna hold it the whole way.
Letting them hear how they feel about that Red Bull clutch. Derek sticks his way through. And Leviathan, there are moments here where you look like, and you ask, are they kicking themselves for some of these mistakes? Because it feels like they're compensating in some cases. This one, they walk into the pit, they plant inside the pit. King is running around with this molly. We're into the next round. Hold up, look at this flank. King is already up mid.
Stellar's ready for it, but King already finds value. Derek and Stellar on the high-low. Derek ahead of it. Stellar ahead of it, excuse me, and he falls.
And they've cracked the round right open. Simply by King. Taco ended up dashing top tube at the beginning of this round. And King used that time to pressure walk through his orb. And there haven't been many pieces of utility covering in that position, even though they haven't even been pressuring mid too often. So maybe Stellar starts to take his alarm bot and put it back towards A.
Right there.
Either way, Leviathan, first round where it feels like they have an advantage on this attack side when they plant the spike. They've been able to quite frequently.
Walls up.
There's money for 100 Thieves, so I imagine they're going to go for this one. Maybe if you catch something early with the drone, you go for it, but either way, it looks like they do want to scale forward. Derek with the dart. Instantly cleared out. No info given over. I mean, not a crumb. First shock dart off of the alarm bot being cleared. Now Derek on the tap. Moving forward, a clean snap. But it's a 1v3, and he can't pull that one off. Tied at 11 again.
Looking at the economy, 100 Thieves in very good position. Leviathan as well, so it's going to be a brawl to close out this game. Somebody needs to win. 2 more in a row.
One enemy remaining.
Leviathan looking for their 3rd to close out this game. It's a timeout for 100 Thieves, and the ults are stacked. We've got a full house.
Just a couple moments left in this timeout as you see both coaches talking over the situation. It does not seem like either team is willing to really take a step back, right? They're so committed to their plans. You can tell they want to fight early. And that's been probably the funnest part of this map ball, is that they're just going at each other. They're just continuing to clash early in the rounds.
Yeah. I think Leviathan has been a little over-eager on that. You could tell some of the approaches when they're slow. Their players are hitting shots. Mazzino is looking very snappy. It's just in some cases he doesn't get in position to hit those shots.
But then there are other rounds like the previous one where King goes aggressive up mid. He finds a ton of value and they find themselves in a 4v2.
Those ones are where they're abusing more of the gaps that can be created with the aggressiveness and not just barreling up one side, but looks like it might be that same idea. Look at this weird setup for Stellar, actually. Alarm bot, 2 mollies on the left side. They're expecting something cheeky here from Leviathan when it comes to this A hit. But also, he's holding space for that lockdown because there's no counter right now for Nosworth. There is an orb for him to pick up to get the Hunter's Fury. I wonder if 100 Thieves have considered that.
My ult is ready.
There's the orb. There's the ult. Like you just mentioned, that was
Derek
early.
Oh, he's gonna catch Nosworth. He's gonna catch him.
Oh, he didn't land it.
And Nosworth had to cancel it though.
Now Stellar's lockdown can go through without any challenge. Another 5v5, another brawl.
Not yet.
In these post-plant situations, Spike ticking away, the spam through as the dart lights up Mazzino. Feeling the pressure every which way it possibly can come, and he's gonna get the sticky once again. Oh, he got more than half though. But the job is not done. Bang! Gonna attempt to do what Asuna cannot, and he does! Another defuse taken away while Nathan at 4 alive!
Oh my goodness, if Taco went down, they might not even be able to scrape together a buy. That is 3 rounds now where 100 Thieves have just stuck the spike. The post plant is getting absolutely demolished by Leviathan right now. 100 Thieves with a game plan to rip apart the retakes in that first half, and now the post plants in this second.
They're just so confident in the face of the chaos.
I suggest you move.
Early reckoning. Very early. They're looking for it again. Cryo's gonna ult to join the fray and join the spam, but there's nobody in position right now. Mazzino's actually avoiding that shock dart with a nice plant.
You should run.
Nothing to counter the lockdown this time around. King 1 point away from his pit. If he gets something cheeky here, he can drop that and potentially secure the round.
This is significant, the time bought here. 100 Thieves starts the retake a lot earlier. Asna's still with the wall, they have a res too. This post plant might end up being successful just because of that extra time bought.
It's gonna be chaos yet again. Another 5v5.
They're pushing, they're pushing.
Everything's spamming through. Stellar's gotten through with it as you see the shock darts, you see the utility, but Mazzino's got behind enemy lines. King's gonna have to hold it on his own. He's gotten one. The time is short. He's gotta hold it. He's gotta hold it. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! A Red Bull clutch, and we're going to overtime.
Switching sides.
By the skin of his teeth. 1v3.
Standing.
And the slow was just misplaced. If that slow was in position, I think both these players get these kills. King is cold, and he does it again. Brings it to OT. We've seen him do that so many times.
What a way to start off the day, huh?
Nice Heine Icebox 0.0. Celebratory one, too. You might not get to see this map too much longer. Served us well in instances like this. OT. First of its kind, and Taco getting aggressive.
Last cannon down low.
They swap sides, remember.
I don't remember him holding this angle before. He did plenty of aggressive things on the defensive side towards A, but never quite like this.
That was always on top of Belt, now below. See how far 100 Thieves protocols go.
You gotta be careful if you're Taco here. No armor.
I had the spike.
Backside up, keeps the op.
Deploying drone.
You see the pings on the minimap. It seems like they do want to end A. The drone to clear the way. Taco spotted. Does he have dash? Yeah, he does. It's procced. In the face of the paranoia, he gets away.
Nice tag there from Nosworth. But the dart does connect. And that counter molly for the nest plant does shift the perspective for 100 Thieves right now. Facing down this post plant. Remember, Leviathan strong on retakes, but it wasn't that great in the first half. Here we go.
I hope you guys like 5v5 post plants, because we're getting another one. Derek down low, taking 2 down with him.
Cryo's position, obscured by his one-way.
Bang's backing on up. He has 2 mollies, too. Once again, that is a part of the play. Taco's up, done. And now Shy having to navigate all that. Timing is kind to him. As Shy goes aggressive with the knife out. He manages to get the fight, and Stellar wins it. 100 Thieves map point.
Switching sides. Match point.
My goodness. This game is ridiculous.
One enemy remains.
Cryo with the reposition underneath. We didn't see on that first half him have any success with those aggressive TPs. There, he had one. And there, they didn't push him off because he was well safe. That's the adjustment they made coming in the overtime. That scares me. Leviathan. They struggled a little bit more on the attack side. But it's a much more spread default this time. But look at 100 Thieves, aggressive down mid.
King's ready for it.
This angle, though.
That's all right. It works out anyway. He's expecting more. But there's a crossfire. Shy. Oh, he's tempted to swing. Spots just the shoulder. Now position given away. And yeah, Cryo's going to be able to get out, but they're leaving Asuna here. The wall.
Allows him to cross back.
Yeah, but now he's not going to have it for later in the round.
Yeah, and we've seen how that's been a critical part on their retakes. Doug, that's a good call. The key part, too, is they have gotten already one of the retake mollies down in the sense of King. I'm wondering now, Mazzino's high tide comes back up. Will we see one of those aggressive pushes from Leviathan in the post plant that we've seen in the pistol? Because of that lack of extra post plant from King. The IGL dead now calling for his team. 20 seconds left. What's the plan to stay alive in this game?
The dart early, Taco dashing back. They use the cove as cover.
Nas, we're staying up. Taco staying up. Everybody staying up.
4v4 is now time becomes a factor. 100 Thieves looking to put Leviathan away in this opening best of 3. Bang gets tagged, Bang gets dropped. Is Taco looking for more? And he may find it. No, Stellar's on the trade. But now Stellar's left in this 1v3. 26 rounds, not enough to decide who walks away with Icebox.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I don't think it's even close to enough. These teams look so neck and neck right now.
Enemy remaining.
That's not what we would have expected at the beginning of today. Leviathan, while they've struggled a little bit so far in this season, some of their games have looked so clean. For example, earlier in the week against MIBR. And against NRG too. 100 Thieves giving us a new look right now.
At just the right time too. Against a formidable foe in Leviathan. Reset OT once again. 100 Thieves on the attack. Oh, there is a glass cannon out for Taco again.
This time he's on that top yellow position. He's thrived from there in the past. King, for some reason, it's classic out. Just getting that extra speed on the jiggle. Not even attempting to take that fight. The drone's coming in at an opportune time right now. King might decide to fight with those mollies. Remember that round he had as the anchor.
There it is. That first molly's popped. Dodges a paranoia. Okay, is he gonna find another multi-kill here? Second molly backing on up.
Great high tide timing.
Luring 100 Thieves into walking into his lap, and it's another attempt at one. Only one though.
30 seconds left.
3v2, numbers advantage for the defense. A spike out of reach for now.
Cascade keeping him back to, if no real way to approach until that falls. Oh. Banger's going for the plant. Nobody's challenging him right now, even though Stellar was on the opposite side.
Are they gonna get aggressive here? This is a high-low that's so difficult to deal with.
And Stellar's too slow to regroup with Bang there. They wanted to go aggressive, you're right. But for the first time now, Leviathan with a match point and advantage in the second overtime.
What a freaking banger of a map, man.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I was just a little behind him. Well done by Leviathan to hold that high-low and swing out together.
Those are the types of things that we are seeing over and over from this team. Fundamentally good setups and approaches to everything, where the spacing and trust is so sublime.
Yo, Mimi was right. You guys are quick. I just saw that on Twitter yesterday.
I know, that was like last night. Where is that coming from?
Who knows, man. Late timeout call. Leviathan on map point. And we'll see what 100 Thieves do to trade back.
Mike has done a formidable job on this map in preparation for Leviathan. So to have his input right now, it's crucial. Whereas a coach with as much of a resume as owner. That experience difference between the two coaches is something to keep an eye out for the rest of the series, and how they've prepped and how they're able to adjust throughout. I would give credit to both sides throughout this game so far.
1000% agree. It may show cracks as the series goes on, but in this first map, you wouldn't think that there's a gap in experience for sure.
I think for me, especially if 100 Thieves lose their grip on this map in particular, it's going to be much, much easier to look at. See how the mentals shift. For right now, though, they have an opportunity to keep this. Icebox going a little longer.
No up on the defense. Cryo once again without one way. And he ripped Leviathan to shreds with earlier. Same angle as well. He's up. Have they solved a way to get around this? Will cause him so many troubles before they do. They succeed.
Remember, 2 early picks. Every time they've gotten these massive advantages early, it's been easy for them to convert. Derek, though, going to try to have it. Something to say about that.
Patient, too, choosing not to spam out the cove. And that's what allowed him to kill onto Taco. Now we're equalized again. A 3v3. Spike in the hands of Messino. Derek sold. Oh, but he's caught with the utility out. And now Stellar in this 1v3. Can Leviathan hold this down? They get the spike planted. The swing out is great. It's gorgeous as Leviathan take map 1.
Again, the coordination there from the 2 Leviathan players there left in the end. Wait till the spike is planted and double swing. And you actually can break down this game to multiple 2v2 situations that go the distance. And how Stellar and Bang slightly miscoordinated on their double swing. Trying to hold in that last round. In this case, Leviathan players just so clean when it comes to those specific little details. What a game. What a start to a series that I think people had little expectations for, but America's constantly swaps what we think about, even in terms of power for these teams.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think this map would be this close at all. I'll be honest with you.
This was a powerhouse for Leviathan, but then again, powerhouse for 100 Thieves, just, we thought there was a bit of a gap between the two teams.
Maybe not map specific, but in general, you're right. I would agree with that. And 100 Thieves showed that, I mean, they can still hang, man. They can still hang with the best. We'll see the closing moments of this map. Once again, Leviathan take down 100 Thieves in overtime, 15-13. Haven on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's Ye. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
And Leviathan do it in overtime. What a game. If you have some friends that you want to watch some esports with, show them this game. Show them, or you could show them, you know, Lock-in Finals. That wouldn't be a bad one either. But this one was certainly an exciting one here in the Americas region as Leviathan as well as 100 Thieves go the distance. But it is Leviathan who walk away with the win. Great adaptations from them. Great way to just pull it out right at the end there. But let's go ahead and talk about this match and break it all down because Mimi, I think out of the gate, we wanted to see 100 Thieves just, you know, give us a little bit more on the attack. They did that. And then on top of which, we wanted to continue to see 100 Thieves dominate on defense. And I think that they also showed that they are a great defensive team. Leviathan just had their number there.
They did. For both Leviathan and 100 Thieves, this is a match about adaptations. Leviathan came in with the game plan of these super strong retakes, but 100 Thieves had some good ideas of their own to be able to adapt.
And here's one of the ones, the takes by Leviathan. You see the deep wall going all the way down in the middle of B there, and they can take the site moving forward, not having to worry about this utility that's being thrown in from 100 Thieves, just continuously moving forward in safety. And how are you not confident when you get these positions?
Yeah, it's a really good setup from them, using both the control utility to high effect and then Reese pinching back down to play together deeper into this post plant and having utility to close this one out. But this was against the anti-eco. And this is where you just kind of see Leviathan game plan playing exactly as you would expect, as they want it to turn out. But 100 Thieves was starting to take things to them. And in particular, we're showing some great usage of the Omen on that defensive side. Their retakes were really nice. They also were really willing to give up this space, fight back in together off of those Omen smokes and paranoias for Cryo. And they also had different varieties where they were anchoring on site, using his utility to hold things down. 100 Thieves, I was really happy about that game for them. But again, it was not enough. Leviathan came up with the ideas in overtime and closed it.
Yeah, that's the difficult part of it, right? You see something from 100 Thieves and you're like, this team, oh, everyone in the crowd's like, oh, I know, this team. But then, right at the end, Riv, they just fell apart. It felt like Leviathan just was like, oh, this is how we win, and then just went ahead and did it.
It came back to the adaptation, like Mimi said. You actually saw Cryo play underneath that balcony one of the rounds of overtime just before, or even in regulation time, and it's actually where Leviathan went to find, I think it was Cryo the next time on Omen or Bang, whoever was still alive in that situation. So they were reading the way round after round 100 Thieves was going to play that A situation. So it almost felt like an eventually as they kept knocking on the door. They didn't go B in overtime. They went back to that A to punish what they knew on 100 Thieves.
Yeah. They had to crack the egg eventually, and they ended up making an omelet and got themselves a win. Look at that. But you know what? There's some players that we don't really get to talk about all that much. You know, even though we have like a week-long or multi-week-long league, we still miss some of these great players. One of those guys is actually Shy, because Shy was fantastic, and there is a lot of respect for this player here, Mimi.
Yeah, this quote is from Asuna at Lock-in, and he was asked, who do you think is the player that impressed you the most from this? And he says, I've been following Shy's career for a while, looking back at Shy's matches and stuff. It feels like Leviathan found a gem in him. They seem to be molding him in the right direction. He seems to be really flexible with the roles that he's playing. He's gone from being the Fade Initiator player to being more of a Sentinel player, and Asuna thought he was really good at Champions when they scrimmed against him, and that he's only proven to be better as time has gone on. And that showed in the matchup because Shy was so incredible playing on the Sentinel role that Austin was just talking about him switching to ahead of Lock-in. He's a big part of these retakes when Leviathan goes for them, using those mollies to take space or stall out when they're actually trying to hold on to these sites. And in the late round on the attack as well, he was super clutch for this team to close out for some of these critical situations.
I think that's one of the biggest points is you see Shy alive towards the end of these rounds. A lot of the time, it's a win condition for them. He is someone who can play the correct angles, watch that flank, keep his utility alive, which is huge, and then be able to keep the mollies in place.
The end of this game wasn't defined by any of the superstars of this team. It wasn't really King, it wasn't really Taco. It was Shy and Mazzino, for the most part, who were winning out those clutches to just barely pull that over the line for Leviathan.
Yeah, it's scary how every player on this team contributes equally here, and it's reflected not only in their standings, but it's also reflected in the scoreboard. It's just incredible, top to bottom. But you know, as we continue to praise Leviathan, they won the game. Congratulations to them. Still, I want to take it back over to 100 Thieves real fast and talk about the defense, but also the aggression. I really liked what we were seeing here, Riv.
We had trap plays, we had shocks to Viper mollies going out towards B, recognizing the state of the game when the they might have wanted to get Harbor ultimate on the other side, and then the setups towards A as well, being able to stop with the double sentinel and make sure those setups just shut Leviathan down from gaining space.
They did, and this is what we were talking about in the pre-show. A team like Leviathan is super prep heavy. If you let them play to their initial idea, they will bowl you over. And 100 Thieves did a really good job at the preparation, realizing that out of a lot of these timeouts, they're going to go for these B hits and having things prepped, like that shock molly that you were talking about. On the attacking side, it was the post-plant aggression, and on the defense, it was being proactive in the early round to shut down that idea, and also in those retakes, fighting through, not allowing Leviathan to be comfortable, which I was really worried about 100 Thieves being able to do against a squad that thus far has looked so much stronger than them throughout the season.
We also had a little bit of Cryo being more aggressive on Omen than he is on the Jets. Okay, Cryo, like running out of those Viper's pits, finding kills. It felt like an invigorated Cryo.
That Omen flash and TP, don't sleep on it, baby. It's good. It's good stuff. Give yourself a few smokes, play around them. It ain't half bad. But look, guys, before we get into map 2, let's take a pit stop, as a matter of fact, and go to an aim lab shoot around, because we got Asuna on deck here. Okay. He's going to shoot some orbs and stuff. But, you know, I think, oh, what's that background?
That was in the compound.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that. So, I'm so basic with aim lab. I literally just.
Oh, look at the hoodies.
Oh man, can you shoot the hoodies? I don't know. Like,
no,
that should also. No.
That's sacrilege.
Wait, why?
Not a bad way.
Why is Nate shot in the aim lab? What's he shooting?
Wait, what? I'm just genuinely lost here, but I do appreciate that he's going ADS.
Look at that orbage.
The community-created stuff in AimLab is crazy. You can
It is pretty wild.
Scenarios out there, but also some really cool ones. Asuna was really stellar for this team in the first map. It wasn't on that proactive duelist role that we were talking about a lot in the pre-show, but it doesn't matter. Even when he's on the stage, this guy's always going to be providing a lot of value for this team. And for both him and Cryo, I think on that map we saw the confidence that we've been waiting to come out for this squad, like you were talking about with some of those Omen players.
Do we get him on the Gecko now? We'll see.
That's a question.
That could be fun. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad about that. You know, and keep in mind, though, that for both of these teams, I don't want to say that the stake, obviously every game, the stakes are always going to be high here because you only have a few,
even more
9 games in the season, right? And especially here in Super Week. But it's interesting. I feel like both of these teams could sacrifice a loss here and still be relatively okay. Not something you want to say, but that being said, you could tell that neither one of these teams, Mimi, they don't want to drop that L. They want to take this up because how big of a win would this be for 100 Thieves to be able to pull this off?
It'd be huge. They're 2-2 right now. Continuing the momentum and trying to actually win out a series here is what we want to see from 100 Thieves. For Leviathan, though, they're second place in the league right now, 3-1. This is about staying on top for them. And you can see that in their gameplay. The structure was there. Owner super proactive with those pauses. Think of that eco round they lost. It almost lost them the game because it was 13-11 at the end. They instantly call the timeout. They instantly save. You can see whenever mistakes are being made, this team hates it, and they are quickly making adaptations.
Yeah, that point, it seems funny. It's like almost to the point where, okay, one of you is getting out, and Owner's now going to sit in that chair. Like, it's that quick that they called the timeout war. So to see those little micromanagements, we saw actually MCE do it to Cloud9 the first time we saw on stage.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, we heard, I actually spoke to a few of the coaches after that, and they said it's nicer to get timeouts in early to know you took them instead of thinking about wanting to take it later, and you didn't.
Yeah. Now, by the way, I want to let everyone know at home that, and for those of you guys in the arena here at the Riot Games Arena, just want to let you know that we had like an audio issue on the stage for one of the players. We're getting it resolved, and then we'll be into the action in a little bit. But I did have a question to pose to the panel here, something I was curious about, because, you know, at the end of Icebox, right, I think we were all pretty big on 100 Thieves. We were like, man, this is actually going really well. The game plan's working. Leviathan are making this difficult. 100 Thieves could pull it off. But then it didn't happen. And then Leviathan walk away with the win. What do you think, Mimi, in your, you know, observing these teams, what do you feel like was the kind of the tipping point there that gave Leviathan the win over 100 Thieves? What was the, I guess, the secret sauce that they busted out in OT?
I think at the end of the game, the last few rounds, it was from both teams, the willingness to at times try things new. That's what we saw from some of the success points of 100 Thieves, leaning into anchoring the sites instead of playing full retake. But what Leviathan did, honestly, I feel like was just fix some of the issues in rounds they were already doing. They kept in OT going for a lot of those A hits that previously they'd been losing. A lot of scrappy rounds that they shouldn't have. There was 2 times where 100 Thieves stuck a spike defuse, where little mistakes were being made, where there was sloppiness that we don't normally expect from Leviathan. And in OT, they really cleaned that up. When they got those post blunts, the util timings were on point. They weren't leaving those gaps for 100 Thieves to get back in. And on top of that, players like Mazzino and Shy were having huge impact in the last few rounds.
Yeah, let's be honest. If there wasn't a king clutch, there wouldn't have been an overtime.
That's true.
So 100 Thieves, you know, they kind of botched an end round there where it was diffused,
3v1?
but multiple defenders on a solo person fighting. So we had a lot of those shoot through smoke ending rounds.
And
I
you
think
said that when we were watching the game. You're like, I don't think this is sustainable to just keep relying on shooting through smokes.
And that's why Leviathan stepped up into the site, I think, over time in that and kept pushing through past Maze, past 410, and was underneath to find Bang, find Stellar when they were hiding in, so they couldn't approach the site.
There's actually an interesting comparison there between the two compositions, because this was an issue I think 100 Thieves struggled with in a lot of the early parts of that first half.
Yeah.
Where with this Omen comp, it felt like they were actually leaving Cryo out to dry a lot, particularly on their A hits, where they would leave him on the site to try and fight, and he'd maybe get one, then die. But everyone else would be playing far back, leaning into the util, which was an issue that we used to see a lot more for this team. But as they got deeper into that, they realized they needed to fight forward, be proactive with Cryo to get that opening kill, because that was the issue again with MIBR. You cannot let Leviathan play their game and retake into you, or you will most likely lose out on that round.
Yeah, you just can't let your boy be on an island by himself. Give him some support, help him out, maybe a paddle or two and some water. But that being said, though, that wraps up map 1. Icebox goes the way of Leviathan. Excuse me, the Heineken 0.0 Icebox.
That's true.
I'm going to enjoy saying that for as long as I can. And then we move on to map 2. It's going to be Haven here. And Riv, you said, you were like, you know, I want to see something creative. I might want to see a little bro, maybe.
Yeah, maybe Austin brings out the little bro, but they have to. Leviathan is so strong on this pick. That's why they're going towards it. They run this map like it's a home ground for them.
They really do. Leviathan, this has consistently been probably their de facto map. You think back to so many of the big Leviathan wins throughout the history of this team, and it's almost always been on Haven. And unlike 100 Thieves, they don't run a gimmick comp like the Gecko. They run pretty much a bog standard, a fade, raise, breach composition, which tons of teams run, but they're really good at it. Again, we've talked a lot about this, but similar to Icebox, they're going to lean into these retakes a lot of the time, and the coordination on those set plays, the attacking side as well, they have a lot of those really good ideas. But also this map is where we've seen some of their strongest moments in the adaptation. Think back to Copenhagen or Champions, where someone's teleporting onto a box and see heaven at the last second. This is still that team that can pull out some of that craziness, and Haven is one of those maps where they can lean into that.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want this to go to 3, especially, 100% if you are a 100 Thieves fan. You want this to go to 3 right now, given the circumstances. But here we go. Agent select now as we see what we're going to get. And already out of the gate, little bros here in LA, people.
Fans are happy about that one.
They popped off.
A lot of tiers per plant. We'll keep an eye on those plants too.
Cheap pop.
Yeah, they do. The game plan around this composition is cool. We also see on the side of Leviathan, looks like they're shifting over to that jet instead of the raise. Not a hugely surprising shift, but to talk about this Gecko for a second.
Do you think it's
on
gimmicky?
The attacking side, it's definitely gimmicky. Gecko is kind of gimmicky, but what they do well with it is a lot of the time they'll lean into these B hits with that Gecko, putting him into plant while they're fighting a link. It just adds kind of an extra pair of hands that allows you to fight forward in your post plant on the attacking side and be more proactive, which I think is going to be really good against Leviathan.
Yeah, but I also don't want them to just rely on that, because I feel like we've seen way too many times it's like, what does Wingman do? Oh, I think he just plants a spike. No, he actually does some other things as well.
But here's the thing, if you're being proactive and you're fighting forward, instead of letting him be the first line, that issue doesn't crop up.
True.
You're actually the wingman to wingman.
That's look at that.
You need to go
to the club.
Another strength of this one is that Molly will still do a ton of damage to those Killjoy lockdowns. If you can combine that with a shock, there's a lot of opportunities to break that one down and stop retakes. So talk about Leviathan for a bit, though. They have pivoted over to Taco on this jet. It's still a bog standard composition besides that one, but I'm looking towards Taco getting this off online on the defense, and how 100 Thieves shuts this down, because you don't have a breach or a sky or a KO. Normally you have those tools to get an opera off the line, but here you only have Gecko's little guy, which can make it harder.
All right, well, this is it. Let's find out if this one can go to map 3. And now it's time to send it to your casters. 2 guys who contacted Human Resources and told them they did not want to be my emergency contact. This is Doug and Ball.
Thank you so much, GB. This is just becoming like a full-on story, and I don't really know what side of the story we're on anymore. Haven in the books, Asuna and Gecko, everyone loves it. But I think Leviathan's comp, Mimi was talking about it a little bit, they have so many more tools to set up their side.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that breach. They've got Takalua on the Jet as well, which is a very exciting prospect on this map in particular. It's been some Jets playground. Taco hasn't really taken over any specific game here so far in LA, and I'm looking for him to do it at some point. But also, this is such a strong point here for Leviathan. This is their map pick, and they've also bought themselves a little bit of a buffer too by winning that first map, which was 100 Thieves' pick. But I am concerned for 100 Thieves because Leviathan, this map, like Mimi was saying, like she was alluding to, is Leviathan's playground. They've been so good. This is one of their maps that they had that strong one last year at Champions.
I look at Cryo's health already, man. 28 HP because of that.
Follow up with the aftershock.
They just want to fight. It feels like it's right where we left off. Mazino's goop, man, he can't see a thing. They get the kill anyway. Nice trade out from Taco.
The flank!
Dude, they are so pacey on this. They're so quick on it.
That is a ridiculously fast round from Leviathan. It was 4 players pushing A, and the last player shy. Approaching out Garage, he gets that quick flank. And secures it eventually. The staying power in that hit too. Love the idea. As soon as there's some utility there from 100 Thieves, you get the trap sprung down short. But on top of that, you have Takalua dashing up long. Nice pistol round conversion. Again, the focus from this team, from Owner, on these little rounds like the pistol, the ecos, the bonuses, make them such a threat at all stages of the game. And you've already seen them have a pretty considerate, close game where they're very happy to play in those situations.
That shot killed a little something.
Oh!
Somebody
Little bro planning.
Still up, yeah.
Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade.
Now what do they do from here? Cryo's gotten a weapon. He just handed it over to Asuna, so he still has a Spectre to work with. They're just waiting, so patient, letting the smoke subside before they swing. And there it is, timing gorgeous from Leviathan once again.
One enemy remaining.
And it's not gonna be flawless, but it's gonna be pretty freaking close.
Surprised they get the retake back on that one. That was a little difficult given Cryo got Messino down, and thankfully King got all his util back up in time. They just farm that, and that again is one of the key factors of Leviathan. They are so well considered when it comes to retakes. I've said it over and over and over and over, but I want to hammer that point.
One enemy remaining.
Because if 100 Thieves can't do what they did on Icebox, which is start to find ways to interrupt those protocols, things can get very hairy. It's interesting because Leviathan actually on this map, especially at lock-in, this is one of the maps where they were considerably scrappy on.
There they are.
And it took heroics of King to actually get back out of this, but we'll see if they need that today.
Other than clearing out some utility, yeah. 100 Thieves had to make a sound up until then. Look at Taco going over the top. And it goes 1 for 1. Derek now starting to funnel out onto the side alongside the rest of 100 Thieves, and this tit for tat continues.
Last player standing.
Finally, a gap in the numbers. And Mazzino's left alone. He's gonna get peppered through the wall. And his frenzy from a distance shouldn't be able to do very much at all.
These teams are so even. Just gonna go for some extra damage on this bonus.
Turret's problem number 1. Now they know Mazzino has the Guardian. Spam timing on the smoke. It's pretty as 100 Thieves get on the board.
Fast hit towards A, and immediately, look at Stellar pinging already on the map. Getting ready for the next approach. One thing that 100 Thieves have done really well with this Haven comp is Asuna has found ways to execute with the wingman. So often we've seen teams run into the pitfall of sending the plant down C long. We might see that here and them not really dealing with anything, but Asuna's got Thrash at this point, so we might see a double hit with that. See how considered it is.
Yeah, monster on the loose. There's Thrash, as you were just mentioning. Cryo taking the space with him, understanding that the site is empty. Farm Thrash and get to go again.
And this is a situation where Wingman will not plant because Derek is close to the ult. Actually, he's going to go for it anyways. He just got tagged by that. Asta might go down. He does.
Stellar expecting the flank. Taco would proc the dash, and it doesn't matter.
That's another ping too, though.
King has a little bit of utility. You see Stellar who's going to be flanking around, but it may be too late.
He's got an edge here. He's
going to be
way
over
far
before
left.
he gets there. Mazzino's going to hold it the whole way.
How does that happen? 100 Thieves just got hit by their own tactic. Just stick the defuse.
You have to think.
A slight misplant there. You want to be flush with that wall so nobody can get around that platform while you're defusing. That one's gonna hurt because all of a sudden, yeah, they're still able to buy through. But you've got a strong Leviathan responding right now. There's no streak available after losing that pistol.
King's fall line early. See a little bit of mind games being played out from Bang. Threatening that he had taken the teleport into Cubby on A-Long. And we'll see what that draws up from utility. Yeah, you see the drone from NCR being used to clear short.
Shy's been a rock, a monster. Peeking with his turret there, but the double flash, or the flash paired with Wingman, forces him off.
Paranoid to help things out a little bit further. Logs cleared, but so is Cryo.
What?
That was filthy from Shy as he gets another. They're still on the
down,
site.
C.
Mazzino's behind them, and they don't know.
Player standing.
Well done by Derek, but once again, Leviathan up in numbers. 100 Thieves left scratching how they gotten into this position, how the heck they get themselves out of it too.
Stellar tried to make a play into back sight there while Derek had to deal with Mizuno there. I'm surprised he didn't back off and fight with Derek instead. So we took a separate 1v1 and now left up to NA's clutch minister.
Planted. My ult is ready.
He hasn't had one in a while. He's teed up for one now. He's only able to get one though.
And Leviathan have canceled any momentum that 100 Thieves might have started to get. But two approaches on C. One met with no resistance, but this one, Shy is there. I like to take through Garage, but consistently since that NRG game, this Shy guy has impressed me. So considered, and his decision-making has been incredible. Was one of the key factors in making Leviathan an actual contender to make it towards global events for LATAM.
Here.
Soon as he was introduced to the roster,
Scanning ahead.
they've made it to every single one.
Nowhere to run.
Early flash this time and two ults not used. The first one to get info, the second to try to get a kill.
Nothing found though, and they've got massive retake ults, so see 100 Thieves considers the lockdown that might be put down by Shy, but also the breach ult. It's in such a good spot. It's really nice to not be able to be broken, but it also gives up space here for them to play in long.
You wonder if off of the Rolling Thunder, they take the space that you were just alluding to.
Oh, good movement here from Taco. Stella's not going to be a factor.
Another 5v5. Mazzino up top. Cryo and Asuna down low. 4 members of 100 Thieves trying to play down long, and Stellar the only exception in
They
short.
just smoked themselves off? I think they just smoked themselves off.
Derek with the first stop. Shot goes wide. As it's all spammed through. Another clash. Another bash and another flawless round. Stellar was there the entire time, alone. Remember, he dodged that opening op shot.
I thought Taco had him for sure. Taco put himself in such a good position, and Stellar's the guy who ends up coming through with it. That is a bit of a blunder there from Leviathan. In my opinion, they should have been very favored, especially after that smoke went up from Bang. I think it's a good idea to threaten the pop out and go for the spam, but it is a risk. That is a risky idea.
Thieves fans rolling deep today. And after letting that first map slip away, they find themselves deadlocked again here. A clean round out from them, but yeah, one that probably, all things considered, should have gone Leviathan's way, but they scrapped their way through it.
And there was a lot of ults invested into that. Yep. Mazzino used his TP as well on top of the lockdown, on top of the breach ult. And they've actually broken the economy, so that little response from Leviathan was short-lived. Looking where Taco wants to use his knives, if there's any idea of an early updraft. Doesn't look like it, but it looked like they might go for that four-person push that they did on pistol. You can really carpet bomb A lobby with the fault line and this paranoia, but 100 Thieves is already considering. Look how far back Derek is actually droning this from. They might not actually find anything.
They saw nothing.
That might be a trap. Oh, more.
And I wonder if it was because of how far back he had to use it. You see King is procced. He's got that fault line ready.
No info from that flash.
And look at how patient Leviathan are. They haven't moved an inch in the face of the drone, in the face of the goop. Dizzy, I forgot his name for a moment.
How could you? Good pivot. They felt something was up. Usually there's a response with that amount of util used out of one side, and knives out. Knives gone.
Clean out from Derek. Uh-oh.
They're pulling back here. They're pulling back here.
There's a lot on the other side. Just a classic.
They might think it's still only one, though. King is the only guy taking contact.
You're right, that's all they've seen.
This flank could come fast, and there's a gun that they did not pick up.
Oh, Shy. Shy's gonna get so much info, and that forces him out! Shy makes the call, Mazzino swings out and gets two.
And look at the foot race from Nosworth, trying to get his way all the way back up. Stellar has to hold this space for the wingman to plant, and it will get put down.
Another scrappy round as Mazzino gets put down as well.
They're in the lockdown right now.
Stellar's just holding it.
Shy picked up the Vandal. He's going for the fast flank. It's not planted for spawn here.
Asuna and Stellar both weak. Stellar with a little bit of utility.
They're going to hear him at this point.
He doesn't have time to be quiet about it. Asuna cleans him up, gets the thrash online as well.
Bold of Asuna to be peeking logs by himself there, but makes it work.
10 seconds left.
Dude, Stellar again.
One enemy remaining.
He found the lurk and understood what was going on, despite not even being involved in that A lobby fight. So he just walked up C. And one of the things, too, is Leviathan, the last time they played Haven was at Lock-In, so yes, there's a little bit of tape, but it was a different comp. Part of the reason why Leviathan might have switched here, given how heavy 100 Thieves was on that first map of Icebox.
Thrash getting a little bit of space, but cleared out almost instantly. They should be able to pick him up again and go again, though.
Back up.
Wingman on the plant. The fault line there, and it should be clear. Taco's going! Oh, Austin is wise to it, though. Well done!
Taco's been spammed in his smoke. It feels like every time he goes for a smoke dash. It looks like a save. They're calling it.
Wow. I think the only real question is how far are 100 Thieves going to want to hunt?
I think that dart actually gives them info. That came from a long way away, and you could hear it traveling for quite some time. So another in the books for 100 Thieves, but still threats by Leviathan. It is very interesting to see Leviathan consistently go for this approach on many maps of being comfortable retaking, given how difficult of an idea that is. The average retake rate for most teams is close to 20%. Leviathan, yes, they have a little better than that, but
Wise words from
thanks,
the crowd.
Thanks for the reminder.
But to go back to the point you were making, yeah, executing retakes consistently in the face of all of the chaos and synergizing of utility is much easier said than done. So for them to continue to lean into it, second timeout used by Leviathan, by the way, and we're still in the first half.
This is the second.
Yep.
Oh boy. Owner. This is round 9 now going into it, and he's not going to get a chance to talk to them at all for the rest of the game, and this is close still. This is still very early. And I do like what the desk was talking about trying to use these timeouts early so you don't regret not using them later on. But this one, you have no clue. I mean, it's a whole new game in the second half.
Right.
That tells you how much the alarm bells are going off for Owner. And the crazy part too is they just saved. They just had 40 seconds to talk to themselves.
It's a long conversation, but he clearly trusts his team and trusts that they'll go the rest of the way without him.
That's a good point.
Light armor on 3 for Leviathan. Blades for Cryo. I can't imagine he'll use it here as Bang's spotted. The spam is there. He took some damage.
It's paired up with Nosver's dart there to try to get a kill. But the key part is he actually didn't use his dash. A lot of people will double satchel up there or go for a dash to try to get there in time. But he opts not to do that, so has a tool for later on in the round.
They've taken some garage control, now throwing the brakes on the round. After bullying Shy off, you've got King close by. His fault line isn't up yet, though. Chooses to use a flash.
They just flash Shy in, but Bang wants to flash himself, so curious.
He still gets one? And they're expecting King. All the timing! No way!
Mid. One enemy remaining.
What in the world is that? That's a Spectre. Is that what they talked about? I mean, what is that?
I guess. Guys, just keep moving when you shoot. That was the plan in the timeout.
Holy moly. You hate to see it, but love to see it at the same time. Look at this.
Right.
You saw the dink and you definitely go for it. You're just like, yeah, whatever. Call him John McClane.
The timeouts have come in bunches early in this map, as now 100 Thieves choose to use their first.
Bring it back, bro.
You think so?
No. No, don't. You're right. These timeouts, I mean, this feels like 3 very quick ones in succession. Leviathan obviously with both used already, but even despite that, 100 Thieves giving them another opportunity to talk here on this first half, and you have to wonder if Owner's hoping that Mike is going to call a timeout in the second half for him. Is that something that you could do as an experienced coach of Owner? You have all the tools, you've been in this situation over and over, you're really comfortable getting your point across in a short period of time, and Mike not even end up realizing what he ends up giving to Leviathan as a boon in the next half. Either way, this one clearly he's had enough time to talk, so what more can Owner even say at this point?
Get out of my way!
I don't know, the man seems verbose. That's a deep dart.
Cryo tried to updraft and take him out early.
Taco got aggressive.
Oh, that is... What? He's pushing through a smoke.
Deploying drone.
Derek at this point has gotten 3 first kills on this map and 3 on the last. As an initiator player, that is not the stat line you're thinking you'll see.
No, not at all. And you'd expect him to be setting up Cryo, for example, or something along those lines, but for him to be the one finding success there is
especially in a ridiculous situation like that. Look at this flank, though. Derek is trying to consider. He is jiggling against Mazzino. That might not get off. No,
Oh,
it's
so
in.
close. And Derek's pulled off. Mazzino's on the flank. Mazzino's timing could be everything. He just spotted Derek. But Derek's still wise to it.
Oh, Mazzino not even still considering to go for this in this 3v5. It might be
another save?
I mean, there's 5 players up. They've lost the push on Taco immediately, and then Shy as well, who's the anchor on that site. Even though he denied the plant, he fell flat. Leviathan is a team, probably the team that saves the most in the Americas League. So this is not a surprise at all. We didn't really get to see it much against MIBR, but
Yeah, I guess they didn't really have to, did they?
this was over and over happening in that game against NRG. Five to 5, score still even. Again, it's been clear since the beginning of Icebox that these two teams are neck and neck, at least in terms of the performance today. Taco has been constantly up A long, and now losing that fight, I think that's the cue to switch him over towards C, but I am concerned that 100 Thieves is going to make the read about that.
Not only is he C long, but he's got an op. No armor, too. I don't know that he's going to get challenged. You've got Stellar, who's controlling the flank with the rest of 100 Thieves, leaning A. They just spotted one here. So you have an idea, it's Gecko who's around. But NCR holding that line. Trying to smoke out from Mazzino. They don't really have any space anywhere else on the map.
And the first engagement is going to be in the execute, it looks like. 50 seconds. Stellar always has the room to pivot here.
Shy's going to be waiting for it. We're going to have a fight on 2 fronts. While the majority of the players on the server clash on A, it's going to be a fight for a flank across the elsewhere on the map. The Cryo with 2 massive kills.
But they're not checking off. What? Yes, they are.
Cryo gets 4. And another save for Leviathan. Cryo was such a part of discussion in these opening weeks to the stage, and you know, how successful has he been or not been? What kind of a Jet is he? Is he the kind of player that can take over games like we've known other Jets to do? Dude, he's performed so well this series. And he's gone hunting. Not able to get the ace.
Mark's gotta save this op.
Yeah.
2 players can still buy, but does he consider the push down C too?
Oh, I
yes,
don't
he
think
does.
It's gonna matter, yeah.
Well done. Very well done. It's necessary for him to keep that on, but this was such a massive round from Cryo. I was about to speak about the situation for the Vietnam. They've been losing these first fights over and over and over. Up to that point, they hadn't won. Other than Shy, who had 3 first kills, that was the only first kills for Leviathan.
Turret out.
Their Sentinel player having success on those defensive first kills, but now we're gonna look. Taco again going down sewers, and 100 Thieves is reading it again. Not approaching and instantly taking down that molly that we saw earlier was the end of the wingman plan.
The alarm bot's still there, though. The drone, and King's going aggressive. Look, he's already facing up on the other side of the smoke. They're just gonna fight. They want to take the fight. Forget about a retake. They're flooding it now.
Stunned in the corner.
He's so dead. He had no chance.
And look at the flank from Taco too. He's gonna be the ender.
1 enemy remaining.
Derek's already gotten dropped. Taco's on the flank, as you mentioned.
What a random comeback round there for Leviathan. It looked like they had no energy, but King with the Guardian in that. It's flawless. And I was just about to mention how they did not really get many ults online at all since that one where they tried to retake fast. But there you got it. 2 kills from King and instantly breach ults. Other than that, though, they might have only had 1 for most of their players in that half.
Just such a different flavor, such a different approach to how they closed out that round. Unreal. 6-6 half. GB, what do you think? We going to map 3?
Look, man, I want it. I want a
it.
map 3. I'll take it.
3.
I'm okay with it. You know, baby, I get paid either way. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that being said, though, speaking of getting paid, all these players are earning their paychecks on that stage today because they're putting on one hell of a show. Riv, let's just jump right into it and talk about, you know, really just the beginning of the game, because I think you can take every round and just break it down.
Absolutely. We break this one down and we see that Lev loves to push where they go. Well, this round starts off and they get the push out mid. You have the 4 coming up A, and Leviathan did this multiple times to section off the map and start getting a better read on 100 Thieves.
You've seen this across multiple maps now. Bala was talking about it, where Leviathan's read on the game is so heavy into these retakes. They love fighting heavy for extremity control in one place, taking that space and intentionally giving up other sites to play that retake. And initially, it looked like that game plan was going to work like it did on Icebox. But as that half went on, we started to see them really struggle to make those retakes happen. And I think a big part of that was these first kills and first deaths. Taco in particular was so slow to get anything going. On 100 Thieves' attacking side, they did a good job of not allowing him much room whatsoever. And without those opening kills, with Leviathan being a team that's so willing to save, they lose that early advantage. They're just going to give it to you.
Yeah, Taco, it just struggle city for him. And a player that whenever you see him in the server, you know he's going to deliver. But this time around, it's been a little rough. And it was funny because we were joking about it. We were like, oh, you know, Cryo and Taco both struggling. And then Cryo nearly gets the ace. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's what Cryo does. So you're really hoping for that moment from Taco, aren't you, Riv?
Absolutely. I mean, Taco's here. We had tacos last night. Lots of tacos coming in. But it is one that needs to step up. He is one of him and Aspas are the only Jet player on Jet only in America. So he knows his role. The team knows the role around it. And the Jet needs to be going, and the Jet needs to be getting some frags, maybe.
As we look towards the second half now, it's 6-6, and I'm looking at Asuna on this Gecko. They had a lot of good ideas on this attacking side, but it's a lot harder to recoup your Dizzy, keep that utility in your hands on this defensive side. We'll have to see if they can match that success.
Yeah, we'll see if Lil Bro can be a factor here, but let's send it back over to Doug and Ball.
Knotted up at halftime, 6-6. Potential of Lotus on the cards, but we'll see if we're able to get that far, if 100 Thieves are able to close it out. The defensive side now up for grabs, and Mimi was talking about it. It's a little bit more difficult to find repeated value out of your utility if you're Gecko in this situation. We'll see if Asuna can pull it off.
It is a weird pick, and we'll see if Leviathan is prepared to handle. They're going fast up towards B. Bang is up, TP'd, and so is Cryo. He's here.
Bang got messed up. Bang is patient. Cryo falling first, but kills going back and forth.
Taco in the back of sight did get the sheriff, but he's spammable back there. Mollyable, anything. They don't have anything.
2 members that are weak, now 3 members that are weak on the attacking side, but they don't seem to care.
Like that little bounce there from the Dizzy of Asuna. Comes back when you expect it not to, but 1v4, this is tough position, and he can't even pick up his buddies.
And again, Leviathan's so weak here. I mean, you take a look at the health bars, you know there's not much to go around.
Yeah, you just don't peek here as Leviathan.
As Shy peeks around from the backside and gets a kill.
At least he has the flank. Possibility. And that's another pistol for Leviathan. I was speaking about how 100 Thieves were buffered by the pistols in that first game a little bit. Here, Leviathan was that case. Because of how many rounds they had to save, but winning 2 is definitely going to keep them in this. On the attack side, too.
Keep up.
They have the tools to set up Taco, to make him, and put him in positions to really pop off.
Yeah, but I think eyes go towards Shy here. He had so much success in that pistol that he's got a Phantom in light armor. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of discussion around how do you set up Taco for success, but you've got the guns, you've got the big stuff in the hands of Shy.
And the isolated fight, by the way, from Hazino is by himself over at C Long. He's only got a ghost, so even if he goes down to aggro, totally fine with that. They're not going to really give up any significant advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Asuna spotted him, but so did Taco.
A couple of warning shots dropped. But that's all.
Cryo activated his dash because of that engagement, and Asuna rotated all the way over. He's down sewers into Shy. He got him.
That's
what?
the Phantom. Now Cryo is a Phantom. He's swinging around and he finds success with it.
Talk about advantage given up. 40 seconds though. They're gonna push through spawn with a molly. Forces him out. Doesn't realize the heaven player in the round is completely slipped out of control.
What a conversion.
That is incredibly uncharacteristic for Leviathan. That's 2 now in this series though. But the way that fell apart and how everybody started making solo plays is not what you expect from this team. And in the last round when they got thrifted in the last map, Owner instantly called the timeout. He does not have that option right now.
It's a very good point. Yeah, reminder that they don't have that at their disposal. They still have enough to get some by them. Azino has a Vandal this time. Taco with the Stinger.
Look at the fast flank though. Shy does have a turret, but can they get back fast enough to even deal with this right now?
And how much info is that turret really gathering too? I mean, I guess perhaps by process of elimination, you understand that there is likely more than one. There's a drone you've heard off of the turret being cleared. NZR the first to fall. Mazino, who has a gun, she's really nowhere to be seen. He's trying to hold down the site. It's just these two that remain. There's the Stinger getting the first, and they cannot get much more.
Clean anti-eco. Stellar was aggressive on that fist bump there. And I think they did a great job cleaning up the players who ended up getting off of site there. After the turret contact, they split and went 2 through window, 2 through grass. Momentum well within the 100 Thieves camp.
Placing sentry.
And actually, 100 Thieves in back-to-back LATAM opponents. Against Crew, they got stomped on that first map and ended up coming back to win the series. Here they're down a map and looking to start that reverse sweep in the best of 3. Nice bounce again from Asuna, recovering.
Cheeky.
Like a boomerang.
Now with the op in the hands of Cryo too. It doesn't look like he's going to get much of an early challenge, but with how well he's played this series, you just kind of got to keep that in the back of your mind.
That could have denied the drone. Almost found the timing for it. It instantly canceled too. Asuna's crouched down in a really cheeky angle, but you see on the mini-map right now, they're heading into Cryo's op. Oh. Traded though, instant.
Nice trade up by Taco.
Taco's low, he's gonna dash still, what?
Of course he is. Doesn't take the route all the way backside. Stellar waiting for it. Off of the flash. Stellar gets him. Dude, Stellar is on one.
Rough first game for Stellar, but this one, 14-7. He had the reads too. The calls have been fantastic. I don't even know how he gets Shy there.
Yeah, I don't either.
And Haven feels different. Remember on Icebox, I was saying they might be buffered by these pistols because Leviathan's winning a lot of those guns, the gun rounds. But here, 100 Thieves have shifted that balance. And they forced Leviathan to go down to a save again. Knives out from Taco though, very dangerous round.
Riv was mentioning on the desk, eyes turned towards him. Can he find success? He is very aggressively going.
Oh! Early lockdown though, so they won't be able to get the plant, or do they stick for it? They're gonna have to fall way out. That's a great lockdown, so no way you can commit to that.
That would have spelled disaster.
They could come back into it. They don't have information about the rest of the map, so I think they're kind of pushed into this decision.
Yeah.
But do they expect the push from Cryo? Look at the alarm bot. that got put down. I don't think you're going to expect people to have flooded out of heaven. So Cryo has the opportunity to close out this round. And he hears it, so he calls his teammates over.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on here. Oh, I thought King was going to jump on
They
it.
get the plant.
Cryo's still able to get one. Vandal's still in the hands of Mizuno.
Cover going out.
Smokes down Cryo's blades. Done playing patient. Wants to go fast off the paranoia. He gets one off Mizuno on the flick on the NCR.
Just disgusting. Heavy criticism on Cryo. But he finally gets his flowers. Here on stage, he finally gets his flowers. What a round by the guy.
Yeah, that flick on NCR was cold.
That's what they brought him in for.
He still has that off, too. He's had it for, what, 3 rounds now?
He's gotten a pick with it every single one. Compare that to Taco's success on the defense. Much different, and Taco's not clearing his corners.
No, we're just forcing
so far an attack. And I like the idea to go for this pinch, but they even got a sharp detain. Under Thieves, everything working. Leviathan, things falling apart, but that's a nice double face.
She's gonna need to do that 4 more times to secure the round.
Oh my goodness, Derek, what a shock.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. 74 HP, a thrash back up online. You've got the wingman swinging out as well. Cryo gets another with the op, continuing the consistency of success.
This defensive half is so strong from 100 Thieves. Everything that they go for in there. I mean, they threw the shark down from B, caught shy. Or whoever it was from Leviathan outside of Garage.
Like, why can't we just hug it out?
Might have been the drone actually from Nalsworth. And now they're up big. Biggest lead for 100 Thieves in this series. And you can see why. It's over and over. Much more comfortable than Leviathan was on that first half, even though it was even at the end of it. There's been no struggles here.
Oh, it's another hobbled, broken by from Leviathan as well. So 12 likely on the cards. But they do have some tools. They have the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury.
Going back to this B hit. They have, yes, been able to get the plant in most cases, but this time there's actually a setup here for 100 Thieves, and oh, it's falling.
But Austin on the response. The second not able to convert.
What?
And can't either. They tried funneling. They tried flooding.
Spike planted.
How are they failing on these hits that are light buys over and over? That's now 2 light buys in a row where all of a sudden there's been a threat. This round almost wrapped up for them. Cryo doesn't have his knives, he doesn't have position, and they're not able to recoup with ults like they did in that last one.
And he's been good, but this is a big ask. I respect it. We hadn't had a shorty kill. We were due for one.
It's crazy because Leviathan winning, getting such good kills early on these ecos, on these light buys, on these stinger rounds. But when it comes to the gun rounds, Cryo's working on them. And the hits that 100 Thieves are doing, the protocols are springing in such a way that there's no advantage gained from Leviathan.
Turret out.
And that timeout is hurting right now. The fact that it's missing, Owner wants to be able to talk after a streak like that. You know he has input. 4 players for 100 Thieves on this A site. We're going to see a big brawl early. King has ult. This could easily go sideways for 100 Thieves.
Someone's there. Saw you, Mosh.
Oh, that's a good mosh.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. If you're Taco, they're going to have to get out.
Oh!
The counter ult to create some space, but Asuna falls. Traded right back. Cryo still with the up.
Oh my goodness.
On the right, he's not going to see him.
But Shy won't either. And he's got actually Derek. Oh!
Patience. Oh gosh, he almost botched it.
He should have gotten 2 there if he was a little bit more patient. So trigger discipline, well, you might have seen it at the beginning, not all the way. What's the call though here? 100 Thieves, they've lost control, lost information on the rest of the map. Leviathan,
Here.
they don't have it either. So again, they're forcing their way in. They're really not working the map. Might cost them. Derek, bang, still here.
Dart up for Derek. Bang with no smoke yet.
Revealing area. Caution here.
Yeah, they know. You just got to be so much more careful when your controller's
Double
on.
shocks here for Derek, and that's going to do tons of damage.
That's the first. The second. Oh, he gets it!
He's
30
gone.
seconds left.
They can't even cross back to the spike, Doug.
Because they have nothing to cover them. They're nothing to conceal their presence. 100 Thieves, map point.
Match point.
You think back to Shy there, down short, had the opportunity to take out Cryo, take out Derek, only took down one. And if Derek was dead, they did not have this idea. He's been a monster.
Yes, he has.
In this series, so consistently finding the impact kills. And this is it. 100 Thieves with a chance to put away the map. Take us to Lotus. Leviathan going fast.
With no real choice to slow down otherwise. Cryo spotting some.
You should run.
And they're going.
Oh, wow.
King has gotten up into cubby.
Lockdown in garage. They're going to try to break it.
Spamming through. And yeah, comes at the cost of Stellar's life, but now a 2v2.
He missed the dash.
Bang waiting, that's a spike too. He can just push the Hunter's Fury.
Canceled. Wait, no, it didn't. Oh!
Bang pushes it, Bang gets the kill. It's just Shy now.
Gives up the spike, though.
He's gotten around him. They're winning! Shy with the Red Bull clutch!
Oh, my genius doesn't stop in the lab.
And again, Asta peaked too early. His teammate was not there yet. How is this happening? It's Bang instead, actually. Who's ahead of the play? Ready to fight, but Shy too clean. This is a guy who's been so consistent this game for the Leviathan. Honestly, been the star and the best performer for it in this series so far. Odin out for Derek.
And the work not done for Leviathan. Yeah, they got that one. But they're gonna need to get a couple more just to get a Stoti.
Look at the setup here. The mollies are actually primed for Taco.
Yeah, but they're cleared. It's just a turret now.
Yeah, both popped actually by Stella a little early. Shock in there from Nosware too. Could have taken one down. And we slow. Way down here, Leviathan exploring the map. I was saying how much of a thorn in their side this was, not giving them the room to pivot. This time, look, Mazzino is still holding C, even within this 1 minute of round that's elapsed so far. They still have room to commit elsewhere. Oh, TP down long C, didn't see anything from Bang there. Which means you see Derek rotating over towards A actually, and they've left Stellar alone. Dart spotted him.
They're starting to rotate quickly. They understand where the hit's coming from. The blades from Taco are good as he looks for another.
Asta's out by himself. Bang's not joining him yet.
He's just so ahead of the play, and it may be okay as he gets one. Bang with 3! Asuna in the 1v2.
Down,
Numbers
B.
again not on their side. Now Asuna's gonna have a turn to clutch one out. 50 HP.
Gun barrel might have been
Spike
spotted.
landed, but you're right. Position betrayed.
These rounds bouncing back and forth, over and over. Leviathan with 2 in a row now. And there it is, there it is. This is the chance for Owner to get his team the information that is critically needed. I think King was starting to get an idea in that last round. Again, that map control so key on Haven. But Mike, not willing to give up this game, gonna take the risk of allowing Owner back in. Remember, Leviathan, Owner used 2 timeouts early in the first half, so they didn't have a chance to talk to their coach this entire time. And that's why you see King silent right now. They're not discussing. Something that's been a problem for 100 Thieves in the past with this roster has been closing out games. It's consistently been a problem, just maybe outside of their LCQ run. But here they have the opportunity to bring us to a map 3 to stay alive in the series. And we'll see if this decision to call this timeout might have haunted them, but it also might be called because of the haunting decisions of the past.
3 of the last 4 for the attacking side as they're slowly starting to crawl their way back into this. It's a light buy for 100 Thieves too.
Look at the spread for Leviathan. Back towards map control. They want to take sewers though. You can see the ping. Out from the side of the team is going to take a lobby. Mazzino held towards C, a very basic default. Taco through the smoke. Remember last time there was a big trap play here with the Mosh and the follow-up from the 100 Thieves players that caught Taco. This time there's no such thing. Early presence pulls 3 over towards A. Even Stellar moving out. Ooh, missed shock. That's supposed to take down the alarm bot, maybe the molly. And it does do that.
Just one.
But there's a follow-up turret there, so they're considering it. And they know still nothing into that B site. Bang just smoked. He just used his second smoke on A. There's a huge opportunity here for Leviathan to walk up dry and challenge Bang.
And all he has now is a flash, but he was ready for it. Taco up top, the dart, the fault line, the everything.
off.
He's got to get away.
There's 3 rifles here for 100 Thieves. So they're waiting for them to get back in position. Stellar with an ult 2. I don't know if you're going to invest that in this round. Given you don't have a full buy.
Yeah, do you risk it? Maybe you get Derek 1 more kill and then Hunter's Fury and then perhaps you invest.
All 5 players are down A though. This smoke is going to fade. Bang's not going to have a second.
Another 5v5. The Mosh Pit pushing Mazzino around.
Wingman defusing.
Wingman attempting to defuse, but instantly gets cleared out. Mazzino ahead of it, but they were able to get it back.
What is that from King? He's jumping.
Massive.
Standing ahead.
That's what I was saying about the smoke fading. He doesn't have a second for this. Now he does. But it's too late. Way too late.
Yeah, there's just no way in at this point.
Is there a Vandal for him to pick up? Okay, I was wondering why he was running away there. Oh, and King fell. Not going to be a big issue. They have Bank to buy him up, but they won't be able to get any pocket Odins or anything like that. We go the distance here in regulation. 100 Thieves want to close out. They want to so bad. You could see that given the timeout that just occurred. And Leviathan have mounted a comeback of their own. Since relying on this more default map control style. Again, those pivots. You just saw the success of it. But it looks like more towards B instead. This has been successful in its own right.
3 ults for 100 Thieves here. Big ones. Cryo with the op too. They push Bang up into Cubby, but the hit's gonna be B. Clear the ult early on. Hunter's Fury from Derek, and that's gonna get info. That's gonna get damage. That's gonna get 2! What an opener from Derek!
And we've got a Thrash as well to clear. I'm looking at Mazzino. He's on the big flank here, and he's gone.
Derek's already gotten 3.
2v5.
Bang on the closer. They can smell it. They know it's there. It's just NZR now. Bang gun hunting. Stellar on the defuse. And Lotus on the cards.
Defenders win.
My goodness, what a series. And this is great play from both sides. Both hitting very hard. Leviathan winning in the first map and mounting a valiant comeback attempt. Faltering in the final moments, but 100 Thieves able to withstand a very, very strong Leviathan. One of the best in the league. They're sitting at the top of the standings right now, other than Loud, with a 3-1 record. They're looking very primed for playoffs, whereas 100 Thieves are fighting for their lives.
Fighting for their lives in the standings. They were fighting for their lives at the end of that map. Remember, it was a ferocious attempt at a comeback that faltered in the waning moments. 100 Thieves able to close things out off of a clutch ult from Derek. What a massive round from him to put things away, to send us to the next map. And yeah, it got a little scary at the end. It didn't feel good, but you've got to be positive hanging after what that map was, after how they closed that out. Once again, we're going the distance. Lotus on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
100 Thieves told Leviathan, anything you can do, we can do just as good. As they take Leviathan's map pick of Haven and force a game number 3. This is what it's all about, people. Welcome back. Oldemo here alongside with Mimi as well as Rivington. And out of the gate, I'm just blown away by just how awesome this game has been. It truly is the gift that keeps on giving, Mimi.
The first half was so close in this map, and I thought it was going to continue like Icebox, where it would be back and forth till the bitter end. But 100 Thieves in the second half, after winning that second round eco, they just snowballed. The defensive side was looking excellent for them. Stellar's calling felt on point, was always in the right position for the team at the right time against these Leviathan side execs.
Yep.
And for Leviathan, it was so uncharacteristically scrappy from them.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, because I think part of that boils down to the fact, Riv, and I think you were going to touch on this, is that Leviathan, they come in with so much prep. So does 100 Thieves as well. Yeah. But to be able to break that down is really a testament to the work that the coaches did with the squad. Yeah,
absolutely. Leviathan always finding a way to get their rounds with aggression or switch up their rounds so they can get into the site and play it differently. Adaptation, always a key here as we see some of the plays. This is from the 100 Thieves side. And they were able to just recoup, like Mimi said, after that eco round, and play off each other so well throughout the entirety of the map.
And that was what was interesting to me about this attacking side from Leviathan. They were going for a lot of these just hard site execs. It didn't feel like we were seeing that normal, mid-round excellence that we oftentimes see from this team. I think back to some of the games we've already seen in Americas, where King is making these great calls on the attacking side to pivot for this squad. And it just wasn't happening here on Haven. Instead, 100 Thieves felt squarely in control of that game. They played some really well-coordinated retakes throughout this one. Everyone was stepping up individually. And it was actually them that I was looking at and thinking, hey, they're the team with some good protocols, some good coordination throughout this one, which are normally the talking points for Leviathan.
Yeah, well, there's a little fun tidbit. You still think that Lil Bro's a gimmick?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's never going to be the main comp, but I think it's a cool kind of one-off comp to play. 100 Thieves likes that stuff.
Totally.
But also, he planted a lot. Cool little guy.
Cool guy.
Review.
It helps.
Go guy.
Yeah, just real quick, it's not something we get into, but one thing we have to figure out at some point is why can't 100 Thieves do the same thing on offense? They have such a solid defense. They're so good at identifying the best protocol, best scenario of how to retake a site from a team, but it's only once they're in a position where they have the opposing team locked into a box. Once, if they're on attack, they're like, well, we don't know where they could be. It's just, how's it get so much harder?
I think it feels like, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like we're getting there. It feels like 100 Thieves is starting to find that confidence. I think part of that as well is because of Cryo. He really has been such a player to step up for this team, maybe.
He absolutely has. It started off strong with the Omen on Icebox, but on this map, he came alive first in the attacking half with some really great rounds, shutting down Takalia, who's normally such a big win condition on these 3-site maps where Leviathan is relying on him to get information and frags in the mid-round, and that momentum just continued into the second half, and the crowd here was huge on this guy.
As they should be, man. He was unreal, and if he keeps on doing this, 100 Thieves are I think they found themselves, at least in this series, that thing that they just need to lean on right now. Cryo's hot. Let that boy frag. Let him get the work with.
It needs to happen now. The crowd's behind him. You hear the fans. He is just reeling it all in, and it is not putting more pressure on him. It feels like that's what he's needed to open up, to vibe, to be the aggressive Cryo and not the passive Cryo.
Yeah, that's right. Well, folks, everyone, us included, by the way, this is awkward, has rated Leviathan as a top 3 team, right? But here's the thing. Coach Owner is well aware of the team's reputation, and here's what he thinks about having to live up to that hype.
Mi expectativa era alta. Normalmente veo las opiniones de foros de internet y otros jugadores y otros equipos y nos ponían muy alto, como dentro de los 3 equipos mejores de América, y eso es una presión. Habla del potencial que el equipo ha mostrado en entrenamientos y en algunos partidos en stage, pero tenía dudas si podíamos realmente estar dentro de los 3 mejores equipos, y todavía falta, pero siento que con esta victoria y la de Energy estamos empezando como a demostrar el equipo que podemos ser.
And the reason why I said oh, that was awkward, is because us as NA fans, right? Us as NA Valorant followers, to come into Americas and be like, well, LATAM and Leviathan, They're dominating the scene right now, and they've just only continued to grow. But even then, they feel like there's still so much work to do. That makes them a scary team.
And you can see owners still seeing the work left to do, I think, in the timeouts that he used in this game. The casters were talking a lot about this, but both of those invested in the first half, fixing mistakes he was seeing. It feels like it's been happening a lot today, where owner has wanted to call that timeout, get involved in the conversation, fix an issue that's been cropping up for this team. But then that meant in the second half that they were left alone without his voice in the conversation. And it really felt like they were kind of chattering.
I didn't even factor that in because, they used both
Yeah.
timeouts early on. So those boys were kind of just left by themselves here. Well, let's go ahead and move on, though, to map 3 as we take a look. It is going to be Lotus. But, I mean, they're definitely, Mimi, going to have to be cognizant of that, especially going into this decider. You got to have that opportunity to be able to communicate with the squad, keep them calm.
They will, but the team that I'm looking for in Lotus, with the pressure on them, is 100 Thieves. This team right now is sitting at 0-3 on the map. They've been trying to make this fade raise work. Last time we saw them, they pivoted over to this Jet solo controller double initiator composition, which I also think was kind of a read that's off on the map. Everyone's playing double controller here these days. It gives you so many more options in the mid round instead of being super reliant on that one duelist and the tons of initiator utility you're investing into them.
The initiator utility is what I look at, because I look at this and they're the only other team, 100 Thieves with Cloud9, to run Breach here. So they're favoring, again, a lot of retake, a lot of being able to control the site, but is it enough? You can do that with double controller, maybe.
You can, and we've seen teams like Leviathan, players like Nosworth thrive as that solo initiator, as we'll see here. But Asuna locks in the sky instead, which makes me think they're going to pivot to Harbor Viper here. Will Bang lock in that Harbor? Is that the answer they're going for? No. Instead, it's the Viper Omen. And, excuse me, it's Lotus. So it is going to be the Viper Omen. That's generally a double controller, not the Harbor here, but still a through line with the meta we've seen at large.
Yeah, exactly. And it just also continues to show Asuna's range as well. I mean, this guy could just play any agent, anytime. You need him to do something, he could probably do it. Unreleased agent, kid probably played it already. He's unreal. Unreal stuff. Well, this is it, folks. I mean, we got everything all locked in. Now that we're here at the finish line, do you guys feel like this is a 100 Thieves win?
Oh, you're pointing at me. I thought you were pausing, Mimi. I'm going to go ahead and say it is a Leviathan win.
This should be a finish for Leviathan.
Okay, we're finishing it up here. Let's see how this works out. Does the crowd think that? Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Doug and Bala. Do I smell an upset?
That's a question on everyone's minds, GB. One map to decide it all, and it's game time here on Lotus. Leviathan got pushed around on Haven. 3 sites again on Lotus. Do you think there are any correlations there on how game plans are approached?
No, not at all. I think this is a very different map, and both the C and A main areas are much more contentious than what we saw put forward in terms of Haven, given that it's just basically A lobby that is a stand-in for what we see on Lotus. Plus, the comps are so far different. I mean, Viper, Omen on this map is so strong. Mimi was right. It's a through line, and it's good to see 100 Thieves pick it up. They've been so far behind the meta on Lotus that a shift in this regard is very nice to see.
Early flash and teleport to get Mazzino past half wall. Meanwhile, there's a fight also happening by Mound.
Love King fighting with the turret of Shy there underneath Mound, and Stellar's definitely chunked down. Asuna's nowhere near being able to fight for him. Shy is actually going to be challenged, and he jumps on the box that is so dangerous.
Every single site offered a fight to open this map. Early aggression A, early C, and then the fight B to close things out.
A lot of times when you see so much on the rest of the map, you don't expect that door to be actual pressure through from Mazzino, but it is. But it's actually allowing them a lot of space in B right now. Asuna's flash is back up. He might flash in just an instant once this wall goes down by Stellar. Here it comes. Info gain, but sight lost.
Mazzino made so much noise, but look at 100 Thieves. They haven't really moved. Yeah, Asuna tagged up from the beginning skirmish, but a deep flash confirms their suspicions. Now the Trailblazers are getting some info, and they're going to want to scale up. Taco's paranoid. Gets paranoid, has to back up.
That's a good trade there for Taco. He's very happy about that.
Oh, that's a clean one out from Taco. He spotted another head walk by as well. Eric on the trade. 2v2.
They clear the site.
Not halfway there, and they have a turret to cover. This is going to be tough for NZR. He cannot pull it off.
It's Derek again, too, which, by the way, he is playing Killjoy in this map. such a far off role. We've seen other NA teams struggle with finding who should play the KJ in these double controller setups that are required in this meta. And Leviathan, they had the advantage there. They're actually going to force base off of that. Almost every single kill garnered. And it's Stinger full armor.
Wow.
Full investment.
And we haven't seen this all series.
I've seen a couple light buys out from them in that regard, but most of the time one person's not going for it or something like that where they can all buy next. They're going to use this wall and force their way into C. Let's see how. Asna, Derek.
Deep flash and the spam through. Bangs rewarded with a kill.
Up till that last one on Haven, 100 Thieves was flawless on the anti-ecos. And we've seen, there's been a lot of them.
Still using some utility to hold the line. Leviathan getting one back.
Out of healing.
All of the rotations have been drawn from the defensive side with the exception of Cryo, who's holding the flank. He's so far ahead of everything here that if Leviathan rotate all the way through, he can end the round by himself. A turret holding some of that, but it seems like Leviathan want to end back C, back where they started. And off of the smoke going down, that's going to be the cue. Bang's going to put up another one, but they've already gotten past it. Stellar spam through the wall once again. So clean. Picking up right where he left off.
Very clean there from the initial pick. And Leviathan is falling into a pattern here on almost all the maps where, especially on their force buy rounds, their light buy rounds, their eco rounds, they have one idea and they send it until completion. Essentially keeping up the pressure on whoever is holding against it the entire time. And that might end up working in situations where they do get picks where their opponents need to start to pivot. But there again, it's 100 Thieves with the advantage. And over they continue to just send it through. Watch. With this space that they have, yeah, they've given up space on A, but I bet you they continue to force through this.
Yeah, it seems like 100 Thieves are thinking the exact same thing that you are. Yep, they just continue to push, and they continue to push right into their crosshairs, but they've made something out of this with Sheriffs. Now they have the pit online. They're gonna have full control of A too, and they've upgraded weapons. Remember, this was off of Leviathan's broken buy. They had forced in the previous round, so they shouldn't have had anything to fight back with.
Now, this is what I was talking about keeping up the pressure, right? The flash gone, all of a sudden, there's less room to work with for 100 Thieves. They have to rely on their shots. And the pit, too. How they turn this? Whoa! Great awareness from Asna. Continues to get smoke kills constantly, and now the pressure on both sides.
Dude just has a sixth sense. Derek clearing everything out. Oh, I thought he was going to get that, too.
Love that from Shy. Ducked right under him and out. He has to walk through this decay all the while.
He hears the turret, the tap first, drawing out any sort of a swing.
Has to do this on 1 HP.
There's that sixth sense once again, spamming through, trying to get another, but time is short! What on earth? But he didn't have enough time!
And Leviathan does not care at all about losing those weapons. Remember, they didn't actually invest in that one. Just a couple of Sheriffs, given the force that they had in the second round. So, talk about keeping up the pressure. This is what I was talking about. Look, ammunition gone. They were all spamming as they were trying to run out. And they find the gaps in the reloads. Very nicely done from Leviathan. Curious now. I think they had 3 win on that force buy. 3 survive from 100 Thieves, so I'm surprised to see them not have a buy or purchase here in this case.
Blinded.
Blades used to open the round by Cryo. And you can see the setup, right? They have a deep flash. They also had a paranoia setup for Bang if there was more aggression towards Mound for Cryo to take space and take the fight. And it looks like they're glad to take that space anyway, off of the Trailblazer. So Cryo's going to get up into a very aggressive spot here with the Blades.
King fell back.
Oh, but the paranoia catches him. He has to take a step back, but he continues to push forward right into Shy.
And Bang's paranoia might have just costed them there. Fortunately for the 100 Thieves. Another flash for info for Austin, and he'll garner it. But this Viper Wall and Orb, he has no idea whether they're actually continuing to walk up with the 45 seconds they have left. So he has to play patient, has to play passive.
I have the spike. Toxins going up.
No way to gather info either.
Oh, the stun's gonna be huge for Taco.
Austin was so dead, man. He was so dead. Well done by Leviathan.
Chance for Derek there with the spray transfer off the dink to maybe find himself another kill.
Spike planted.
Spike given over to Taco, by the way, for an extra knife orb. Yeah, not much gonna be able to get caught here from Stellar. Maybe an arm, but not a life.
He's just a little bit ahead of the flank too. Checking to see if King was going to be rotating around or anyone really. And King is close by. And for Stellar here, he just wants to die to the spike.
Couple threads to pull on here for both sides. This mound fight that we saw, of course, just Cryo with knives here, the biggest threat, but there's definitely traps there for 100 Thieves. You called it out, that Bang Omen paranoia through Waterfall is a threat. And then this A main fight too. 100 Thieves have given up on the tools by going away from that breach to really fight hard in this choke. But they still have the opportunity to take space when it's not taken by Lev. Big ults here online for Leviathan mainly.
And a big fight set up here too. Bang once again off of the flash, takes aggressive space, drops the paranoia. They've used the Seekers, but King gets 3!
Poison's off.
And just being able to dodge the flash and jump over the root super fast. Gets past Bang. And then the flash as well, keeping the players who are supposed to hold King away. That's just nasty from the IGL, and again, finding the gap. He's so good at that. Surprising wall as well used here from Leviathan. It's not actually covering the A side. It's used instantly at the beginning of the round. Covers both the breakable door and the stairs too. Gives them an avenue towards A, but that's not one that they're gonna rely on as a default. Remember, it's normally that C wall paired with the orb.
Attacking side looks like it wants to go hunting. Cryo has that op.
Blinded.
Derek has a rifle. There's still some time to this too. 100 Thieves also doesn't have very much money. So preserving these weapons is of the essence. Cryo on the first miss. Derek's falls. Cryo's does too. Leviathan don't just get the round. They don't just get the lead. They take the weapons out of 100 Thieves as well.
And it's the timeout for 100 Thieves. A shift in the momentum and the understanding of this. This is a little bit of what I was scared of, and I think why the desk all settled on favoring Leviathan to close out here is because 100 Thieves has been struggling on this map. They haven't really found an identity. This is their third comp so far that we've seen in LA only. Stellar has played 3 different roles on this map. Cryo has played both Raze and Jet on this map. They've had 3 entirely different approaches, sometimes double controller, but even Bang, for example, not playing the Astra. Going back to the Omen, I think it's definitely now meta for 100 Thieves. But how comfortable are you with this? And obviously you've given up on some of the earlier ideas which you wanted to have confidence in if you're that team, and might lessen your confidence about how you feel on this comp specifically.
Yeah.
Remember, 100 Thieves trying to fight for playoffs, trying to actually equalize with Cloud9, surprisingly, when tracking the North American teams.
Turret out.
They've started on the back foot, but it's not a horrible situation so far, especially given their win over the other LATAM team in crew earlier this week. So out of the timeout, let's see. They're still going for a feint towards this A control, but instead of actually TPing forward, Bang goes for a fake TP. Gets that one way up, but Leviathan immediately recognized the situation.
I wondered how much utility would be drawn out from that. There was a little. But so far, it's just mind games upon mind games. Mazino once again tapping the door, a deep smoke. The benefit of knowing Bang is playing tucked by, so it is not an actual A hit.
You saw there the adjustment actually from Derek to put the turret in front of the Viper wall instead of back up on top of that box. So that can spot King doing things like that, but King has been so good at actually breaking the KJ util on these slow rounds from Leviathan. They've had A main control this entirety, but Bang has snuck himself into a little bit of a cheeky position. They're gonna abandon this though. Look at 100 Thieves. I think off of the information of the flash from Asuna, they've rotated everybody towards A after Derek confirms there's nothing in front of that wall after the turret fell down. So Leviathan finding the right gap and hitting this B site.
Pushing up with the Trailblazer to get Taco into an aggressive spot as well. Handle's still not broken. Does he have a paranoia? Is there something to funnel out? He does have that. But it's just sheriffs. There's the paranoia. He still gets the kill. I mean, they were expecting that from that exact spot.
One enemy remaining.
But it's just near sight, not a full flash. Stellar's still with 2. That's pretty massive. But now, return of a massive lead here for Leviathan. It's a different story than Haven. Feels more familiar than Icebox, actually identical timeline. And alarm bell's got to be ringing here. This is out of the timeout for 100 Thieves 2 now twice.
Turret out.
They've lost since that time. And I think both approaches are working from Lev. Here, now Cryo's going to get his op online. He struggled on this map, but there's definitely avenues for him to get active.
Get out of my way.
Does he commit to this? He does.
Still in sight.
He's fully committed to the ult. The Seekers are going to give his position away, so he's going to have to go fast on this or else risk him getting pinched.
Allowed them to clear the site, looking where this ult is going to go for Bang. It's actually in spawn, so threatens Mound, but actually the lockdown pushes them all the way back anyways. I love the use of the lockdown of Leviathan, though. Able to secure the space and hold it over Wasna.
Yeah, still holding that angle. Sees a blade whiz by his face.
They concussed.
Gets a little bit of info. There's still a lot of time to flip the map here. Just a minute, just under a minute
that's
left
what
in the
Shy's
round.
faking right now. Opens the door and it pulls them, actually. 2 players from 100 Thieves actually leave. Austin's gonna have to flash into B, and now they recognize that there's nobody in B. And 45 seconds, they can still end up pivoting. Look at what they've done, though. They've left Taco with knives on the C side.
Shy's gone through. Third tap of the door now.
I mean, 100 Thieves are asking, what the heck are they
30
doing?
seconds left.
You mentioned Asuna having used his flash to confirm, and they've left Cryo in that spot with the op.
This plant might give up King the ults, and this retake is going to be really difficult unless they spring fast on it. King's Viper's pit. He's rushing to get in position to do it right now.
Stellar has a pit as well, too. I wonder if they invested. He's just so far away.
One key thing, you can always threaten to fall off and drop the pit to play post plant, but Leviathan opting to stay inside.
Cryo perched up on high ground, looking for something with the op. Does not look like they're willing to commit that second pit. They don't want to fight through the chaos. They're just going to funnel their way in. And they're going to get numbers. Stellar gets 2. The pit's down. 100 Thieves have taken this site back.
That's not how the shorty's supposed to work in the pit. It's supposed to be the owner of the pit who can get those one taps. That is nasty out of Stellar. And I think you kept mentioning the idea of him dropping his pit. Leviathan want to stay inside their own, though, because of that threat. Because if they go fall off a site, drop their own pit, all of a sudden, Stellar has full smoke coverage. They're spraying out. Great round from Stellar. surprising that they're able to keep up with what was happening, given the door was flipping and the ideas were flipping. Spinning round and round.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Cryo's up, not getting any early pressure, no ults close by for Leviathan in this round. While Stellar still has his pit from before. Seen so many pump fakes out from the attacking side so far. And that's just leaving 100 Thieves guessing. First, it was a deep flash from Asuna mid. He just used his Trailblazer to control that area of the map as well and get some info as to what's going on.
Leviathan rotating back over towards A. Success so far in this game on this map, but they've got to keep this lead growing. I will say, their defense has looked very strong in the past, but they look mortal today, and here comes the hit.
This was so cheeky, and King gets a kill off of that. It was a tap on the door, and then he paranoias, swings around, King finds another. I mean, he's just cracked the site open all the way by himself. They may just call it. Well, Derek's kind of stuck here. He has no real option but to fight.
I might actually bait Cryo into trying to help him.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And yeah, he's actually stuck here. Saving this op is going to be really difficult. They're all chasing him. Oh,
it's going to be impossible.
Taco. 5-3 now. Leviathan back in the driver's seat after that one-round win. They reset the loss bonus for 100 Thieves, and might have to see a couple of ecos in the next if Leviathan continue to roll. But it hasn't been super clean on anti-eco for Leviathan, and Asuna's going for a hero rifle, so definitely an opportunity. Remember that push down C long, that could have been completely different with Cryo's knives that one time, and it looks like they want to do something similar except towards B. Shy's been poked before and fallen before.
Cryo's far up. There goes the rifle that you were referring to. Asuna's already dead. Bang on the trade, though. Should be able to pick up the weapon.
Hey, Smokes picked it right back up and did challenge Shy. They did get him out. Now this flank becomes a problem for Leviathan, but nobody from 100 Thieves even looking to go for it.
Careful here. Careful here.
2 rifles from 100 Thieves.
You can see they're considering the flank there. Ozzer pinging the backside. It's King who's going to consider it himself. Derek's falling off. That turret might fall at the worst possible time. It's still up, and the hit is loud anyways. Bang with the gun.
He's close by.
Spike down, C.
Getting one on NZR. Now the 2 rifles that I was referring to now starting to rotate back towards the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, that's time bought.
Clean out from Derek with the frenzy, but Mizuno's trade is there.
They hear him both. Great crossfire from King now too.
Stellar and Cryo with so much to do. They try to funnel out, and there's the swing. There's the timing from King, and there's another round for Leviathan.
Scary moment. Mizuno pulls out the smoke to try to smoke out spawn.
If only I could always.
Thankfully, King still with the movement. I mean, I don't get how this guy is getting... He's taking Cloud9's ability to run spray. One more time. Six to 3, this lead continues to balloon. 3 is the largest it's been so far, and King constantly actually relying on that wall. Cryo aggressive.
Again. And this time getting a kill for it. He has the dash proc. He could try to dip around for more. He did make an attempt, but has to give his face up. Meanwhile, at the opening of the round, Stellar uses his pit with the judge in hand to control B main.
Drop the spike.
Cryo's getting healed up at this time. Oh, that smoke is really cool. Allows him to walk across the regular turret that Derek is going back towards, given the wall that King is using on the other side, but there's a duel happening.
Mazzino went in. Mazzino's right under them. And he still gets a kill. I thought he was a lunatic for going forward.
Back towards this, King swinging through. If he dies to Bang, all of a sudden they don't have room in. Bang hears it now, the pressure's on.
Doors tapped. King has been so patient here. I mean, they were staring at each other for the entire time. He and Bang. Finally, when Leviathan tried to strike, it's traded right back. Shy in 1v3, turned into a 1v2. Wrapping around the corner, see if he can get a kill on Asuna. The nano's there, but the bullets from Asuna are just better.
Very nicely done there. Cryo arrives at the right time, too, for Asuna to swing out, even though the nano was coming in. And they just won't let it get more than 3. But again, a reset opportunity. So with Cryo and Asuna staying alive there, they've got a decent amount of bank. Asuna's going to be able to drop a weapon in this one and potentially give them more leeway than they've had in the past. Mazzino has been tempted to go for very aggressive Omen ults. Not sure if there's so many when it comes to the safe side, and they're going fast opening this revolving door in the tree.
He's gonna ult back there too.
Oh my goodness. They spotted him though. They know the setup on this site.
With that knowledge, the question is, do they continue to go? Deep flashes, deep paranoias, deep dashes as they try to continue to control the site. Holding some of the flank as 100 Thieves start to funnel out. And you've got to be careful here because Shy is controlling his pinch point. The smoke is going to be a problem, and the spam is there. 3v3, Stellar on the swing, Stellar dead.
Standing.
And now it's Bang with 33 HP, switches weapons. 2 close by, none found.
Back to 3, and it's the final round now.
Round before the switch.
And look at the economy, it's in tatters.
You can hear the crowd trying to will the defensive side to a 5th, but you're right, the economy not looking great.
And this map is attack-sided, but given what I know about Leviathan and their defensive sides, 100 Thieves has done a great job against the retakes in this series so far, but how much is enough for Leviathan? 8-4 is definitely close to the average on this map.
Cryo with blades, Mazzino spotted, the dash procced, and he gets away. You gotta be careful here. There's a lot of pinch coming from either side, yeah. A 1-for-1, now Seeker's used. The fight for C continues.
And I like the lockdown too, preventing the pivot into B that Taco might have been able to do. He died anyways, but the pressure's just on. And I think 100 Thieves starting to recognize this. They actually bring Derek back in the fight. With Asuna there.
Stellar's getting really far ahead here on A.
Yeah, back on the Eastern front.
Asuna's tucked. That's 3 on the round for him.
Blinded.
The deep flash confirming another, and it's just funneling all into where Stellar's been playing.
Last player standing.
NZR falls. Stellar cleans it up, and it's a 5th for 100 Thieves.
Shaky aim activated in that last round. That is massive from 100 Thieves to keep things relatively even here as we go into the second half.
They've kept it close. Just when it felt like there was opportunity for it to get away, when it felt like 3 rounds could easily turn into 4, 7-5 is all they get. It's halftime, and Dryad is standing by with one of 100 Thieves' biggest fans. It's Bang's father, Carlos.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, like you guys heard, I'm here with Carlos, Bang's dad, and he's super excited to be here. I want to ask you, how are you feeling about the arena? Because it has to feel like home with all the 100 Thieves fans over here.
I love the support. I want to give a shout out to the public. Thank you guys for your support. Yes, we're very excited, and with the entire team and Bang and all the gang behind the 100 Thieves. They're doing an incredible job. The managers, the coaches, everybody is so supportive, and there's nothing that we love more, my wife and I, than support this team. And we're really happy to be here. And as you can see, I lost my voice because I've been...
It's exciting. It's so exciting. And we love to have you here as well. I want to ask you for Bang. He's one of the youngest players that we have in Americas League. How has that whole process been for you as a parent? He graduated high school just last year. So how was everything for the school and also making sure that he's getting to play to this level?
I take my hat off to him because he managed to do both, to practice and to get his degree. And he's a very dedicated player. He's a very dedicated player, and he loves this game. And there's nothing more than I love than to support him and his team. We'll go to the end of the world to support him. My wife and I actually moved to Los Angeles, you know, to support him. So we love you guys. We love LA. We love 100 Thieves. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, and we're so happy once again to have you here. Everybody here cheering for 100 Thieves, so we gotta see if they get the win as we go back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Triad. Yeah, we'll see if the family buff, if the crowd buff is going to be enough to get them past this deficit. It's a close one. And yes, Lotus should be attacking sided, which is where 100 Thieves are headed, but Leviathan have looked very strong in this map.
This is where they got that dominant win over NRG. That kind of has spiraled things for NRG. And see if they can bring out that same level, because Shy was a monster and that King was a monster. Taco got activated in that early on in that defensive half. He's been good, but not great so far for Leviathan in this series. And he's dueling out C-Long right now.
Taco very far up.
Oh, that's stunned him.
Utility. But still no kill netted yet. As it just spams through smokes. Taco getting the first.
And he's away. Oh, is he? Not quite. They're spamming still on the cross. They heal him before he actually makes that commitment. Zapping the door there for Derek. If they actually intend to go B, might actually give up the plot. 2 players there already. But no, they're actually rotating back towards this orb that Stellar put at the beginning of the round.
Poison's off. Toxins going up.
So he's scary to drop that, having no info on what's been happening in A main. Guns at the ready.
Toxin screen down.
But no presence yet. Now tapping the door of their own. Stellar's just so far ahead of this already. It looks like they're going to want to NB. Derek's going to be pinching in on the flank, and as soon as that door goes down, they can commit. They're just waiting for him to get into the right position. Now they funnel through.
Try to get out. Yes, he does.
30 seconds left.
Clear the turret. See if they can get a kill, but he's up close. Oh. Dude, Stellar's so recklessly aggressive right now, and it's working.
And look at the follow-up flank. The alarm bot's down, so Asta takes the opportunity to go for it. But King's considering, and Taco's joining too.
But Bang's close by, just when you feel like you have one of them isolated. Lulled into a false sense of security. Thinking it's a dead man walking. It actually looks like it's Leviathan who will fall here, but there are very weak members on the side of 100 Thieves. Time is of the essence, so NZR is going to have to go fast. He won't be able to die to the spike. Take another with him.
That changes the outlook that you were thinking after Taco wins that first duel against Cryo. Because Leviathan winning the pistol would have been a massive boon for them to withstand this attack side from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've gone even on every single pistol round outcome, 3 out of 3 for both sides. So Leviathan now. Full save, barely anything invested, just an orb. For King, what's the idea on it? So it's posted up towards that C side.
They've sent 4 up into A main, but the Flash got some early info.
It's not counting numbers, though. It's not a KO knife.
He's gonna spot one. There's the swing. The paranoia is good. Paranoia is very good. And now the two that remain just trying to jump and stay alive. Got a couple of kills.
Healing over here.
Just a little bit of damage done.
That was a nice little eco idea for Leviathan. Just basically relying on Taco to get contact, dashing away, and then they flash and fight around the corner while Mazzino doesn't need to move at all. But it only nets them 2. Not enough to convert this round unless King can pull off some ridiculous ideas. And he spotted found.
The train of thought derailed there. All he had was a classic. So we're tied at 7. We'll see what the bonus looks like for 100 Thieves. They did lose, what, 3 members there?
2 overall in that initial trade. It's not quite a bonus canceled, but it does hurt their winning chances, although we've seen teams like Cloud9 willing to invest into it, and Stellar buys down to 500. So it's just one full buy, essentially, so they're still having a bonus, and it's strong.
Asuna with nothing but a frenzy, 1 point away from Seekers. Top fragging for his team for now.
You think that 4K round in the prior half might have activated him like we saw earlier in the week for him against Crew. He was the big savior. But that was on Raze and not on Sky. Let's see if he can carry it through. They actually get all the way up broken doors. Shy's gonna be watching.
That's the Seekers online and used instantly. Cryo falls.
Spamming off of Taco's contact there. A really nice idea.
No charges there.
And we've gotten ourselves into a patented Leviathan retake situation. Advantage towards them, 5v4.
100 Thieves not taking some of that aggressive space that we've seen. It seemed like they considered it. They wanted to go after it, but they choose not to. Just leaving Stellar on the site. Playing in the crevice of the site. Dancing around the smoke. Timing not great. King gets a kill, and now what? NZR with another. They're gonna have to span their way through this if they want to try to preserve this, and it's just so difficult to do. So difficult to do.
Shy goes huge there. He's not afraid to fight. Early on in these rounds on Haven, he was a monster on defensive first kills. Here again, taking down Cryo. Hasn't been able to get anything significant. It's actually 4 and 5 in first engagements. That's Cryo. We'll see if you can get an up. No, not with the damage that they took to their economy on that first anti-eco.
Swarm grenade.
And remember, that light investment from Stellar forces him down to a Spectre here. So not only did he bolster the last round, but he weakens this round. That's the opportunity cost.
There were a couple of pings on the minimap deep into B before the round started from 100 Thieves. It's one way and the deep flash. I believe Mazzino got away. It's another orb farmed into Asuna, who just used the Seekers in the previous round. Clearly a part of their plan.
Across here, Taco and Mazzino. Dash in, there's a TP up as well from Bang.
Mazzino
Possible.
Dealing with that early, the paranoia as he tries to swing around another. Spots too many. Indecisive.
And Shy and Taco now back off after they get the advantage. This is how their retakes are so good. Taking what they can and then falling off. Stellar's gonna go aggressive again. We've seen this multiple times now. He's gotten success in the pistol, but the next 2 times he tried it costed the round. Had to make a play though, so I respect it. I think it's a good idea. Now Asuna 1v3. It's a start.
No damage taken. Has a flash. Dancing around beneath him. Hears him. Position given away. Dealt some damage though. Insignificant, really.
Yeah. Ooh, big desk slam actually. Definitely a chance there, but I think his options limited with that punt that it was. You saw he wanted to back off towards Waterfall.
Yeah.
But then he realized he has to play up close because it's in that corner. You can tell. Timeout called. Calm things down a little bit. Good choice from Mike. It was him who ended up calling that timeout to close out that last game, which has been a significant problem for 100 Thieves over the lifespan of rosters like this one. Call it before it gets out of hand.
And with the opportunity that they have before them, it's crazy to think about. But right now, if 100 Thieves are able to take this series, they're going to be tied with Leviathan in the standings. Given how drastically different of a start they've had to the season, to find themselves at 3-2 apiece, it's just wild. But again, 100 Thieves calling a timeout here, realizing they've got a shot at this thing. It's close, it's within reach.
This game could decide the future of 100 Thieves' playoff chances, so it's almost a must-win situation. Not quite, but almost there, because their schedule is really tough. Next games for 100 Thieves, NRG, and then the Brazilian gauntlet, Loud, MIBR, and Furia still remain for them to play. That's tough for anybody.
Placing alarm bot.
But especially a team whose expectation was higher so far in this season.
A main aggression again from Leviathan. This time a slightly different flavor though. Bank spots one, cleans him up. But the trade is there, back and forth. Stellar with another.
Just stingers. But here the opportunity for Leviathan is they have room to pivot and play with Shy inside this breakable door. So it's tough for them to actually walk through. Seeker's gonna allow this. And if they can get on the site, they can get a pit, and this could be a round converted on a light pie.
Welcome to my
There's the pit that you were just mentioning, gonna creep out just enough to give them time to plant.
And nothing found from Taco there. Definitely hurts. They're saving already.
Wow. They've got money too. But yeah, choosing to save here early.
Just Leviathan way. There's so many rounds to play that this decision to run away is definitely advisable, even though the bank is good right now. This allows future drops and future rounds.
Swarm grenade out.
And again, Leviathan, this is the team that saves the most out of anybody, and you can't fault them for it. They're 3-1 so far. Have had some tough challenges.
But yeah, but they're clearly doing something right. Yeah.
Every step they take towards stealing away this lead from Leviathan is boosting that confidence. That one specifically, again, Leviathan is actually struggling in situations like that against the light buys, against the ecos. That's another one. That might be their fourth so far in the series, and it's hurting. Remember, the first time that happened in Icebox, owner instantly called the timeout. Doesn't have that luxury anymore because he knows this series is going to go down to the wire.
Deep clash in A main. Once again, Cryo gets one and then instantly dropped.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Leviathan there, even though it's not going their way. Opening up that door and dueling a little bit more delayed allows for some interesting trades and to force this game to get scrappy. Sometimes you make those decisions and you allow yourself to find room to put down a lockdown or something like that and make the situation force Stellar to have to call a fantastic mid-round.
King here with 3 on the other side. Yeah, you've got Shy close by, but this all kind of falls on him.
He's got the molly to play around once this orb goes down too. Not only his own, but the Nano Swarm.
Oh! Good night. That was so fast.
He's looking for info, and they're just trained on him. Dog missed, though. Didn't spot him.
Shy did not. Oh, it finally does hit him. It just took a longer route.
And again, It's the same exact angle. They are just dominant
30
through that
seconds
one.
left.
Derek and Asuna now. Do they make the read? Taco's not have any util to give up his position that other agents might. And the turret, I think, is actually watching Waterfall, so Asuna has to cover it.
Spike planted.
Confirming the positioning. There's the turret that you just mentioned. Taco in a clutch situation. Can he preserve the lead for his squad? With time ticking away, he has to try to spot and get any info that he can. Trying to bait out a fight, trying to get a 1v1, and they're just not giving it to him. When they finally do, Asuna clutches it out.
Little step there, and Taco might actually have the advantage on Asuna in that fight.
Like us, but
Good patience from Asuna there. 2v2 situation that on Icebox was not going in their direction. King falling on that jump spot is actually absurd.
Crowd still alive and well. Trying to will the team to a win. Tied at 9 apiece. And owner calling a timeout here.
The Bang family in the crowd still. Ready to come through. 400 Thieves, 9-9. Opportunity to take the lead right now. Leviathan has been giving them up the sight, and I think in that round they had the opportunity to really hold on. Remember the approach on Icebox? Remember how that one went? They relied early on their retakes and then started really dueling as the anchors. I think that was the idea there, but King just gets battered. And remember the decisions to save right now. You're looking at the economy. Shy has just dropped 2 weapons. And if it wasn't for that, this would be a broken buy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
KJ ult Seekers here. A big set of them. It duels towards C instead of A.
It's a little bit more labored this time as well, a little bit slower. But will the outcome be the same? Smokes, flashes, everything.
Turret replaced, indicating that they want to approach elsewhere on the map. King has a really wide angle past this wall right now.
yeah.
And Stellar will have to cycle to get him off that angle. He's getting info to allow a 2-2 setup on C and B. And it looks like they want to pivot towards C after pressuring B. But there's so many mind games possible here. So they actually accomplished what they initially set out to do at the beginning of the round by opening up this door and going through B instead. But look at the alarm bot that they get too. So that disallows a flank and opens up the possibility of Derek going for his own.
Cryo dashing forward. Oh my goodness, Mazzino! How have you snatched it back like this? 100 Thieves on the trade back. Shy still has his ult. And they've paused, they've regrouped.
15 seconds. They can sprint through B, but they won't.
Do they choose to get the spike down and just back up? Yeah, that seems to be the case. Derek's timing not great.
I think Cryo thought he might find it, spot a gap in the back of the site, but no, it's not there.
This is going to be brutal for Cryo to pull off a 1v3. Turns into 1v2. The transfer's not there as Leviathan take the lead back.
Who's that gun here?
That's the sort of thing that Leviathan are trying to do right there. Mazzino getting 2 kills. And then Taco a 3rd. Falling off the site. How did he do this? Finding the timing between the jet smoke to rush up into that angle that actually Asuna and Derek have been monstrous on. So a big risk and it pays off. There's no smoke to actually obscure that sightline either.
Just 1 round separating these 2 teams. And that's just following the trend of what the entire series has been. Tightly contested battle. And we're just a few rounds away from seeing who will emerge victorious. Lots of bolts on the attacking side. The lockdown. Blades for Cryo. And they're dashing forward. He's gone hunting. Yeah, Cryo was hot to trot onto King's Tail.
I've got your track.
Committing the Seekers, committing the ults, committing everything.
Oh, Taco's super high.
Didn't even aim. Yeah. It's just on top of that double box, and they don't know.
Shy again on the flank. Takes down the spam angle. KJ Lockdown, though, is going to force him away from that, so they have the opportunity to go back into it. Oh.
Oh, Stellar again! Dropping back down.
They're saving. They're saving. Just one kill, and that's all it takes. It's either a 5v5 retake, or they're only taking it whether they're 4v3 or 4v2.
Careful here.
And again, still a lot of Valorant to play here. This is round 20. Got 3 left in regulation. Excuse me, 4 left in regulation. And you can tell their bank is finally hurting for the first time on this defensive side for them. 100 Thieves is pushing them to the limit. They just aren't quite yet ready to take the lead. Once they do that, they're going to be in the driving seat, and Leviathan will be forced to take those engagements, forced to take those retakes.
Once again, a Clash A main. Mazzino ahead of it this time around, but he's Flash and Bangs dancing around the wall. Somehow they both stay alive, but it's just temporary. It's just momentary. Much like Leviathan's hold of the lead right now.
It is fleeting. I think Derek's turret was disactivated right there. He pulled it away. And King has now the opportunity to flank. That alarm belt there is there, though.
2v4. How far up does he scale? The alarm belt that you just mentioned gives his position away. Derek, but he boldly swings.
And Nauser is ahead of the play right now. He actually understands that they're falling back. I think given the fact that he may have flashed or showed his position on A. But you can't open this door.
Oh. I wonder if his positioning here was just in an attempt to save, to be honest.
I think he was trying to get ahead of them, rotating into B, actually. Get a nasty off angle, but I mean, you have to try to get something here. A 1v4, there's not really much to get, so you're right. It's another save. Another save in a risky position here, actually, from Nosworth.
Yeah. But it reminds me of what you pointed out a couple of rounds ago, Ball, these early decisions to save and how effective they've been in keeping Leviathan's economy afloat, but it just feels like it's busted now, like you were saying.
Actually looking on stage too. Doesn't look like there's much communication from the players right now about what to adjust, what to fix. And there it is. The lead finally attains. Stolen away by the Thieves.
Leviathan calling a timeout, the last for either squad. It's just Valorant from here on out. We wouldn't have it any other way. 100 Thieves hanging on to a narrow one-round lead that they finally, through persevering efforts, have managed to snatch away. And not a moment too soon. They've won 4 of the last 5. This comeback has been ferocious.
Owner has to come up with a patented eco round win. Because right now, economy hurting. It's dire for Leviathan. And the body language for the first time I think I've seen out of this squad. Looks devastated, look like they are out of ideas. This team who has so much staying power, so much ability, to stay in the scrappy games, to stay in the close games. Moments delivered over and over on stage. When the pressure's on. The thing is, for them, they still have plenty to play for. 100 Thieves is, again, fighting for potential playoff chances. A double TP again. Bang has faked it, though. So Mazzino, who had the opportunity to put away Bang and actually stop that hit last time, does get the space. Actually, low-key might be the first time Leviathan gets it.
Here.
And 100 Thieves, given the economy situation on the other side, they're happy to just pivot over towards B.
Yeah, feeling the pressure that way. Decide to rotate elsewhere. Panel has been broken, so Leviathan should be able to funnel through very quickly here.
No charges left.
But they want to rotate over. Taco's going to try to get in through spawn. But you have to be careful because you have no idea if it's been scaled up already, exactly where Cryo is. Do they have any ults? They have King's Pit. But this could be huge. It is! Oh, it is! Series point on the cards. Mazzino with the rifle, and I think we know how this one ends.
GBS at the beginning of the day is an upset in the cards. I would definitely characterize this possibility as an upset. 100 Thieves with the lead again.
Match point. And the highly coveted gun that they were trying to save into the next round dropped.
Which means if a comeback is going to be attempted here, if Leviathan want overtime, it has to be clean in this one to have a solid economy in the last. Can't be down to the wire, can't be a clutch situation. Has to be a team effort. Match point, 100 Thieves, a long series. But another attempt at a reverse sweep in a best of 3, losing the first, and now to see them here.
King still with his pit. And he doesn't use it early, just waiting for confirmation on where 100 Thieves are going to end up. Now chooses to invest it. And I think we've seen this a couple times. They're just going to rotate away, but you've got Shy holding the line. Drops a little bit of damage, runs away.
Oh, there's dashing into the B split.
They're fully committed to this. They're going to scale their way up. Taco's on the spam. Derek's already fallen. But Cryo wants to go. The flash is there, but well done by Taco to get away.
They're running through waterfall. What's going on right now? Taco knows the play. You're right.
They've got them. Yeah, Bang falls. But it's traded right back.
Heroic still possible.
We've got the spike planted down as well, so another layer to consider. Another problem to solve. Cryo snap, not good enough. Stellar's been good. He's been bold. He's been aggressive. But is he 1v4 good? Is he 1v3 good? Spam's there. Mazzino's gotten it to half. But the clip runs dry at the most inopportune time. Leviathan not done yet.
But I don't know if they have a choice right now. Their economy is going to be shambles for this last round. Stellar killing 2 people there, despite not being able to 1v4. Although, that's been in the cards for him before. He might have just done a significant amount of economic damage. Bulldog, Spectre. Bought up Spectre for Taco. He's got the knives, though. So it might not all matter. Second opportunity, 100 Thieves, match point, series point. But Leviathan want to go up to 4 wins in this Americas League.
This is the first time they gamble and it's on opposite sides. Think about how often we've seen them clash A and clash C. This time, different approaches. They've left Mazzino, though, who has teleport. He should be able to get away in the face of pressure.
That flash might have been too deep to give information about whether they're here. Yeah, they're going to need to follow up with a Trailblazer.
A bit of utility that they'd love to have a little bit further up. But no. 100 Thieves, considering how they put them away. One last punch.
Stellar wants to get this pit. They want to push on this site. Taco's here, Mazzino's here. Orb to try to walk in, but Taco info on top of it.
NZR's close by too. They're gonna flip the switch. And it's gonna be Shy who's the first to fall. There's a pit that you mentioned. They're also flashing around. They're spreading out. That's the pit.
Down B. 30 seconds
4v3 still in favor of 100 Thieves. Mazzino lands a shot. He gets it to 3. He gets it to 2. It's just one left. Bang. Spike not in hand. Well out of reach. How does Bang do this? 13 seconds left. 1v2. Paranoia to buy some time. The reposition. He may be able to get this. He may be able to get this. 4 seconds. He's got to go. Oh my gosh, he does it. The Red Bull clutch and the war of attrition in favor of 100 Thieves. I cannot believe what I've just seen.
What a way to close out the series.
What a play from the youngster. Cheers of adulation from the crowd. All love.
And you thought it was another Leviathan magical moment. You thought they were going to rely on the scrap, rely on the chaos. But it's Bang for this team again. Heroic in his efforts. His performance in the offseason was one of the reasons why this team got as much praise as it did. He's one of the reasons why we thought Cryo entering this team was going to enable them to go to great heights. It's because unlocking him would allow nasty things. And we might have just seen a glimpse of what's to come for 100 Thieves. It's been a shift. Super week against the 2 Latin American teams. And they come out with 2 wins, unbruised.
What a slugfest, man.
Here it is again.
10 seconds left.
Come on, man.
1 enemy remaining.
And Taco right-clicked in that moment as well.
Bang had one play, and he made it at just the right time. The composure and the consistency from the kid is just outrageous. They take a victorious bow before their fans.
Well deserved. Receive the recognition, and you've got to think at the beginning of this Super Week, we thought with the strength of schedule that they have, one of the hardest in the leagues going forward, to end the Super Week playing against what would be one of the top teams.
Oh, what an awesome moment as well, man. Just reminded of the interview with his dad. Getting to see that unfold.
Just beautiful. That situation is unreal. But now, hey, pressure's low-key off for this team. They've got some buffer to play for playoffs now. It's not a guarantee.
They needed that one. Man, they needed that one. And what a freaking gift that was. Unreal.
Just ridiculous. And I think as well, that was a good Leviathan.
Yes,
it was. That was a very good Leviathan. They were hitting their stride in a lot of different instances. I think some of the retake stuff that has been successful for them in the past, the recipe for that is definitely out there now. But it's not like they were off form. Mazino was great. King was great. There was definitely a lot of good performances there from Leviathan. That was a close game all throughout. So credit to 100 Thieves to be able to put that team down.
Freaking 13-15, 13-11, 13-11. 100 Thieves walk away with the win. We need a break. Let's throw it down to GB in the desk to break down the show.
Oh my word, you would have thought that we would have rigged that thing with the way it ended.
That's right. Great job.
Oh, wow. Okay, first and foremost, it's not that just is not something you see every day. Like, you know, for one, bang, you're awesome. Two, the parents being out there, the crowd losing their mind. That just felt like textbook, like an old 90s sports movie, Mimi. I know you've seen like maybe one of them, but trust me, it was awesome.
Yeah, it looked like it was about to be, it was like the perfect ending for 100 Thieves, but it looked like it was going to be another Leviathan moment. Like Bala was talking about, right? They were on the precipice of making this comeback happen and pulling it over the line. But that clutch saves 100 Thieves. And to pull out at that half as a whole, 100 Thieves, again, did such a good job on this attacking side of not allowing Leviathan to play to their game plan. When they got to play into their retakes, which they love so much, in those even or man-up situations, they were very successful. But 100 Thieves is super proactive in these post plans, pushing forward, taking these fights, and winning them. And Leviathan, again, looked like they were running out of ideas at the end of this game.
They could not get back into sites. I think the Thieves took a lot more priority, like you said, into taking space, into making sure their post plans were much stronger. On their Haven, they kept just running away and giving that space back to Leviathan and realizing that was the wrong idea.
On top of that, it is finally a composition that works for 100 Thieves on this map. It's been 3 thus far that they've tried and failed to implement here on Lotus, and now they're playing into them at a double controller, solo initiator with this guy, and it's making sense. Cryo's playing well individually on the Jet. Asuna is providing insane value on that Sky. He's been such a good initiator player for this team, and they get their win on the board, which also puts them in such a good position for the rest of the season.
Such a much-needed win.
Yeah, they really needed that because and look, could they have given up the win? Probably, and I think they still would have been okay for playoffs, potentially given their strength of schedule. But with that now, I feel a lot more enthusiastic about 100 Thieves. Being able to take down a squad like Leviathan is phenomenal, but also being able to do it the way that they did. Because, Riv, I feel as if both teams were playing at the absolute best they possibly could. I feel like both teams delivered each and every time, and it was reflected in the gameplay because it felt like everyone was doing everything right.
There really was. A lot of the rounds showed that the push and the pull of this game needed to come from both sides. Here in round 7, we saw that Leviathan goes in, they tempt B a little bit, and they're actually pushed off by this lockdown. And this is important. 100 Thieves leaves this lockdown. They spread back into defensive default position once it starts to pan out, knowing that Leviathan could be anywhere on this map. They have to understand that aggression can come from everywhere. Everybody just leaves B. That's fine, but it's a re-hit there, and you can see the push and the pull. Now Leviathan going back in to get their plant, but the retakes, 100 Thieves were so good on these two.
They were. The retakes were great throughout that first half out of 100 Thieves. Asuna, who I was already talking about, provided a lot of value for the squad in that way. I also think once we got later into this game, one of the interesting parts of that second half for Leviathan in particular was that they were trying to be proactive at times and change things up, not just play into the retakes. You saw in a lot of rounds, they were going for those A-lobby fights. They were trying to avoid these chaotic post plans that you're looking at in these situations. But that wasn't working out, really. 100 Thieves did a good job of actually nullifying the fights there and actually claiming that space early towards a lobby a lot of the time, and also opening themselves up to play the mid-round and get into sites later in that one. I think in their first few bouts on this map, it felt like they were leaning a little bit too heavily into some of the preset stuff. When it was the fade race compositions, they were always trying to go for these early gambits on A every time on the defense. On the attack, it was a lot of really committed executes, and there was a lot more nuance with this comp. And I think also a lot better calling throughout the series.
Yeah, I think you're clearly seeing the evolution of this team happen before our very eyes over the course of these weeks. And I want to give a massive shout out to Stellar, though, because even though his series was a bit up and down, it ain't easy to call against King. Not when he frags out the way that he does and contributes to the team. But Riv, I think it just goes without saying, like, having a calm voice on that team like Stellar to keep the squad focused, that really helps drive them to win.
You see it in the interviews, right? win or loss, he still comes out at that kind of measured level. Yep, this is what happens. We did it, knowing that and knowing what to expect every time, not be surprised by things, I think is a huge trait for a great IGL.
Yeah, credit to Stellar and also to the coaching staff of 100 Thieves, because the preparation showed in this matchup. In the first map, they were ready for the game plan, which Leviathan went out. They were being proactive to shut that down. Yeah. They had little set plays like the shock molly on Icebox, or in the final map as well, being proactive. It was clear that they put a lot of prep into this game.
Yeah,
and now 100 Thieves hitting in the way that we'd expect them to.
Yeah, top to bottom, that game is one for the record books. Go watch it. Have fun and enjoy. It's worth every minute of it. But that's going to do it for us here for right now. Let's actually go ahead and send it down over to the stage because you got the homie Dryad standing by with everyone's favorite anime lover. It's Asuna for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you guys so much. I'm over here with Asuna for a Verizon post-match interview. Asuna, what a match that just took place for 100 Thieves, and congratulations. I want to ask you about the preparation for the Super Week, because you got the first victory against Crew, now against Leviathan, so a little bit more of the dominance that you had against the LATAM teams. How was the preparation with so many and so little days to prepare?
I'd say it was pretty tight, but Mike did a good job on getting us prepared and knowing what we should be working on and what weaknesses we should exploit. Mike also did a good job catching us up on the comp, and same with Beaton. Obviously Derek first time playing Killjoy, we had to get him up to speed. Beaton, we're running just a totally different comp on Lotus, so obviously it'll catch them off, but we are also caught off by the sudden role changes. And for the other maps, we just stuck with what we knew and just try to anti-trap them, but it felt like after a while things were just thrown out the window, and they just on Icebox they kept going quick and we had to counter that. And then on Haven, I don't know, I forgot that map.
It's a lot. A lot of things happened, a lot of rounds that we got to see, even some overtimes for that first map. And my second question for you is more about, you talked about Shy when it was all the way back in lock-in. You said you had a lot of respect for him, a lot of improvement that you saw. Is there anybody else from that side of Leviathan that has caught your eye, especially after a dominant performance from you?
Yeah, I would say probably King, obviously. I mean, that's just the most obvious pick, but the amount of prep we have to go into stopping him and making sure he doesn't get the timings that he should and that he usually gets across other teams was a big focal point, and making sure that he doesn't have a good game is one way you can beat them, I think.
And you individually, you've been flexing with over so many different roles, so many different agents. How does that flexibility work for you to be performing to the top level? For that match against Crew, we saw you top fragging, we saw you feeling really comfortable. So is that something that you had to learn throughout the beginning of Americas all the way until now?
I would say it definitely affects my individual performance, but the things it brings to the team and allows us to do what we want, and the vision that Mike and Beaton have, it allows it to be capitalized on, and makes it a lot easier for them to make comps, because whatever we pick, I'll play whatever, and it doesn't really matter because my playstyle is still the same, and they know what I bring and what that agent, I'll just try to put the agent to the most it can be and as aggressive it can be, and obviously if the agent doesn't conform to that, then that's unlucky, but I'll still try to play intelligent and aggressive at the same time.
Okay, and my last question for you, your next match is going to be against NRG. One of the teams that people used to say was the strongest one in North America, but it's been a little bit lower more and more that we get to see them, and you guys are doing the opposite. You're going all the way up and looking better and better. So how are you feeling for that match?
I'm obviously excited because we know they're a really good team, and going before the season started, we thought C9 was a good team, and I think every team here is really good. No matter what anyone says, I have a lot of respect for every team here, and anyone can take any game off one another, and just whoever shows up that day. And if we don't show up, NRG could beat us, but if we show up, we can beat them, and yeah, I think that's all that really matters.
All right, Asuna, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for that massive victory.
Thank you.
We're going to a break. We'll be right back with match number 2.
Two teams with a lot to prove here. For 100 Thieves, it's about really getting those dubs for that fan base, for that audience that really just wants them to be the absolute best in the world. And for Leviathan is to continue to prove to the entirety of the VALORANT community, the VALORANT competitive community, that they are the real freaking deal.
Looks like a little bit of aggression towards mid, and Leviathan's ready for it. They're waiting. They're sent a couple just down part 2 themselves. Browson is getting up top. What a cheeky wall. But an excellent response from NCR. In the face of the reckoning, Stellar with nothing to do. Derek as well.
Stellar's pre-firing that.
Cloudburst will help a little, but Taco has to find more value out of his blades. Oh my gosh, Taco! Can Leviathan Leviathan hold this down. They get the spike planted. The swing out is great. It's gorgeous as Leviathan take map 1. And they're expecting King all the timing. No way! Server clash on A. It's going to be a fight for a flank across the elsewhere on the map. But Cryo with 2 massive kills.
But they're not checking those. What? Yes, they are.
Cryo gets 4. Doesn't take the route all the way backside. Stellar waiting for it. Off of the flash. Stellar gets him. Dude, Stellar is on one. Clear the ult early on. Hunter's Fury from Derek, and that's going to get info. That's going to get damage. That's going to get 2. Again, off of the flash. Takes aggressive space. Drops the Paranoia. They've used Seekers. But King gets 3. How does Bang do this? 13 seconds left. 1v2. Paranoia to buy some time. The reposition. He may be able to get this. He may be able to get this. 4 seconds. He's got to go. Oh my gosh, he does it. The Red Bull clutch and the war of attrition in favor of 100 Thieves.
tenta aparecer, aparece bem, que é isso? Olha a mira que o Cauã teve ali pra garantir 2 abates.
And Ethan's just holding the dugout right now.
Oh, it's a Monday, but you thought we were done? We thought you just had one game in the immortal words of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Nuh-uh. We still have more games to play here today. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. Of course, we have our second match. It's Evil Geniuses facing off against Loud. I'm Golden Boy, the guy who makes the wrestling references and who you hate. This is Mimi. She's really smart, and that's Riv. He's also very smart.
Let's go. Kind.
Yeah, right, I get it. Well, let's go ahead and talk about some video games, shall we? Because Loud, our 2022 champions. They're coming into this one looking great. Oh, man, everyone's going nuts about Loud, Mimi. But I think last week we proved that if it bleeds, you can kill it. And I think Loud bled just a little bit yesterday.
They did. They're still 4-0. They're still the top team in our league and have still proved that they are incredibly strong. But in their game against Sentinels, I think the game was far closer than people expected it to be. That pro match in particular was a map we were going in and thinking, this is at the top of their map pool. This is where they define the Harbor Viper composition.
Right.
And Sentinels really shut them down.
I feel like in a portion of this, Loud is just gaming the system. They have they played all 3 maps in but 1 game, so it's a practice. But no, really, all jokes aside, Sentinels were able to find the hole in the armor of Loud in this composition where they continuously block you or scale you with this double controller composition. And Sentinels as well with Marvs, it seems like nobody's able to tackle that yet, but it is about Loud.
I think a big part of that for Loud is that they were going for a lot of these mid-runs, and Sentinels is actually giving them a lot of space. They could walk through, get into mid, get art. So they were a lot of times finishing into these A splits. Sen was shutting it down, but even when they went for the more classic B execs, like you just saw in that round, Sen was there as well and had a read on them. In the late rounds, Loud, I didn't feel like did as strong a job as normal as pushing their opponent off the sites. Sen was allowed to stay around and brawl in those site execs, and they were winning so many pre-takes. It was rough for them, and it wasn't the expectation I'm sure that they wanted out of themselves, but still, the rest of the series proved why they're the #1 team in our league.
Yeah. I mean, it goes without saying, but again, you know, even the best sometimes have rough days. And as a matter of fact, Aspas in particular struggled at the start of the Sentinels match and revealed in a tweet what he actually told his teammates. He said, count on me, 2v1 versus Sentinels, and we follow or 2-1 versus Sentinels, and we follow. My team is very good. Thanks for the fans. I mean, it's like, you know, it's that feeling, Riv, that you have when you know that you can rely on your teammates to do the things that need to get done, especially with Loud.
I think that's what makes a team so confident. One of the biggest things I always was a proponent of growing up doing attack FPS was confidence means you're not double checking angles. You're not second guessing anything that anybody on your team does, and you make it into a site. It looks crystal clear and orchestrated so well. And that's what Loud has. Everybody trusts each other. They're not double checking each other's corners because the trades are there, and the way they're hitting these protocols doesn't look like it's on the fly. It's drilled, it's practiced, and it looks like they've been through all these scenarios they're being presented.
In the second 2 matches of that series, Aspas refused to lose. His individual performance on Haven kept them in it. Rounds like you were watching, where he's individually anchoring a site, buying time for his teammates to rotate on over. I think he can do more on defense as an individual than many other Jet players, many other players of any role that we get to watch. And his performance helped give them that kind of catalyst to get back into that match, which they then closed out in the third.
Yeah, like, you know, the whole Loud team, right? I think when you're able to turn to your teammate and say, hey, man, we need you right now. And then he could be that clutch player, the guy, you know, the ace, the one that you pay the big bucks for. That is the reason why Aspas, you know, is so highly regarded here. And, you know, we have speculated whether or not Aspas is the best in the league, but let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers, shall we? Because I think we might have a result from that. In fact, I think Aspas is pretty much #1 across the board, Mimi.
He is the epitome of big number, good player. Like, this guy has been insane across the board within our league and also stacking up internationally when we've seen him at Lock-In as well. But this is actually talking about Evil Geniuses, and we can talk about them a little bit because they've had some improvements themselves, too, between weeks, the first few weeks in the latter part of that one.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, even when you think about the fact that this is going to be a difficult matchup for Evil Geniuses, you at the very least can look back at that VOD and say there are ways to exploit Loud and pick up a win. But it's a matter of whether or not they can put that together in the server. But let's go ahead and hear from Loud's 2Es and his thoughts on the match ahead with Evil Geniuses.
Acho que a IG ainda não se encontrou com, tipo, não se encaixou ainda no time, sabe, tudo mais. Teve uma mudança também no jogador, tudo mais. Mas eles jogaram o jogo com um jogador novo. Pode ser que na próxima semana eles estão mais encaixados, mais sincronizados, sabe? Então, ter cuidado normal e pé no chão, enfrentar eles normal.
Says that they're still finding themselves, but they are turning it around. Mimi, he mentioned the new player as well, Demon One, coming in here. Do you think that he has brought a difference to the team, or do you think he's just filling a role that is necessary for the squad right now?
It's hard to speculate what's going on behind the scenes for this team. But I think what Demon One has brought is fantastic as an individual player, an ability to be flexible in a lot of these different roles for the squad. And I think, well, it might not all be him. The team's synergy as a whole has reflected a lot stronger in the last 2 weeks compared to what we saw at the beginning from EG. They've had quite a rebound. It seems like they're fixing a lot of their issues of just kind of basics of fundamentals. Because it started off, they were showing us all these cool, crazy strats that they had cooked up, but they were running before they could walk, and the fundamentals were still failing.
Does it feel a little like 100 Thieves? Not exactly the same parallel, but does it feel like, you know, they turned it around, they found their footing, now maybe a little bit of that miracle sauce can go over toward EG, Riv?
Maybe it's just the half of the season kind of coming up for these teams here, where North America's finally figuring out how the LATAM teams are playing and how we're supposed to come out. But I actually think that the team in general is playing better because how clear the comms might be going, right? We see in this game against Furia, they only lost this series by 4 rounds, much like Leviathan in the 3rd map. So it was super close between these teams, and they've found the answers. With Demon One on Jet, I feel like playing his kind of his own game, if he wants to go aggressive or not, and the core of EG that's been there can continue the comms and the synergy that they had, and Demon One's slotting right in.
The attacking sides on Ascent were much improved in the mid-rounding, but they still showed us the gimmicks, the one-offs on this one. Look at the Sova ult in this one. They have a lot of cool game plans built around their ultimates. They're a team that leans into getting those orbs, allowing themselves to use those preset plays, but they've also found the balance with the mid-rounding, with the fundamentals, and that's really been our question of a long time for EG, finding their style. And you can see it in the numbers. Across the board, they have been improving. They were struggling in gun rounds, in their post plans, things that you expect teams to be closing out. And a lot of that has improved across the last 2 weeks. Even though they lost 2 weeks ago, week 3, thus far in Super Week, they have looked better. They picked up a match against Crew, and now they're kind of on course to maybe actually be a squad who's still in contention.
Those numbers tell me a story that it's a trending upward. You want the hockey stick, you know what I mean? You want the hockey stick going up, you know? You don't want it going down. So that is an important note there, and good call on that one, Mimi. I think hopefully we're going to see that, right? I want to see that from Evil Geniuses. But also, too, Riv, it does boil down to the beginning of the game as well, right? The pistol rounds, being able to secure these.
Boils down what they're cooking up. This was one of my favorite rounds I've seen this season in the way that they defend A. You see Busio underneath Hell. A 0 point has already come in from Ethan rotating from B. So they're already diving utility into the site from their rotation. Busio is still denying a full site take. And here comes a Sova dart from B. Comms assisting from the other side of the map.
It's such good stuff from them, and this is kind of the in-between of the gimmicks, the one-off plays, and the synergy there. They have a preset idea of Busio anchoring Hell, but the rest of the team does a good job of working together to come back in and close that one out as well.
The way they played that, just the thought, and that was also homework done on Crew's pistol rounds. They knew Crew like to take Jenny's side, rush A or rush B. It's always a rush. So a lot of work goes into that, and we do see that EG is starting to prep those.
Yeah, and I think that, speaking of the prep, right, Busio, we should cover him real fast before the players walk out. You know, I think there was a lot of criticism about his IGLing and like what he would bring to the table and stuff, but I definitely do feel like Busio has, you know, stepped it up in the ways that mean the most.
For the first time since Chamber left the meta, this was a match where I looked at Busio and I was like, okay, this is the guy that we have seen in the past. He had a fantastic individual performance, and the decision-making as an IGL was great too. We keep bringing up that Ascent game, but he was making some critical plays on their retakes and being quite proactive on the lurks to shut down the star players of Furia like Dejazin that inevitably won them that game.
What an
Or excuse me, it didn't quite, but almost won
Oh,
that.
no. You're totally on the same page there. And I would like to see a world where Busio, right, can step up even more so. And I know that that's what he wants as well, right? Like talking to him, he's very ambitious. He wants to be the best in the game, right?
He absolutely does.
Yeah. Well, folks, this is it. It's now time to stop the old talk it talks and get to the pew-pews, folks. Because this game right here, this could either be a stomp or one of the greatest games we've ever seen in Valorant history. So let's go ahead and welcome Evil Geniuses and Loud to the VCT Americas stage. It's a classic David versus Goliath matchup, but one has to wonder, maybe David has a shorty and that could be enough.
Oh my
We'll
God.
see what ends up happening. Here is Loud and EG take the stage. Two fantastic teams, but Loud, the kings of the mountain, and EG, Riv, just looking for that miracle win. Because let's be honest here, when you see Loud and you see how great this team is, and then you look at what EG's been through, it's a tough matchup to pitch that EG could win this.
It is. They're climbing that mountain aggressively, though. More aggressively in the mid-round with more set plays. Maybe says a little gimmicky sometimes even, but it seems to be fitting with that
Giving hope to the people.
Yeah, gimmicks can be a positive, and EG have started to lean into that, but they are facing up against the strongest team thus far in our league. Someone who is yet to drop a series. For EG, I think you have to keep your expectations within reason. You have nothing to lose. No one is expecting you to come out and win this match.
Yeah.
But if you can play Loud close, if you can take them out, that is a huge signifier of the progress of this squad.
And you brought up something very interesting. Yes, for EG, you don't have to worry. Pretty much, just do what you gotta do. Try and get a few rounds, get a map win or two, maybe try and win the series. All the pressure is on Loud here, because if they give this up, I don't think Fraud are gonna let those boys deal with that for the week.
Absolutely not. Yeah, we may see some of those insta timeouts coming out to this game if they don't have the game going their way on the side of Loud. But Loud, obviously, I think they come in playing their set game. They don't change too much.
They don't need to.
So EG should have a pretty good read, but we've heard people say when a team is able to do this, is able to win and not show what they have, that means they have a little bit left in the tank. So Loud could be surprising us here today with a quick one if they just pull some magic on EG of their own.
Yeah, both these teams will drop into their permabans. Fracture for Loud, EG getting rid of that icebox. That's to be expected. In terms of picks, it's going to be interesting. My question is around Pearl. Does EG want to pick into that map? It will be Loud choosing first. They go for split. Their double duelist comp has been fantastic there thus far. I think a 5-2 record since lock-in.
I think Pearl's gonna come up. Oh, no. Never mind. I'm wrong.
Haven.
I just wanted to say
Double
so I could
Haven
sound
day.
smart for the first time in my life. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
it
instead
depends.
was
The
Haven.
fans can help you out.
Ah, that's true. That's true. We never know what can happen
Always
here.
a decider. Haven, I think, it'll be really good, especially with EG's kind of newfound aggression. If they can control the map, we see that really just being the name of the game between 100 Thieves and Leviathan just now. So
I'm worried about EG in these first two maps. Split, they run that Raze KO breach. It looks solid. We haven't seen it since Season 1, so maybe they have something new prepared. But Loud has looked unstoppable on that one.
I'm a genius.
We talked a lot about the Pearl, and we do get it in the pool as map number 3. EG runs that kind of interesting gecko composition that they've been experimenting with for a while, and Loud has shown a weakness there. I mean, if we get to 3, that could throw a lot of
I will say, if we get to 3, where's my tinfoil hat right now? If we get to 3, I think that we could see EG maybe win. But that is a stretch and a half.
Is coming out. But honestly, like, I could see it. It's not impossible, but it has to start in these first 2 maps. They need to get us there first.
All right, agent select now. First map all set up, ready to go. We're going to be playing on split. So we'll see what we end up getting here. For both of these teams, you're immediately going to get that Astra lock in there for Bucio.
Oh.
Okay. What do you got, Riv?
Our Viper comes out with double controller for each.
Another double controller. Yep.
Yeah, to be expected, Loud will continue with that double dive.
Nothing really changes.
Playing, and EG will actually lock into it as well. So we've been asking thus far, what is Jaw's role? He's been playing a lot of the controllers. They've been flexing them around, but here they stick him on the Raze and bring Demon out as well on that Jet. This feels like a comp that is just set up to let those two shine. You're playing against Loud. They're great. But if those individuals can go crazy on this attacking side, you can maybe start to build some momentum.
All right, well, this is it. We're all set to kick off the series. So let's go ahead and send it over to our casters, 2 guys who want to be known as Breg from here on out.
Again, just spreading misinformation on the internet is a classic GB move as well. Breg, a little bit too close to Brexit for my liking. Yeah. But let's head into this one. It's the undefeated team versus a team that's had many defeats so far in the Americas. But Loud sitting at the top of the standings, just not without their fair share of bruises. It's been shaky at times. They've been rattled. They've been pushed in many instances. Yet still they are sitting at the top of those standings nevertheless.
The only clean win that they've had, I mean, ever since that game against NRG all the way back in Lock-In, was the win that they got over Fury. They're, arguably, at the time, it felt like their biggest rivals in VCT Americas. Yeah. But Super Week has just changed so many people's expectations of what we're going to get from matches. And we're just coming off the back of a match that went, I think, the opposite way from most people.
Absolutely.
From what most people were thinking. Here we go into a pistol round. Both of these teams are actually really good on pistols. You saw the desk break one down that EG had run before. And I think the creativity and coming up with set ideas is a really big win condition for EG.
EG playing counterpoint as well to a lot of the strengths of the comp that they're running with a double duelist. They contact in, but now they're going to start to explode into the sights. A nice nade, good clearance. Close to Flowers, but Aspas still in the back of the site. 3 kills. Dog set up, Ethan was stunned. Only 1 claim still. Refighting there into Elbow. Kawazine making sure to contain and hold it down.
Frenzies are ridiculous. Buy a frenzy on the pistol round. That's a public service announcement. Loud picking them all up there and going wild. We've seen Aspas anchoring the A site so incredibly well. Whether he's got like a frenzy or whether he's got Marshall, the operator, whatever it is. Yeah. His movement, his ability to work around those angles and set up favorable fights for himself. It is ridiculous.
Nothing short of incredible.
And the Des talked about it. I want to look at it. It's that double duelist matchup, because if Aspas starts getting going, oh, that's going to be brutal for EG. But it's a good point that the Des made. Demon 1 and Jorgamo are no slouches. We've seen some amazing stuff from those two in the past couple of weeks.
Sometimes it's instances like this where you've got the most to prove, where you can really show up. What is that by Jorgamo? He's up in the air, he was hoping for something, but
he went up like a firework, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe just trying to punish as well, get over the box as well, see if he can get into Lester's face. But Spike's been dropped into... there's been better places for it, honestly. There really has. It's going to be hard to reclaim that one, but of course it is just that eco round still.
When you look at how Loud defend on this map, they're very often going to have 1 male, 1 vent. I am intrigued to see whether EG have got any cool ideas for this. I think when you opt into playing Loud's composition on Split, a map that EG have barely showcased at all, I think it's just 1 loss to Talon so far this year. If you opt into that battle, I don't think you're going to be able to beat them with the just, you know, intuitive teamwork, the protocols, the experience is all going to be on Loud's side. So either EG are voting for Demon 1 and Jorgamo to carry them on the double duelist and just hoping that they can outpace Aspas and Sadak, or EG have got some really cool ideas for getting value out of wild set plays or punishing Loud in certain positions. And we really have seen EG get very creative with stuff that they're doing.
It's been one of the strengths of them, I think, as well. Sometimes, you know, there was some criticism level towards that. The desk was talking about it, you know, sprinting before you can walk when it comes to that.
Very valid criticism too.
Yeah, and that's just mainly because they haven't been focusing as much on those fundamentals. But there have been improvements with that regard for EG, and now we look at them with a couple of rifles in their hands. So more than a couple, in fact. It's that full purchase. across the board.
Sadak might never upgrade from the judge, though.
And he's been making full usage of it as well every time he's been playing on split. Close corridors, close angles. Don't really see too many weaknesses of the gun.
Not on this map.
So let's get some info there for Jiggle. Potential there to be punished.
Les plays here all the time on their defensive side. Like I said, 1 male, 1 vents. I really feel like dashing both your Julius up mid with a pull, something like that.
Oh, wait.
It's punishable.
Bit of a read here, potentially. Stun close to clear. How did Boostio get his eyes on that one?
That's what I'm talking about. EG always do their homework, and it makes them dangerous even when the fundamental stuff is lesser than the team that they're going up against.
So they saw that as a commonality. The dog misses, I believe, there. Do they know?
I don't think so.
Les is still creeped up here. Shoulder to shoulder. There's a satchel. Pushing forwards. Jogamo, you'd think he was favored, but no, not quite. Rest of EG, though, starting to take space elsewhere. Making their way, a slow crawl over towards the A site, and a lot of it is given up.
Same kind of timing in the round here from Com. Round 2 and round 3, just taking a bit of space. Either on the site or ramp. Lauda, very happy to play retake in this kind of situation. And there's no one really in an awesome position to make a play and win the round for EG. Maybe that would be Com over by ramp, but it looks like Lauda flushing it out.
It's an important post-plan position. Com's either got to get one and survive or just really be that nuisance for them. As Lauda trying to attempt this retake now. It's that slow clearance, 1 kill. Does he back away? He does. Discipline's there. Okay. Surviving. Now Loud have to worry about this one when they're trying to get this retake online with Boostio winning his duel. Looks even better for them. Still the position is noted. So he will clean it up.
Knocking them.
Star place now with a stun just to try and get less into the site. This is trying to put that time pressure and applying it.
Last player standing.
Less falls. He was one with a rifle. It's looking cleaned up. Nicely done by EG. Okay, so
Com gets the final kill there after wrapping around the world.
Yeah.
He got that first pick, holding like the spawn area of A ramp and went all the way through sewers, through mid, back up into heaven. The spike wasn't planted for him, but Loud did not hit the gas. It's all right. Good round from EG there. They demonstrated an understanding of how Loud are going to play on the defense, flushed Sadak out early, and punished him for using the judge. By the way, he's got that one again.
Yeah, he's going to keep opting into it, I think.
Stops you from having to aim too much as the IGL.
Absolutely.
You can let your brain do the work.
Get away with some ludicrous stuff, but there's a punish, okay.
That's the one I'm talking about.
And you're starting to see it. EG have done their homework here, and it's looking sublime.
What
2 easy kills,
idea.
the common positions, and yeah, what was that? Just a pull into some other form of utility just to punish it.
Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, it just puts the pressure on Loud instantly, and now Loud are going to have to adjust their default defensive setup. And they've been running that against everybody. This is how you start momentum at the beginning of a half. Before teams really get a read on how you're going to play, that's where the VOD work can come through.
Kauzin is so brave for this one, isn't he? Look at that. There was just spam into that smoke, and EG think it's been cleared.
Uh-oh.
And it really does come down to a sense of timing. Who's going to be watching the angle is the clearance. Watched for, going 1 for 1 in B main. Boostio now leading it in with the rest of his team.
Ethan, however, is only 30 health. He'll die to a single bullet right now. So there's a very high chance that this goes back into a 2v2.
Loud know that this push and the hit is probably going to be coming through. It's down to Com. Lovely trade there as well, just taking fights together. So it's that slow play by EG that's really playing towards their strengths. On top of that, their homework that they've done. I was wondering a little bit about it, Josh, as well, because EG had 2 choices, I think, when it comes to the map bans. You take away, you can opt into Pearl, although they've looked shaky on it recently, or Icebox, two of the strongest maps. They went with Icebox. They took that away. And so I think if they were going to put their preparation to any map at all, probably would be Pearl, expecting that to be picked.
Sure.
And so I did wonder how much have they actually looked into when Loud went for this, you know, not necessarily a curveball, but picking Split as a map. I wondered how much prep they could actually have had on this map as well.
And I mean, just talking about the maps, EG are 0-1 on Split this year. Like I said, a close loss to Talon and haven't really shown it yet. And then I believe they're 0-3 on Haven, despite having some close games against teams like Furia. So yeah, maybe that's not surprising. We all know EG have been losing, but my point being that I still think that some of these maps might be winnable, despite their losing record. It comes down to how prepared they really are.
Absolutely.
EG have had such a resurgence after getting owned by 100 Thieves a couple weeks ago.
Starting to bounce back here. This is an attempt by Loud. This is risky by Com. He's fully blinded up as well. You don't want to give away a rifle. Nade pushing you back. Going 1 for 1 there. It's handed over to Gun.
But there's no real reaction. It's slow, actually, from EG. They were going to react into mid, but have decided that it's safer to pop B main. They're taking a bit of time about it, which might allow these players up in B heaven to do something. But with Aspas only owning a shorty, there's not too much he can really do.
I opt to give that rifle over to him just to see if they can get the knives online. He's one away, but spike planted, so all going to be earned there with the Seekers. Ethan's holding that in his hands.
I've got your trail.
Open them off now to try and get a bit of that information. Spam into the box, right into the toes. Demon 1 is low. 30 health.
Aspas is jiggling that. Again, he only has a shorty.
And I still am a little bit worried despite the weaker weapons, because Loud are a dangerous team.
One less.
Wider peak though, opens themselves up here with the rifles, trying to take these fights down. Ethan's knocked to 11. Trades fouls back, and that's a lovely flank timing. So Jogamo helping to contain, keeping it safe.
A bold play as well, actually, there from Jogamo, choosing not to just stay in sight and play with the rest of his team. Goes for an aggro push on an anti-eco. So I think these rounds are going the way that you would expect. EG using their homework to get an advantage, but still Loud's individual ability is going to mean that they're in every single situation. Never mind if it's a 3v5 or what. And now big ults start to come into play. Aspas with an operator looking to get set up down mid.
Get out of my way.
Avoiding the flash for now. Is there a presence of mind from EG? They can see the economy, they can see there was enough money online to buy the operators. They should know that it's a possibility, and Aspas does love to lean into it. Slow takeover A. Viper util. Trying to set him up. Orbs drop down. Angles there. Rifle. Knives whiffing. No. Really just joined up together. An updraft. One more knife in the back pocket of Demon 1, but will have to be to the head to try and get a refresh on it, and he wastes it away. Still, the rest of EG helping to try and accompany and barrel through. Brute force seems to be the attempt now, but we slow it down with 50 seconds remaining in the round. Now a flash as well, so it's neither here nor there. There's not really too much map control gain for EG in the process of this one, and time is starting to become potentially a problem with 40 seconds left.
My ult's ready.
Can't really rotate off of this. You have to hit A.
That's the ult.
Loud should be aware of it. Yeah, Cosmic Divide. That's going to give them hopefully easy access now into the site. There's a flash as well to clear through the back of it. Timing, though. That's taken. Loud are more than ready for it, because guess what? Pushing forwards with the Seekers. Spike dropped down. They might not even be able to get this one off. That's Loud using their own Cosmic Divide. Actually blots them off from taking a fight. A little bit unusual. Sadek's forced to push through it. Bit of counter synergy, maybe. Showstopper now online. Jogamo's got that in his hands. And this is just to buy some time as well. No one from Loud really feels like taking a fight. A weak 3v3. Drop onto side, Kawazine. Where's the rest of his support? Needs to clear that corner. What a shot. And what a kill. Jogamo falling. Kills. Left, right, and center.
The quality of play from EG is not half bad. I mean, yeah, they have a few roadblocks getting into the site, but Loud are just winning so many of the duels in that situation. I know the ult looks really strange. It's just late. The Cosmic Divide is designed to stop the spike from being retrieved. You know, that's Sadak, I think, calling to Tui's, can you wall this off for me? Wall it off for me. And they'd already managed to retrieve the spike, so it does look a bit strange there towards the end. But really what you're seeing, the difference being in that situation, is players like Sadak and Kawazine being able to win a vast amount of their duels.
A lot of those individual moments, really. You're seeing flexed with the retake, so EG still with enough money to buy. How do they want to approach it?
One of the great things about Aspas getting into this kind of spot is that you're way ahead of those stars that Boostio's placed, so you don't really have to be too worried.
Ooh. Oh, no one to clear the dog. Updraft. There's just no way he gets out alive.
The movement's insane.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? But he does indeed. He gets away, so
There.
It's a very reasonable attempt at a punish from EG. They've spent the first 30 seconds dealing with that threat, but they haven't got... That's only the first wave of defense in mid. Now they've got to try and get their way through the smokes. And Les is still there.
Call was made by EG just to contact through these smokes. They deal with the additional threat that Les likes to hold that position. As I've already said, nice little double peek there, jumping down, high-low.
Aspas got healed, by the way, and he's posted back up at ramp. So despite getting out towards the B side of the map, him and Sadak have swapped
Scout
sides.
destroyed.
And that's going to give a different flavor. Maybe
Very
throw EG
agile.
off. There's only 30 seconds left here. It has to be a B split. Look where the spike is.
30 seconds left.
Hunting for an opening, hunting for a kill. Trap down towards heaven. This is it. Kawazine knows he's clearing into the side there with the smokes, but no one else is able to really trade that one out. It's a little bit late, but Tuya's still alive. He will fall. And Sadak looks to try and accompany him, at least help out his companion. He's also removed from the fight with the Viper's pit down.
left.
Spike can be planted, and it looks good.
Enemy
Even
remaining.
better. Now that Ethan's got 3, left up to Aspas, and at this point you have to start considering to save. Dropping down. First one found.
You have to start considering to save, right?
Right, Aspas, right? No, I mean, the confidence this guy's got. He's going to take the fight to you. All the angles watch for Shorty. Popped off round, but Bustio does punish that as soon as he hears the reload. So, EG are the slow rounds, honestly, it's opening up. Don't get me wrong. A couple of weaknesses, you can feel it.
But also, really nice ideas. They clear Aspas out early, they take B Heaven control, and the split comes through. We've noticed a lot of teams playing split where they can't get those B pinch plays off. They end up having way too many people towards mid because there's so much of the defense to clear out there, and they don't have that nice timing between the players flooding from B Heaven and B main. EG managed that. They managed it really nicely. 2E's is going to be anchoring that spot more often than not, and he got overwhelmed there. So far, so good from EG, and this is despite always feeling like Loud have a chance to win a 2K, 3K at any point.
Yeah.
They've knocked Loud back down to an eco, forced a timeout out of them too. And this might be a bit of a weird game of split because both teams are playing double duelists. It's probably going to trend about dead even, maybe even slightly attackers-sided for split. We'll just have to see. It also is going to come down to which side Potter and the rest of EG have put the prep work into. And I really think at some point it becomes incredibly difficult to keep that going over a 3-map series.
Yeah, your map pool's going to get tested in instances like this. We've seen a lot of that, you know, the separation when it comes to those map 3 deciders. A lot of one-sided affairs in matches in the Americas that we've seen when it gets to that 3rd and final map, despite 2 close ones at the beginning. So
yeah, and think about it, it's super weak, right? Both of these teams have got double the amount of opponents compared to usual to prep for. And especially for very prep-heavy teams like EG, that can be difficult. But I mean, the other side to that coin, though, Brent, is that this seems like a trap game for Loud. Not one they would have invested too much time into.
Absolutely.
You actually heard the players talking about it earlier in an interview saying, we'll just play our normal game against EG.
And Bustio's got that confidence to take a peek like that, crouch down. And so it's a weak goodbye, full out regardless of the eco. We know that they're dangerous still, of course, when Aspas has that Blade Storm, but EG really have just been applying that constant pressure of how slow they've been playing. They've been, you can feel it drilled into them with their game plan, just trying to minimize any sort of mistakes.
And they're also extremely aware that somebody could be pushed up here. They're thinking about Aspas being posted on ramp. Seekers are going to push them back.
Yeah, committing the ult there as well against the eco, just showing some respect towards Loud. Jogbo is going around the world with that one.
It's still
round. Okay.
It's still important not to give too much away. Honestly, that's not that bad for Demon One. He goes down, but Aspas has got rid of his Blade Storm.
Yeah, not gonna have a gun now for this fight.
Is the weapon retrievable? Possibly if they get out.
Need to clear this one. Sadak does have a showstopper. Does he choose to use it?
In a 4v4 with bad weaponry?
Wouldn't be ideal, but never know. They're just hunting for a pick here at this point in time. Fight taken. This time Com was doubled up, so don't give away too much of that space. And crucially, the rifles as well. Not going to be given away on top of it. Sadak this time hunting for a little bit more, just doing significant damage. But the round at this point is 1 for EG. Yep. So a bit of economic damage, but nevertheless, EG, they claim another one.
You can tell a peasant's character.
A small
by
amount of
their first-
expense is just going to keep EG's economy suppressed a little bit, but not to the point where it makes a material difference. Really, for Loud, they're looking to start to get this going. They can, at this point, it's going to be obvious from Sadak's point of view that EG have got a good read on what's going on their attack side. And EG are also favoring very late group ups towards either A main, or if they've been playing heavily in mid, we saw them go for that B split. I wonder if we see an adjustment. Fast dash up mid here.
Yeah.
Both duelists trying to play very aggressively. Les still has a Viper's Pit, but not in a good position to deploy it right now.
Jogamo open to a wider angle there into heaven, but it's space being taken all over the map as well. Om using his own walls just to try and lurk his way through. Flash actually giving a bit of negative information. Kawazim with a jump spot, but spam down, sprayed down. Last bullet finding the cranium of Kawazim, but, well, Aspas, bit of a beef there with the movement, dashed into the wall to escape, and there was a trade in place. So, it's looking more than favored every aspect of the map, just being pushed and punished and pulled.
Spike planted.
This is so lovely from EG. Everything about their pace changed up that round. It's not like they went for a super fast play into A or B, but Com found a way quicker timing up A ramp. You can't count Loud out of these situations, though.
Oh, it was, but okay, now down to just Sadak. He wins his one.
He has showstopper.
Round. It's a bit of a hard clearance here. I'm surprised they weren't saving this one when it was 2v4, but it looks like he still wants to try and go for it. No money to buy. Next, Demon One takes the peak anyway, getting his confidence up. You can hear it's a primal scream from across the stage.
Yeah. Loud punished and straight back down to an eco. I think the way that EG are playing this attack side is quite lovely. You notice that Com has been going for very late pushes up A ramp, round 2, round 3, and then when the whole team was there too. It was late in the round when they've been going to A. The depth of the flash from Kawazim indicates that he did not expect that timing, and obviously got caught in A heaven as a result of that. They can't figure out how EG are approaching this because there's such a difference.
Blinded.
They're mixing it up.
Heavily mixing it up.
Here.
Not too much reliance on the fast plays, other than that one instance as well where they were taking that mid-control, but Loud again knocked down to that weaker weaponry. I have to start coming up with some answers to how EG are playing it, but again, I'll reiterate the same points I've been making. EG are playing this slow enough as well, just trying to minimize the amount of openings they could afford to a team like Loud, because they know that they will punish them. They've got that championship quality about them.
And even though Loud don't usually play super aggressively on the defense side with their double duelist, they're down 3-6. They might well go for something.
Yeah.
Now, at any point here, too, if Loud find themselves in a favored situation, Sadak could just rip the showstopper and heavily invest with ults. So it is still important, EG, deal with these early fights.
You are divided.
Wall in play now to try and break that one across. And with the Stinger versus the rifle, of course, Jorgemon going to be favored there.
30 seconds
Pushing
left.
forward, squeezing Sadak, who just tries to, again, assist and relieve that.
Great timing, though, isn't it? Great teamwork.
Yeah.
Pushing around both sides of the pillar at the same time.
Spike plant.
Really squeezing Sadak into that spot. And the lurkers have found value in both of these rounds recently. Round 9 and 10.
A lot of evidence that EG are trying to put that focus on playing off each other, making sure that they have those fundamentals, you know, the foundation towards their team play.
And what an improvement that's been in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I mean,
certainly.
Yeah, I think it's simplified things, having Demon One in the team.
Nice shot to hit. Weak enough that Jorgemon could go down. Damage done to survive, so...
Just no time as well.
Yeah.
Not doable. But I really do think it's simplified things a little for Evil Geniuses having Demon One in here, because you just know that you have an aggressive, bold, confident rookie duelist, and your job then is to set him up and play off of him. And you have a couple of players now that have really taken to that lurk extremity role where your job is to just play slowly and control the rest of the map. People like Com and now Boostio playing that. So, yeah, they've got a coherent team system, despite the fact that, you know, I don't think their previous roster was worse in terms of the player quality.
Yeah.
ops on both sides. So this is going to add a different flavor as well to what EG are going for. Both at B main.
Each other. Aspas usually likes to play this angle slightly ajar, just so it's not too predictable. And he's doing the same here again, but I've seen evidence of, you know, a bit of hubris maybe creeping into the Loud game plan. The fact that they haven't been saving in some of these rounds, the fact that they've been taking fights that, you know, they might not otherwise do so against stronger opponents, but meeting each other head on. The knife's now ripped out, and Aspas has to move backwards a little bit, realizes it's a risky angle, pushed up to the side, it's not watched for, and Demon 1, oh my! Right over the top.
Fantastic stuff again.
Still on the close corner, that's Sadak. Great job to contain, and a great shot found. Demon 1's dealt with, but still alive, and he needs some help from the rest of his team. The double face is there. Still one more for his troubles. Com is being pushed pretty heavily there. Seeker's chasing him down all the way back. And this is a straight flood attempt. They want to try and take the fight when they're planting. Jorgamo, rocket in his hands, lets it rip, and it sails through and lands true.
Kawanzi knows that Com is going to be running behind him right now.
On a 1v2 now, make it 1v1. Positioning was known. Com reveals it with a snake bite for Funwell. All the way sticking halfway through. Not enough for the damage. Com lands it. Enough shots there with the vulnerability. And so, yeah, comes down to the wire. Comes down to just one singular player, but it's another round earned for EG.
Bad buy for Loud heading into round 12. EG are completely dismantling them. Loud have only won the pistol follow-up in one other round. I mean, otherwise it has been all EG all the way. And the way in which they began round 11 completely destroyed Aspas. And they just knew exactly what he was going for.
Hard reads.
You saw Aspas pull back when that star was put down. He knew it was going to be a recall, but he just doesn't give them the credit for outplaying him.
Well, just the respect. You got to have confidence when you're locking in the duelist. This is this push down mid. It's a triple phase. A bit of a jiggle there. Aspas lands one shot. Scared about the reswing. And Jorgamo's got this timing here. You can see him concentrating up on the one side. Flashed up. Not wasting any time with the way that they're taking this space in a fight as well.
Just trying to solo face in front of the Trailblazer, hoping to catch timing. And this is a little bit desperate now for Loud. The walk down mid, not too bad, but the recontest from 2Es feels like they're struggling to get these opening engagements in their favor. And it's not like EG are brute forcing it. It's off the back of perfect positioning and utility.
Screen down.
Clear prep work has been paying off for them. Bit of a pivot now for EG as they're just going to be bursting into the A site. There's no util to clear through.
There.
A ramp still going to be held here. And look at this, a ping onto the common position. Does he know someone's close? The spam's there. Oh my goodness, and a stray bullet. Catching onto Jorgamo. This could fall apart quite quickly. Loud.
30 seconds left.
They know Com has been playing in this position. Dash forwards to try and cut across that placement, but Com plays his life and plays safe now.
Spike planted.
And Boostio's in vents.
All the way, just making sure that they find every single potential hole here. Look at that lurk through, finally paying off. Viper's Pit, though, was dropped down a bit prior, and why not? It's the final round for it. Loud need a bit more. It's just less. Last one alive. Position noted. Team of one wins it out. So 9-3. That's the scoreline. But I'm upset in terms of the expectations. It's EG who are leading.
They look amazing. I mean, this attack side has just been beautiful from EG. Able to apply a ton of pressure everywhere Loud wants to defend. And then coordinated when they hit the site. It's gorgeous.
Absolutely impeccable so far, but let's hear what the desk has to say about the first half so far.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, look, folks, your eyes don't deceive you. It's 9-3. EG's up.
Yeah.
Riv, what is happening right now?
I don't know, honestly.
Do you feel comfortable?
This has been amazing by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
To actually come out from week to week with this much improvement each time they've been playing, and to be able to counter-strat Loud like this, you have to be kidding.
The prep work was so good out of them. Just in the first few rounds of this game, you saw multiple times where they understood where players would be set up from Loud. That was just one example, but there were many more. You think in vents, when Loud has less set up there, they would have this double dive plus the suck combo. They weren't just going for 6. They were playing slower on this double dive composition, and Loud was struggling to find answers, particularly these two, who you normally turn to in this double duelist comp, were struggling to find the value.
They were. The fuse was not lit, it seemed, here for Loud as they tried to come into the sites, where Aspas is usually up front and checking out. He was getting trailblazered immediately. They had a read for everything that Loud was doing, and where Sadak and Aspas would shine, they were just overshadowed.
Aspas, you can see him there, trying to enter his element right now, because that is definitely not the first half Loud expected.
No
but
way.
It's only 9-3, and the casters are mentioning this, but this is double duelist versus double duelist, and this is the half where Loud tends to be stronger. You'll see them go for some of those fast executes you expect from this comp, but similar to EG, they're also willing to slow things down, play that mid round, and I think there could be opportunities to exploit EG there, but still, it's 9-3. It's going to be a tough comeback even for them.
Can they do it? 9-3. Loud.
I mean, hearing what Sideshow said, when they actually had 3, it was like 3-5, 3-6 at that point. He's like, they're down to 3. They need to try something, and only did they on round 12. Hopefully they bring it into attack side.
I've seen EG choke games away, but this should not be one of those moments. This should be theirs to take.
The score is 9-3. Well, Josh, Bren, do you believe in miracles?
I think maybe he's got a great point with that one, as well as that GB about a miracle. But honestly, no, full credit. I don't think this is a moment of, blessed RNG from EG. They've clearly done a lot of that prep work. They're coming into this one well-versed in what Loud like to run, but they have to close out the map. They've got a sizable lead, and Josh, is one thing, to gain that against a top team like Loud. It's another entirely to try and close it out.
It's definitely true, and that's why EG getting the pistol round here would be monumental for them. Starting on the defense side, 3 players, including both duelists, on A. Clearing that out with the Trailblazer early. Do they go for a heavy flank? Do they go for a heavy retake? And how does Boostio hold on?
They don't see much here. Boostio's got to be that player to stay alive. Pulls used. Disjoints this one as the push comes through as well, splitting them up, the double phase. Come with the classic, and he's doing decent work of it, more so than that. 2 kills. The back of the side, another face here with the frenzy. Could get a little bit more scrappy still. The nade pushing them away, and it is a 2v3. Still, Loud are the ones that have to get that plan off. A bit of a tap to try and force an equal fight. Jogamo is keen to try and take it, and he does win it. Low enough, though. Bit of an overpeak, double face, and it's got to be disciplined. It is at that. So, another pistol round 1 here for EG.
And that should really do it. That should be the nail in the coffin here. We've seen EG lose maps where they're up 9-3 before, but not at this point. I mean, they have pistol. They've been looking great so far. Their players are popping. They look coordinated. This really should be a dominant first map. And you got to think about this from the perspective of Loud as well. They're sat there at the halftime, 3-9 down, thinking, all right, we're going to get the pistol.
Yeah.
We've been in these situations before. This is a force. This could rattle them a little bit.
Absolutely. Especially correction to myself as well, because I said another pistol. Because Loud actually did win the first pistol, yet they're still only able to claim those 3 rounds, which just speaks volumes about
how good the gun rounds were.
Preparation! Sadek's right in his face. The double face there, jumping down into rope still. They want to go fast with this one.
And it is a force.
Yeah. And so there's got that danger right behind it. He's really been squashed as he was trying to hold that closer position. The site is going to be gained here for Loud and making sure to heal. Top up a couple of those players. It is that 3 versus 3. And look at this late attempt by 2 years. It's so important here that he doesn't lose that fight, but it's Demon 1 firing on all cylinders. Talking about the Jet players on either side. So much to play for this guy as well, but he's bringing it to them now even more so. So much damage done with Common Team 1 low. It could still be winnable. And Kawazin, will he be the man of the hour? Swinging around, tries to spray it, tries to adjust. Not enough.
And that's the most dangerous round, potentially, that EG might have in the half. Because Loud, I mean, they just forced there. Their economy is not going to be in a good state. EG probably going to be able to get up to 12. I mean, what have Loud got to work with here? They've been completely shut out of this map. EG don't even really need to demonstrate anything that they've done on their defense side. Remember that they got to pick the side going in here, right? So they can pick the one that they're most favored on, or the one that they feel most comfortable on, the one that they've done the most prep on, the one where they feel like they understand how Loud play the most so that they can anti them. Loud are going to go for another force. I mean, they're down 3-11, you got to, but It's Bulldogs, it's light armor.
Yeah, and it's 2 rounds. That's all EG need to claim. Nate to the side here, another fast play, and it feels like desperation, doesn't it? There's a trade there. Dodge out play. Aspas is stuck. Right into the corner. There's a pull at work, and it's a common position. They just ping it out.
What a beautiful re-clear of that area of the map. This is gorgeous gameplay from EG so far today.
With a spike out in the open. Fully aware of this. Oh, okay. Les wins his fight. Demon 1 now pushed out of the position. It's a good snake bite. Needs the help from the rest of his team, though. Flash re-clearance with a smoke in their face. Fight taken, and there's confidence in these EG players today. They've come in as these scrappy underdogs, but not looking like it. Taking a fight directly to it. The lock-in finalists, our undefeated team in the Americas, on the precipice of losing the opening map.
And Loud are going to take a timeout. It's not like Loud have won every series 2-0.
No.
They are undefeated.
They've been pushed.
But they've been pushed. They haven't really had a battering like this, though. And they've looked mortal on the 3rd map. You actually heard the casters talk, the desk talk about it, sorry, saying that Loud got really punished on Pearl when Sentinels were playing against them and trying to hard anchor the sides and found really good opportunities for aggressive post-plant positions. That just gives EG more data again to look at a map like that and think about how they could play. EG themselves run a really weird composition on Pearl, or at least maybe they do. They've changed.
They've been changing it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they were running the Euro initially as well when they were playing at lock-in, but the Gecko.
I mean, don't pull that one back out.
Which one?
If EG go to map 3 and they pull Ethan back out on the Yoru.
I mean, it's insane, isn't it? It's crazy.
But they have got 9 opportunities to close out against the top team in VCT Americas here on Split. Loud's map pick, trying to get a map that's been good for them and one that EG have not been leaning towards, not shown, weren't running this comp.
Yeah.
And yet here we stand with the score at 3-12.
Large stack here from the Loud players. That's 4 of them. Trying to take an A-ramp space. Scaling right in. Trailblazer, that's a stun right into the smoke. And Demon 1, well, kill found.
Look at how good they are at disrupting everything that Loud are going for.
Yep.
And that was instant. And they just separated and isolated Aspas as they did in the previous round at Male.
Gotta be strict with your play even still, because this is looking so damn good. 3 players left standing. They take the fight to them. Swing wide, but Sadek the last one. And he's got so much more. He wants to try and keep them in the map, but my goodness. Spike dropped down, a minute on the clock. Picks up the rifle, but his position's noted. Jump peek there. Lots of time to work with, but you can feel it. The potential to just, Loud feeling maybe a little bit flustered. And EG in control.
The Des was talking earlier about these games being any given Monday.
High setup, re-swing from Ethan, it's just perfect, and 13-3. Any given Monday in the Super Week, anything could happen, and map 1 secured for EG.
I think Loud have definitely got that Monday morning feeling.
Yeah.
What a bad start of the week for them. A 3-13 loss. EG looked impeccable. And as we head deeper, the map pool just gets even more bizarre. Because EG haven't won this year on Haven either, but that's their map pick. Presumably got something prepped. There's a lot of data out there, much more than there was on this first map.
Something to look forward to. And yeah, I mean,
God, it was
full
just
credit.
Clinical.
Yeah, they had an incredible read on it.
Yeah, the prep work is insane here. You could go through almost every single round and highlight something that EG did to apply crazy pressure that was based off Loud.
Absolutely, well, that's going to do it for map number 1. We're stepping away, but next GBD analysts are going to be breaking it all down, so don't go anywhere.
Stop me 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. Stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again.
The master plan of the evil geniuses came to fruition, and they silenced the best of Brazil. Welcome back, everyone, as EG is up 1-0 against Loud. This is the timeline we live in. There is no Kang to stop us here. This is crazy stuff that we're seeing, and I really do want to just jump right into this because it was very clear, Riv, from the outset, when you see those players on that stage, they look like they're having a damn good time.
Absolutely. David brought more than a shorty to this one. And it's like Goliath is afraid. This first map was so good by Evil Geniuses through and through. And then we talked about the attack side, and then they took just a few rounds to do it on defense, but shutting down the main players of Loud the entire time, a key factor in winning this.
It was fantastic stuff out of EG, and it obviously means so much to this team who has been struggling to find their stride all season, who played a really close match last time, showed us what they can do, and now put it on display against the best team in our league. It's incredible stuff, and I think it speaks to the preparation for this team. We were already talking about it at the halftime there, but it just seemed like they had such a fantastic understanding of what Loud was going to do. Astro utility in the right place, a pullback star to punish where Ospas is peaking. Loud, for the first time I think ever, I saw them run out of ideas, try and just take solo fights. It looked like the alarm bells were ringing for that squad.
It was kind of crazy. Loud couldn't really move around the map with freedom without being seen by a trailblazer, getting hit by a guiding light. EG had the correct information reads all the time to make the right adjustments. Whether or not they were there for the play, they were adjusted correctly for the post plant, for the take, attack or defense. Everything they were doing countered Loud. It just seemed like they were inside their heads.
The second half, too, was so dominant. They had a read onto the pistol round. They stacked that B site. Loud goes for an execute, gets shut down. Loud forces, and it's just snowballs out of control from that point onward. But the job still isn't done. There's still an up-road, a battle for them to continue to take.
This is true. This is true. It's just weird to say that Loud lost 13-3, but hey, good on EG. And part of the reason why that happened was because finally we get to talk about him, because we've wanted to talk about him for a while. It's Com. Com actually has been quite the contributor for this team, really picking up a lot of the dirty work, Riv, and just getting stuff done. And that is what this team needs in order to succeed.
That dirty work, a little janitorial duty. We always remember Com for lurking around, being right at the end of the round, having that great come around to clutch it, and we're back in that phase for him. Comfortability and making his own choices with the information from the rest of the team on the map, and Com explodes once again.
He absolutely did. From being the man who had the, I guess, dishonor of earning the Brazilian award for worst player of the week to now besting the best Brazilian team we have. The progress for Com here in Americas has been so good. Last week he was popping off, and here again, well, he didn't have the biggest numbers for the team. His lurks provided so much impact on that attacking side. Even if the initial idea was a little rougher for EG, he was the guy who would find that backstab and close out rounds for them.
No, I'm here for Com's redemption era. I'm all about it. You know, I want this arc to complete.
Keep calm and calm.
Here's a wild thing. Did you think that in 2022, when Ospas won the championship, we'd compare him to Demon 1? Here we are, baby.
It's more like Demon what right now?
Yeah, Demon God. This guy has been contributing so much to this team. I've clearly misunderstood the Tier 2 Valorant scene, Mimi. We got a lot of talent there.
There's so much talent. Josh's point, I think, was very apt, that what this guy brings is just an incredible young star that if you set up for success, he will succeed. And we saw that here. EG came in with a fantastic game plan, with good utility to set him up. And despite facing a guy who just, like, not even an hour ago, we were talking about
even have a filter on his picture.
Best player in the world, right? Like, this guy's brand new to the scene, and he is outperforming Ospas because of how good his team's game plan was and how well they set him up to thrive.
I think believing in that player is one of the big ones, right? We see it with Rooney and Jake, but bringing him onto the team, this stage, this presser, believing in that player is exactly what they need to thrive.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and shift our focus, though, to Loud and get into our aim lab shoot-around. A little detour, if you will, because we got Sadak here for the shoot-around, so we'll see some more pew-pews. Oh, I actually like this challenge. But now this begs the question, Mimi. Can EG do this in 2? and will Sadak allow that to happen? Because I can't fathom that concept in the back of my mind.
Yeah, it would be incredible if they can pull it off, but we've seen it from Loud before, making those comebacks happen. Last time we saw this team play, it was a similar situation. They got stomped out on map number 1, then it was Pearl versus Sentinels, but then in map 2 and 3, they rallied back, they still won that series. Haven was the second map in that series, and we're headed there here as well. There is very much a chance for Loud to bring this one back. I think for most people, it's probably the expectation, but still 13-3, this is different Evil Geniuses than we expected.
Yeah, and we have really underestimated the system, I think, of this team. I mean, I still see people online, you know, attempting to clown on EG. You can't clown on that result. Sorry. Split 13-3 against the 2022 champions and runner-up at lock-in. I'm sorry, but you got to give your flowers to EG here.
And we still have a second game to go here. Flowers are being delivered, right? They're almost at the doorstep.
And look, even if they lose the series, even if they lose the series,
they're going to be there.
beat Loud 13-3 is still an accomplishment.
That's true. And to this point, do we question now, because this is really the first time we've seen Loud bleed like this, have they been resting on just what Loud does, right? That should be enough, because we've seen it 4-0, but are they being figured out? There's an entire league that have had their eyes on the #1 team here till week 4, and that's a lot of homework to be done on you, so there's got to be more.
The prep was perfect on Split, but how many maps can you prepare for? How deep can you go in this one?
True.
The reason I do think they're going to have a strong game plan, though, is because this is the map they picked into. It's clear that they read that Split was going to be the choice of Loud. They had a fantastic plan for that one. I'm sure it's the same here for Haven, but we haven't seen the success on this map yet for EG.
That's true. We haven't. So that's why we can't really get too far ahead of ourselves, no matter how much we want to. I know Mimi always tells me I have recency bias, but I'm on the EG train, damn it. Now let's go.
I respect it. 13-3, you gotta have some belief.
All right, well, Agent Select now is starting here for map 2. It's going to be Haven. That's EG's pick. We just saw a lock-in go in there on the other side for Loud, but Busio is going to bring out that Killjoy. I wonder what we are going to get out of this one, potentially. Maybe some wonkiness, or we'd like to see some good honest Valorant.
Yeah, Harbor Viper is the composition that gets played by Loud on this map. I like it, really. It is the identity of their team. Team does a great job of always placing that Harbor utility correctly on this map. But for EG, I don't think they're going to cook in that same way. I think they're going to run a fairly basic, very default comp. I would expect it to just be solo duels with Demon 1 like we saw last time. And with Jaw in the smokes, that seems to be the expectation.
It's going to be tough. I feel like getting past the walls of Loud is really what you've got to focus on. We see it on Icebox when teams run the double controller, that it becomes so hard when you're taking B site. Here for EG, I think it's to take it slow, and we're going to have to look at Calm to be a very big factor here on those takes.
Yeah, they are going to have to be big moments out of comp. But I'm also looking again at Demon 1 at keeping up his form. This is another comp where it's not that solo initiator meta. It's not the double controller that has defined so many maps. On Haven, it's still double initiator built around your jet. The pressure's on this young guy yet again, but I'm sure the confidence is through the roof for EG after map 1.
Well, here we go. The question on everyone's mind is Loud going to get 2-0'd? I mean, honestly, those are words I genuinely did not expect to say today on a Monday. But let's go ahead and find out and send it over to Brent's show for the cast. You like that one? It's better?
It's a little bit better. It's a bit better. It's pretty good, actually. It's a bit better. It's a bit better, honestly. This is a bit better. We'll find out if Loud are going to get 2-0, but it's going to take quite a bit more preparation as well in the tank, I think, from EG. Now, they did pick this map. This is their map selection. Yeah. So they must have something in their back pocket, at least an idea of how to counteract this, but I can't imagine they've got too much practice against teams that play this composition, because Loud have some very good ideas when they play this Viper and Harbor on this map in particular.
Yeah, there's no way that they've got actual scrim preparation, but they might have a lot of theoretical answers. The pistol round is going to decide quite a lot here, and we've got EG grouped up on the defense on B, hoping that this is going to be a hard read on what's going on. I mean, they might even walk down mid, looking at the way that Demon 1 is set up here. What we saw from Loud before was really elaborate Harbor Viper executes. But the high tide being used by that means that you know they're not going to go into their C exec instantly, as in the one that goes through garage. But here, they mix it up and they just send everybody through C long instead.
Yeah, in theory you know that, but yeah, they do just use the Viper wall as some coverage. Turret spotted out there, clearing out all the necessary areas. Now, Nano Swarm buys them a bit of time for EG to try and flood, and you can certainly see that. They've stacked it with 4 of their players. Now you're starting to see them move through as the plant's down, so is the fault line, but there's a snake bite at the feet, and Demon 1's punished as he tries to push into the back of the site. There's a dart there. Not too much else accompanying it.
This is one of the only times where we've seen Loud get off to a bit of an advantage and EG's ideas get stunted.
Yeah, and right now still fights being taken, but making sure that they've got the covering fire necessary. Always favored still. Com now left into it, so 1v3. Players are weak. But will he be afforded the opportunities? The answer is not quite. There was a reswing. 2 years. Nicely done. So the pistol round goes the way of Loud.
No stopping now. As it did on Split.
As it did on Split, yeah.
It was really round 3. That was the kind of moment where you saw EG live up to the genius part of their name and just continued it for the rest of the map. But I think this map is going to be much more difficult for them to anti. They must have some great ideas, or at least ideas they think are great.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Loud's comp looks really difficult to stop. Unless EG are going to be playing retake the whole time.
Toxins going up.
All the way pushed forwards. Jogama try to work himself. It's a big kill. That forward angle, and yeah, Boostio does get the one. Sheriff still in his hands, splitting it up, tries to find the angle, but a little bit too wide, and he's dealt with.
And so look at the way that the Viper Wall and the High Tide are working here. This isn't exactly the hit that I was talking about, the one that Sean was going mad about when he was on the desk last time we saw Loud play. But they will often send a ton of utility that makes it very, very difficult to anchor the C site. Yeah. And whether that's Boostio or Jorgamo, or even if Demon 1 is there, I think they're going to struggle. It's possible that Demon 1 and Jorgamo might be the best players to anchor C, because they have their smokes to hide inside. Try to play really ratty.
The potential's there, but it's looking like a similar beginning to that split map. Hopefully not too similar for Loud's sake as well. They're going to be hoping for that, but just going down for the spike one, not necessarily. Ethan, a wider swing there as well. And Josh, similar beginnings as well. Callbacks are the key to comedy, but I mean, might not be too much funny that's happening here because...
Nothing funny for Loud on map 1, was it?
Exactly.
I mean, they got dominated by an EG that was playing much faster, more decisively, and willing to punish the opening levels of aggression from Loud. As soon as Aspas took any space, or Sadak took any space, they got punished by a dog or a pull, or some level of utility being thrown at them. EG have actually got Ethan over here to start with, so maybe the idea is to use fault line paranoias, that kind of thing, to stop a site hit from coming through, and a very standard defense on the A side of the map.
Oh, here we go.
Demon 1 and Comp.
This is it. It's what we've been seeing before. Two smokes lined up. How does Jorgamo deal with it? There's a stun fault line to try and ease it.
Yeah, so it's
still a fight being taken.
Paranoia.
Yeah. But a smoke as well. They are really just barreling through onto the site regardless.
But they still have to give it all up, and that means that Jorgamo's lost his paranoia now.
Flash reclear. It's fast. Flick to the side boost. How do you hit that? He was not looking in that direction. Yet a nasty one. Still spraying through. Two dinks make it three. Eventually getting the job and done. And with the reckoning, there's no stable footing whatsoever, but Demon 1 on this flank could be everything. And indeed, it is tagged up. 1-2 players falling. Left up to Sadak and Aspas.
There's still quite a lot of time.
Unconventional angle that Aspas is playing, but forced to swing wide into it, and there is that trade. So, Demon 1 making quick work of it, and Sadak forced to put his head on a swivel there. Beautiful, beautiful attempt there at a retake.
I liked what Loud did in the post plan, though, too. We've got to remember that was a bonus round. They were working with Spectres. Using the Reckoning in such an aggressive spot to try and retake Garage Control, I think, is a great idea there. But it's this reflank from Demon 1 that ruins that Garage hold and sets things up again. The timing, great, and not a place where you expect the Jet to be. You really are thinking the Jet's going to be at the forefront, using all the utility to get back in. Now rifles on both sides. Ethan makes his move back over to a more standard spot on A. But he's read the play once again. It really does feel like EG have got wall hacks at some point in this game. They are reading the game so well from Loud.
They got an amazing read on it, don't they? What's that stun push forwards? Cascade making it difficult, though. That's going to block this off, and it gives easy access to a decent amount of A long control. Drone, a flash. Pushing him all the way back. Dash has to come through from it. And, well, I mean, with Aspas falling, as good as a first kill as you can really hope for.
There's a large amount of spam and duels, and Ethan just found his opportunity to dip in, get a kill on Aspas, and escape with 16 health. A level of fast reaction, an attempt towards B. Sadaka's snuck in at the cost of less.
Do lose that player. Same wall now for the usual C hits, but it's up to Sadak to see what more he can really get done. A fox in the pen is what it feels like. Boostio manages one, doesn't realize that Sadak is there. Patience, the trigger discipline necessary to claim just one kill, and still in this forward position here. Needs to get cleared out. How does it happen? Well, Bulldog not quite ideal still. Sadak might have just salvaged this one, and it was looking quite dire.
30 seconds
Tap on a
left.
plan. That's to try and isolate one of the fights. Force an early fight as well as EG just try and maybe fight them Comes through, actually doesn't connect onto anyone, but okay, reveals them up, and now they know the location's there. Okay. Still down to 2 years. 1 versus 2. EG making sure that they play tight together, shoulder to shoulder. Comstick and defuse. Coverage from Demon 1. He's cleared down into the bottom of mid, getting off of it. Smokes for him. Sticking it all the way. Has to be spam, has to be a win there, but it's not in the slightest. Evil geniuses.
They find that opening pick again. I mean, I've never seen Aspas punish this hard across VCT Americas, but EG are doing it. The pressure down A long, it was a gorgeous read from EG to begin with, stacking 3 players over there, but the way in which they used Ethan's utility and got that opener forced Loud to play a very kind of scrappy, reactive round, faking the C hit, trying to lurk into B, and ended up just with them being at a player disadvantage.
Even as it comes, so it's less. He is forward in this position. The rest of his team starting to explore over towards Garage because Goal going to be trying to remove this Killjoy utility. Now backing away. There was a play in mind for EG. Risky for Boostio to take that.
But also confident. Think about how good EG are feeling about this match so far. It is definitely still possible for Loud to win the series. They're good on Haven, good on Pearl, world-class talent, world-class team. Great mentality too, but EG have just looked so good today.
Well, as you say that.
I mean, those are the moments where the confidence is coming out and they feel good taking the duel. It'll take a few losses like that.
Not able to win them out. They should not be favored in this one, yet Loud still barreling forwards. The necessary legwork was done as a smoke to try and help him out, but another one, Cascade pushes through. Even doesn't know which way to look.
And the big difference in this round being it's all 1 by 1 for EG.
Spike planted.
None of that prior strictness that feels to be instilled. Looking a little bit like the EG of old in that one. Giving away one too many opportunities, one too many individual attempts at those duels.
And the thing is, I actually really like Boostio's play. We talked about, that was where we began the conversation about confidence, but Boostio's trying to re-clear Garage, and that makes a lot of sense for their macro game, because it gets them good info. For Com, he's just taking a straight-up duel. I mean, he can very easily spot a player there, drop back into sight, and that is great for their defending situation overall. But he feels confident, takes the fight, and Loud end up getting an advantage out of the end of it.
EG pushed down. Turret needs to be dealt with, though. You can feel that high tide. Look at it. Splits up a lot of the side. It's a reaction from Loud. Okay.
They think it's a fast push down mid, but these EG players, they're ready to rotate to A. They could be in the site before Loud almost.
None of that space taken, including, look at that, Omen smoke as well, just makes it that much more difficult to feel safe about clearing through short. They don't know if it's been compromised. Double updraft. That's Demon 1, who's trying to make something of that. Kill maybe to be found there, but that's just spam through the wall into that heaven spot. Com maybe just trying to disrupt the plan. Demon 1 as well. That's a cheeky timing. Doesn't get away with it.
Much more individual in these last 2 rounds from EG compared to what we've seen in map 1. But this being an eco round, you really can't hold it against them too much. And when Ethan dies here, they're going to have a rolling thunder for the future too. So these rounds are going to start to get really chaotic with huge amounts of ultimates to play with.
You're seeing a positioning as noted there. So Ethan, like you said, is trying to make the play there, making sure that he dies to them, so he gets his ult online for the next one. Boostio, a little bit safer. His goal is going to be for the exits, but
Last player standing.
denied even that chance. And Loud regaining a bit of that composure that we know them for.
Loud essentially have 5 ults on board here. You know, they only have 2, but all 3 of their others are only a single ult orb away, and they could easily play for those over the course of the round. So the world is their oyster. They can cook up any kind of attack strat that they like. EG are going to try and play probably around Demon 1's operator, so we'll take a look at where that is. This is a really heavy A retake setup from EG. I know that Com is down A long at the moment, but look at the Killjoy utility. Alarm bot towards CT. A molly to stop them pushing as well.
All the way back. Level of foresight as well that they're thinking about this, maybe, because we want to be using that lockdown for an A retake.
Yeah, and there's no Sova on the other side for Loud.
Exactly, so they would have to push it.
I mean, no breach, you know, there's no aftershock, there's no shock darts, nothing.
Fight. might be about to take place into mid. There's a turret into the corner. That will take contact. Maybe that's what Boostier's waiting to potentially swing off. And as well as that, he's got Ethan. Maybe even holding the Rolling Thunder. Fault line, it's a double face and enough damage done. Hunter's Fury also being committed. No tags, potential damage. Was indeed done, but no kills.
It's a great idea again from EG, but it's just not quite there. The damage healed back up now, and Loud pivot into that C split.
Demon 1 might start to feel that heat really being applied to this. Jorgma was supposed to be taking that first contact. Kill found, but now you can feel it. Rolling Thunder to try and at least help him out. Reckoning as well. Quick scope right in the face of Aspas and a rifle exchange. Now we can start to do some serious damage. Playing proactive. Dart lighting them up. Less is from behind. But he's the last one standing. Cobb needs to win this fight. He's not the confidence to take the wider swing yet. Nevertheless, damage done through the wall and so contained.
What a play from Ethan. That Rolling Thunder, you know, saved along with the lockdown, in theory, to go for some kind of retake strategy, and decides on the fly to send it in to help Demon 1. Look at this ult and how much it helps Demon 1 at back plat there. Aspas almost certainly favored if he doesn't get stunned, and Ethan barrels his way to logs and takes down 2Es as well. Overall, a gorgeous, audible, really lovely play there. Those are the on-the-fly things that EG have just been missing in the first few weeks.
Yeah, it's been that hesitancy in some of that play. Flash through it. It's already starting off on the wrong foot for EG, despite singing their praises a little bit earlier.
I mean, think back to the first map. 13 out of 16 first duels went the way of EG. So far in the series, that's a rarity. Demon 1 falling early.
They're onto the side though. Plan. Starting to come through. That dart's not being dealt with. Sadak was lit up. There was an opportunity with the spam. Shock dart through to the side, and less now being that extra person that Lau can start to rely on here. Lockdown's placed. They have to be aware that they could be pushing it through, or at least have to respect it. Do they have a lineup for the corner?
Sadak can keep this pit up.
Yep, pit's still up. 2 years. He wants to go down with a ship, yet still takes 2 down with him to the murky depths. Boostio in the pit, the decay damage. There was that as well, detained into the corner, but the coverage. Sadak's still alive, up to Ethan. But less, that late lurk all the way through into the back of the site. He's got the angles watched for.
And that's Loud thinking a step ahead again. I mean, the mind games between these two teams, lovely to watch. EG know that they want to go for the retake on A. We talked about the Killjoy utility previously. This time, lockdown, and there's pressure in that corner. Now, Sadak's trying to Viper's Pit in that corner so that he can play safe, keep the Viper's Pit up. And then when he's forced to leave the corner, gets detained, the rest of his team have still got his back. Playing around the ults beautifully there. That's what makes Loud a world-class team, or at least one of the things that makes Loud a world-class team. They've knocked EG down to an eco, and that's got to be the first time in the series. I mean, apart from straight after the pistol.
Yeah. EG with a full retake setup and a full push down mid onto this one, giving Loud access to the site, so they'll be able to get themselves into the post plant.
Correct myself again, this is the second time, because we already saw an eco on them, on Haven from this team. They did not go for the 4-player push through a lobby, however. So this is a new flavor to things.
Yeah, it could have a bit of danger behind it. Flash close. Calm. Slight adjustment with the angle there. Tried to finish it with the left clicks of the classic, but not enough damage done at the end of the day. Doubled up, played up into the smoke with the shorty. Oh my goodness. Shredding them with the pellets.
And now Loud are really starting to pull ahead. This next one, round 10, is going to decide a lot of momentum. Would not be surprised to see attack timeout here called. And there it is. EG going to go for it.
Aspas has so much just calm in that moment, as well as he's pushing through the smoke. He doesn't fire both the shots off of the shorty in that moment.
Potter gets a chance to talk to evil geniuses and make some adjustments to the game plan. I think the way in which they've been able to... The way in which they're playing the defense is very retake heavy. And I think Loud's discipline in the post plants is, broadly speaking, going to be a bit too much for them. I think Loud are not only disciplined, but they're also proactive. And that's going to throw a team like EG off a little bit. What I'd like to see them do is have a bit more of the flood defenses, where they can get a player, you know, solidly into backside C, or, you know, running through a smoke on B, pushed up in A short, for example, and then the rest of the team comes in throwing utility to make sure that they're supported on site. That's difficult, though, when you're coming up against a lockdown, a reckoning, the kind of things that apply maximum pressure to site anchors.
And a team like Loud as well that are so good at that push and pull of the players' positioning, so, no. Haven ends up trending towards being quite retake heavy just because it's 3 sites. It's hard to defend all of them at once.
There's very heavy pings on the map here for EG coming out of their timeout towards C.
There's some focus leveled there. But again, very similar beginning here from Loud, but there's a smoke in their face now to push them away, and they don't actually break that alarm bot. They were breaking the door into a common enough angle just in case the turret was there.
And remember, the last couple of rounds, the alarm bot has not been positioned in that spot.
Yeah. You can feel how difficult it is. When teams are planning around what they want to do on the defense side of Haven, a jet opping can be the key to that success. But when you're playing against a Viper Harbor, there's no shortage of smokes in your face to mitigate any sort of impact you might be finding. And this time Loud bursting all the way through, taking that space into Garage, using that high tide. Reckoning dropped at the feet of Bustio. Can't take a good fight, can't take a clean one. Jorgamo though still, and he's got the help of Ethan. Locked down into the corner though. There's that pressure. Sadek moves his way forwards onto that long angle in a fight. 1 out. Wait a second.
Confine in 1 pushes this back down into a 2v2. Still 20 seconds before Karma has a recon dart active.
30 seconds left.
He can wait out the lockdown here, and then he'll only have to wait a little bit longer.
Spike planted.
It's used early enough. And this reposition by Karma is actually quite nice. Kind of noise lurking all the way through. Question is, do Loud even anticipate this? They think it could be coming from the back of the site. Opened up, start right there. Timing though, Sadek just jumps up. And Demon 1 wasn't ready to try and play off of that.
Did Com think they were completely off site?
Yeah, it's a bit unusual. Spam into the side. Demon 1 wins the first. Does he know where Les is? Up to the side on top of Logs. Too hard of a shot to hit, to flick to react to, despite what we know what he's capable of. Loud really in control of this half.
EG have put in, I would argue, about the same amount of prep to Haven. It's just not working. The way in which they're anchoring the C site is really unusual.
Yeah.
Having Ethan play in that back plat position, you just don't see Breach's play from there. And Jorgamo's really far pushed forwards. Bustio's going for unusual stuff too. They have a clear idea of how they theoretically want to counter Loud, but in practice, it's not working.
It's one thing entirely. You know, we brought it up at the very beginning. You can have those ideas, but there's no team that's really playing this comp, especially like Loud aggression. Is the playbook for them. With a nice ripped out from Demon 1. Wants to try and play with that confidence. Flash, dodge, knives reset, but less is there.
I got the spike.
Safety in numbers.
And a high-low
stacked
setup.
up, yeah. Enough damage done to Jorgamo, and he's just going to go down to the snake bite, so...
Last round before the switch.
We come into the last round of the half. Now, Loud look significantly better on their attack than they do on their defense. So there's still chances for EG. If they can grab this, grab the pistol, bring things back up to 6-8, and they've got some good ideas, this is absolutely still winnable. It's important that they keep that mentality, though. Half of Valorant is about your mental.
Absolutely.
Maybe more than that.
Tell my rank teammates that.
Double up on the attack side here for Aspas and Les. They've dropped rifles for themselves, though.
Spam into that. Bit of damage caught onto them. Looks like at least the threat from Loud that it could be just bursting in. It's the same high tide and the Viper wall as well, but it's all dropped down and slowed down from Loud here.
Toxins going up.
They're looking to see if they can pick apart this defense, and Demon 1 wants to take a cheeky peek at it. No easy targets. Off to the side, no matters not. Slight adjustment. Removing Aspas is a massive one.
Les has given away his position, and now Killjoy battle potentially in B.
Yep, do they know that this could be a possibility? Yeah, okay, well, as soon as the turret's broken, there's going to be an ult, but Les, well, he just glides and rides it all the way around the corner, straight into Demon 1 with the shorty. He doesn't survive it, he can't get out. Cool play, nevertheless.
It's gotten weird here.
It's gotten really weird.
Sadak is through, repositioned his Viper Orb, and swung through it. Seeker's being used as well, pushing the defense back away from C. So this is going to end up being a post-plant position with disadvantage for Loud, a 3v4. They've been proactive in the past, but what utility do they really have? Galantine tries to lurk. He was the only one with a flash, the only one that could have really made a play.
Final round, Jorgamo using that ult to just get that bit more information into this 2v4. Now,
stun, flash, recon, so many tools here for EG.
So the side will be cleared, but it's a full post-plant setup here. Playing by Loud. Onto that long angle. First snake bite's going to be used. A bit of spam as well. Spike hasn't been tapped, and time might start to become a bit of a problem. Pushing forwards, though, it's Ethan. Taking the initiative, quite literally pushing into them, and that's going to be that 4th round claim for EG. The potential's there, Josh. You know, we talked about it. Loud's attack side is the better half for them when they play on this Haven map.
Switching sides.
They demand a fight.
I think that's going to end up being very important. Puts a premium on the next pistol. EG, though, this is a very different situation for them. They must have felt on top of the world at the halftime of Split, and now they're battling back.
Battling back indeed. Well, that's going to do it for the first half. Let's send it back over to, I believe, the desk as well to break down what we've seen.
Well, what I've seen here is despite the 8-4 scoreline, it's still a very winnable game for EG and for Loud. I mean, you got to be very satisfied with 8 coming out of that. Welcome back, everyone, as we break everything down. Let's jump into this one right away because, again, the story continues to be, Mimi, that EG is doing a brilliant job of really just reading the game, reading what's going on, and adapting to it when they need to.
And they've had some of these same good ideas, but I think in this one, Loud has done a lot better job of seeing those ideas and adapting. But the thing is, we still had some of these moments for EG to keep it competitive where that idea fails and they came up with a new one in the mid-round. This, for example, they had this trap play set up outside B with a stun swing and a Sova ult off of it, and it nets nothing but a death for Boostio. Loud instantly has a good call, heal everyone up, and pivot your way back towards this C site where their executes have been really good with this Harbor Viper composition. But Demon 1 is here, anchoring on this site, and even after Jojimo falls, there's a really great play from Ethan to instantly react with his Rolling Thunder to support his teammate on site to absolutely frag out and inevitably win this one. Those were the moments that were good for EG, but throughout this half, it was dominated by Loud, finally taking the control we expected them to have this game.
And the beginning of the game for them as well, even losing a few rounds, we're still prepped. We saw their C hits flashing the push, ready for EG to be aggressive, playing so smart, and then site takes, the walls. Tui's has been such a big factor for this squad, being alive towards the end of the rounds, making sure that his cove is there for the team, not him dead, and they don't have protection once they get into the site.
The ideas have been good for Loud, and the individuals have really been stepping up as well. It's clear that between these two maps, they rallied and are like, guys, we're not losing to EG today, because they have looked good thus far. But still, there's another half to play of this one, and EG have gotten 4. That's doable. If they can win another one of these pistols, show continued good preparation against Loud's defensive side, which is weaker with the Harbor Viper, there's still a shot at this one.
Great.
Yeah, well, folks, it's doable for EG, but for Loud, they could very well be forcing us to a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Very much doable, but the job is not finished. Not by any stretch of the imagination here. EG going to need to, grab this pistol round and anything else they can get after that point. And it's an important pistol round indeed. And if we're going to look at any individuals on both sides here, there's a good head-to-head to look at when it comes to those smokes players with Jorgamo and Tuyas, opposite ends of the spectrum with their own performances.
Yeah, Jorgamo was just getting bullied trying to defend the C site. But overall, we've seen some ridiculous, madman playmaking coming out from him on smokes, whether he's playing Harbor or Omen, compared to that clinical meta definition that we've seen from 2Es.
Just not lacking that gusto.
The preeminent Harbor in the game right now.
A few till used though, they clear all the way through into the back to C. Still back plat. I mean, Jorgamo's got the spike in his hands as he's jump spotting that.
Double push garage though.
Yeah, and this is starting. Okay, Aftershock's actually used there and a flash through the wall to try and push it back. So EG expecting there was going to be that reclearance, and this time Loud decide, okay, we're just going to give up that area of the map. Let's start to try and flood all the way in through the back, but they're being stumped and stopped in through the smoke. Oh my word, what is occurring? Running gun backwards with the frenzy, tap, tap, tap with the ghost. It's all EG, and Josh, you asked me to recount what exactly happened there. Couldn't tell you.
Well, I'll give you a little lowdown. EG kept garage control and Boostio reflanked spawn. Right, that I think was the biggest play that really occurred. The aftershock is excellent from Ethan, but here's the play from Boostio. He gets around behind them and he can hear all of these footsteps. He knows there's nobody holding for him and just swings in, comes around through.
That is just insane.
I think that demonstrates a lack of patience from Loud, though, because they had Sadak looking to late re-clear garage from double doors, and instead they just gave up and allowed Boostio that timing. They feel a little rushed today, like they just want to get the match over and done with.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've got appointments to get to or something.
It can often be like that. Oh my goodness, Les has offered so many opportunities. I mean, getting a full reload off there with a Sheriff. But Com survives. He's concerned though about a repush, so that's why he's darting the bottom of mid there, just in case somebody is pushed up from it. A heavy stack from Loud. That's 4 of them. And towards C in garage.
And it looks like EG are coming back in this direction.
Oh, just a little bit of a pump fake almost as well. They breaking the turret with 50 seconds left. There's going to be a drone to re-clear over towards A. What is the goal? Well,
it's a good shot.
Yeah, that is a lovely shot. Les might have just injected a bit of chaos into the round with that one because
EG still want to finish C here.
Right into the stack, and with a high tide in their face, it's so damn hard. Pushed up, spamming in the corner. Seems like Loud have got a very good read on it.
30 seconds
Paranoia though.
left.
Gonna push them back all the way through. Loud have given up this space. The goal there, just like just pushing into mid to try and reclaim that weapon. So Aspas gets that upgrade with the Guardian. Makes that much doable with the players being that weak. Jorgamo's close though. This is a brave play. Flash. Luckily his teammates to help him out there with a fault line. No aggression off the back of it. Still wants to move forwards. You gotta be kidding me. On top of the brakes. What is occurring?
That's what I'm talking about. You get the sprinkling of madness whenever you watch Jorgamo on the Omen. I mean, on the Harbor as well, but he is not afraid to send you.
You wouldn't think he's playing against the finalists at Lock-In. You'd think he's playing ranked or something, the stuff he's getting away with, but
yeah,
it's almost like the rest of EG has been charged with just making sure he doesn't just toss away his life in those moments. You sort of fault line to push them back.
Yeah, I think Ethan has been doing an excellent job at providing supportive utility this whole game. But yeah, there's no one in VCT Americas that plays smokes like Jorgamo. Might not be many people in Tier 1.
Yeah, fine line though, Josh, between genius and insanity.
Yeah, I've seen some clips from Mystic doing that kind of thing. And the rest of Fnatic were not too happy. All right, so now Loud have got those rifles up. A stun, again, good utility. The flash, the recon, all paired.
And it's got a lot of value. Smoke in their face as well, so the flash doesn't get much. 2 years off to the side with the rifles. It's good. Jorgamo still making the most of the stinger. Lovely offset of the movement. How are they claiming these?
I have the spike.
Boundless amount of upgrades here. Spike has to be planted though, and there's an opportunity maybe for Sadat to claim it. No! Fight just gets taken straight up by Boostio, and he wins it.
And that is the bonus round. Incredible play from Jorgamo and Boostio. The old duo of EG coming together there so well. I thought 2Es had done everything that they needed. The utility was great from EG. 2Es holds on with 2, and Jorgamo instantly, with a stinger, replies. 2 of his own. EG are perfectly back in position to win this. You look at the economy, they should tie things up at 8-8. And that would only put them 5 rounds away from the biggest upset of VCT Americas by far.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was anticipating this.
I mean, this would be maybe the biggest upset of the year. I can't think of a bigger one. Maybe we had one at Lock-In or something. Answers on a postcard, #VCT Americas. But I can't.
Send it in. Oh! And this is the danger. Ethan wants to try and match him. Rifle, okay, 2 kills. Still danger there. The movement. What is going on? Listen, value for your money if you're in the audience today watching this, because it is carnage on the screens.
Ethan's one away from being able to get his ult online. Same for Boostio. They might need it. Loud are going to be able to retrieve weapons this round. Bonkers.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that they're not playing together too. Boostio going for like a lurk play through B seems so risky.
Yeah. With them opting to go for that fast plan over towards C though, they give up these 2 rifles.
They give up the rifles, but Loud have no idea where these EG players could be positioned. They're just running through here, but they could be on the left, they could be in cubby, could be backside. There's just so many spots that you can't afford to clear. You don't have the time.
Fast forward here. Tap onto it. It's a rolling thunder, pushing them back. Wider swing, and Boostio claims, but Util in his hands. That's unusual. Stunned. Less taking it now. Half on to the defuse buying time, and pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake at all. Oh my word.
Loud have just stolen that round. After we were talking about EG on the path for an enormous upset. The fact that Ethan's utility has been perfect all day, and then his ult missed less. Just the tiniest, tiniest little corner not cleared, and less tucks. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Just insanity that we're witnessing. Just insanity.
Oh. That's a lot of early damage onto Demon 1. Think about how the Jets can be playing on this map. They want him to be the first in off the back of utility from Ethan and Com. Might make that a bit more difficult.
EG just trying their attempts as well to remove the turret. I actually think the position of it is tucked a little bit deeper so it can't be spammed from the usual angle. High Tide gonna be blocking off the front. Smoke still placed though. EG want to make a go of this one. No one looking in that direction.
Ethan body blocked the bullets for Demon 1 there.
Okay. Why not?
Not intentionally, of course.
Les isn't wasting any time. Didn't even realize he's in here. Into the back of the site. Shorty up close. Stunned. The Reckoning. It slows him down. It needs to be clearance. And okay, Les will manage it and deal with it. The lockdown. And he's detained. Removed from the fight for but a moment, buying a little bit more time. 4 players still alive at EG, and they've got the utility to push them away from it. Spamming it. Aftershock onto that tap. Cove going to be bursted down as well on top of it. Wall's going to be facing them as well as that. The firing squad, and it has to be a save. Running away. Salvaging the operator. Boostio going down to the spike. Don't know if that was intended.
He didn't need his gun. That's fine. That's fine.
What a series, Josh. What a series.
It's definitely gotten scrappier and more chaotic in the last couple of rounds. And that might be... I actually don't think it is EG running out of plays, because the B hit there looked like they had some good ideas, and they played the post plant really nicely too. But I think from Loud's point of view, they're trying to find the holes in what EG are doing. And
this feels flustered almost.
Kind of, but also they are finding some nice timings. Loud just won an eco round by getting up in their face and causing that level of carnage. It might be deliberate. I'm not saying that Fraud is saying, you know, let's make this a rank game.
Yeah.
But if you are more confident that you can thrive in the chaos because you understand what your teammates do and you have more experience, you consider yourselves better players in that kind of situation, maybe.
Yeah.
This is quite ridiculous, though.
Coach is popping off. And Potter's just chilling. Big chilling as well.
Aspas is big chilling.
Yeah, this is the usual for him, though. He's
the posture says big chilling, but the scoreline does not. And the fact that he had to run away in the prior round with his operator and didn't really get too much done. We've gone from a couple of games where Aspas has genuinely looked like the best player in the Americas into this series where he's been struggling to find impact because EG's utility is so diligent. Every player's push is commed well and has something to back it up.
Yeah, the threat of a piece of utility or something just to punish.
And a lot of the time it's coming from Ethan. Whether he's on the sky, we saw those Trailblazers being able to isolate Aspas and led to first death occasionally, or his breach utility here has been really well coordinated.
EG have really slowed this one down, but they need to be cautious because they know that operator was saved.
I like this. The setup from Com, the dart and the drone land at the same time there because of the lineup he used. But Aspas is still trying to ego it.
Look at all that utility. I mean, just manifesting it the way we were talking about it. Aspas really struggling to find those timings where he can play aggressive and use that really clean movement. But Loud have an idea of this one. I mean, they're committing the lockdown when they're on the weaker buy. This is unusual.
Like a mega weak buy. They have one operator and pistols.
We're committing the ultimate here to try and cancel it. No, he actually sticks it out, realizing that the site was taken. By ball in their face. High Tide as well as layers to this one. Does it really just come down to the spam? Does it really just come down to the shots being hit with the cove there? Spraying through! Plant released. Gonna be the defuse denied. Not getting half on it. Quick tap. One left standing. It's all Sadak. And there's not enough done for it. Come with a wider swing and he wins it through. With you. Yes.
Red Bull clutch at the end there for Com. I'm amazed that round ended up being as close as it did. The Loud players are still dangerous with the Sheriffs. And even a nanoswarm kill happening there, but once more, EG played the post plant nicely. They have a garage reflank that gets a lot of value, and then their players are not flustered in that moment, making sure that Com stays alive towards the end. EG's attack side here is looking great. They are seriously punishing Loud.
Stoic. There we go. Not for much longer. Popping off, yeah. You can feel how much it means to them. EG, passionate players. We're already into this, by the way.
We're back in.
Full speed ahead.
And this one looks very reminiscent of NRG's exec. Demon 1, super deep, good utility, investing a lot. Now, what is the next layer? EG have always shown us a next layer in the post plan.
Looks like they want to fight. Fault line queued up, pushes them back away. Demon still pushing close into the angle here, wide by Sadak. He wants to take the fight to them. Strogamo at the back, spraying down, equalizing at least an attempt. But Aspas with the knives, leaping forwards. Com. It's the last one standing. Fuse denied.
Jonas?
We can stick onto this one, yeah. Those shot darts looking clean with the Hunter's Fury. Nobody can really stick this. Damage is there. But not enough here, yeah. Aspas, he survives it for but a moment, gets off it on half. He's opened it up, he's denied that one. Is there enough time on this one? He got off the defuse! Surely not, surely not! No way!
What on earth is going on there?
How did the defuse and he gets off it?
How has Com got that? He knew that the ult was coming through from that position.
And there was one burst left. I mean, Aspas would have survived. I think he was on 87 health. I mean, you know, listen, I'm doing the mental maths on it, but there's just no way.
That's an insane play. Back-to-back clutches from Com. And Loud have let that one slip through their fingers.
Wow.
That's the kind of craziness that you need in order to take down a Goliath team like Loud, though. I mean, those are the moments that don't happen often enough for Loud to lose regularly. But if they happen on EG's watch, they'll take them.
Yeah.
All the way to the bank. They should go up 11-9 here. Can they convert an anti-eco? Sadak's got himself into an aggressive position over towards C. There's a stack on A. There's still danger in rounds like these. Loud have showcased that. But EG are playing the better game today, and that is a sentence I did not expect to be saying.
Huh? Okay, a little bit of... Huh? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Listen, the shock that listen, wasn't intended, obviously.
I mean, after Com gets two back-to-back insane clutches.
Yep.
All right.
A little bit of a misstep, but the goal was to clear the util, and they do that. Still, this entire time, by the way, Sadak has been pushed up towards C. This was done very early on, so he's going to be getting a lot of that information in the mid-rounds. And with 35 seconds left, where is the time gone? We're having too much fun up here.
They're going into a stack.
Going straight into the stack into A, and this is why we said there could be danger behind it. Flash into the corner, straight away. Even a TP from Jordan wants to accompany it off to the side. Oh my goodness. Kills rattle off this way, that way. Damage being done with 17 seconds left. There needs to be a plan. Ethan, he commits the ult.
The flank.
One player's there, caught it. This flank from Sadak is everything right now. The plant needs to be stuck. There's safety in numbers, but numbers removed. And with the plant stuck, dropping down to the... Oh, wow.
And Sadak wins them that round. By going down C early on, he allowed his team to stack the A site. When there was garage pressure, Loud started to spread out again, and Sadak said, no, they're not C. I can hear them running away. There's nobody C long. Get back on A. And then not just that, he manages to get a flank off because there's no alarm bot placed by Boostio. Boostio with only one turret looking towards grass in this round. He placed the alarm bot in the post plant towards CT. And that allows Sadak to come behind once again and win. Every time I feel like EG have taken the move necessary to get ahead in this game, in this map, Loud answer back with something absurd.
It just gets wrangled out of their control. And now EG, listen. It's 10-10, still even, but Jorgum's been dropped down to the weaker gun. And now, how do they want to play this round?
Does Sadak have some kind of crazy Viper's Pit?
Oh, he's just holding it. Okay. Smoke actually not being propped up there. Gives him that sideline straight into Demon 1. Crucio attempting for the relurk play, but it's used in kind as well on either side, just removing that utility. Which direction do they want to go to now? It's still a minute left, so time to work with for EG.
But these first engagements have definitely... The issue has been shored up for Loud compared to map 1.
Boostio, so much disrespect there. He just wants to take the fight.
Les and Boostio are such confident players.
Yeah. Both eager to take chunks out of each other. And with that repeat, Les is finally brought down. It's Aspas though. What can he do? As the side anchor, Smoke dropped down. A bit disorientated, but a no-scope. Up close. Jorgum trying to punish it. And time is starting to become once more an issue. Dash force, rifle, upgrade, no way!
My ult's ready.
And Loud pull out an Aspas round to get themselves to 11 on Haven. That's pretty crazy.
If that's what it takes.
EG with another nice idea, contacting through garage. The flash almost perfect again. And Jorgum just gets taken down there. Another dash too, to kind of get to a closer angle, to throw off Ethan's aim, and set himself up to kill the final 2 players. When Aspas is unleashed, those are the rounds you get from him. And he's only just started to get online towards the honestly, the last, what, 3-4 rounds? Out of the, what, 40 that we've played so far.
Yeah. EG, prior rounds here into Haven have been doing a good job just, mitigating his impact just by using good util to clear him out. The diligence is there as well, but they know that Aspas is opping to try and spot him out. But so far, timeout has to be taken because something needs to change. It's Loud with that momentum behind them.
And I was talking about it just then in the prior round, but 13-3. Not just the score on Split, but that's how the first kills were going too. EG had 13 first kills on Split. Demon 1 has been the first death 4 rounds in a row now. So that is a massive difference, and that's been really the biggest thing that I can point to as to why EG have struggled to get this closeout on Haven, despite looking like they have some nice ideas on the attack side.
Maybe that's just at the back of some of these EG players' heads as well, just feeling like you can't let this chance slip away. 2-0 against Loud. Still within their grasp, but gotta have that experience. Jorgum! He's just sticking the ult. I mean, Sadak's in his face, brings him down. And Aspas trying to lay claim and lay waste to his opposition. Bit of a beef with the movement though. Con was ready to contain that one, and he does bring him down. Exchange there as the operator now going to be finding his hands into Boostio. Demon 1 spotted though. Cleared out into the corner. Boostio making more aggressive plays of his own. He wants to play straight into their spawn. Doesn't have an escape mechanism. The quick scope straight to them. But Com lifted another 1v2. Marshall reckoning. Shot found. Right onto the head. Cove's there. Hunter's Fury gained. Up in the air. Hard target, but denies the plan and does not get half. Still stunned up. One more burst. Damage. Still done. It's up to this. Over the down. And Cove. Chooses to go off it. Fearing for his life, all the way through, will it make a difference? Corbin jump peek gets him away. Has he got enough time yet again? Surely not. And 0.5, that's the difference. But it might have just made all of it.
Match point.
Bonkers round. The entire final quarter of Haven has just been bonkers.
Yeah, they don't prep you for this. they don't prep you for these kind of games.
Jorgamo's play, ludicrous. Com nearly winning the clutch, ludicrous. Boostio's quick scope. I mean, it's all
You got to take a risk there, but
it's all been wild. But Loud find themselves one round away from equalizing the series and heading over to Pearl. So far, these first deaths, they are absolutely killing EG. They have such great ideas, but they're always 4v5. It is 18-4 in terms of first kills to first deaths on this map. Loud slaughtering them in these early moments. If that can get turned around, EG could still take this to OT.
They need to find some composure to drag this one back. They did a good job bringing it all the way up to 10, but it's Loud who are on the cusp of running away with it now. One round standing before them. Lockdown not going to be used by less. Onto the stairs. One player to take won't make too much of a difference, but it's going to force EG to play back now.
And that's a different positioning for the lockdown, isn't it? It doesn't give them a ton of room on the site. It doesn't force EG back too far.
Fight's been taken early. Alternating the angle. Stuns good, but still 2 years. Wins the fight despite that. Tom's still here. Paranoia ripping through. As all this is happening, there's that extra layer of Aspas on the flank, and that's making all the damn difference. And that is going to be the map. It got hectic. It got messy. But Loud, they do drag it all the way to the distance here.
A ridiculous situation. Loud absolutely pushed. EG had their chances to win on Haven. And we were talking about this on map 1. It's one thing to have a chance to beat a top team. It's another thing to actually close it out. Evil Geniuses will have another try on Pearl, and it's a map where we've seen Loud bleed, even recently. But towards the end there, the Loud machine really started to get going.
Started to fire up.
I think huge credit to EG, to be honest, to even keep that close, considering the differential in the first bloods. It's just bonkers.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 19-4. I thought the first map was one-sided, being 13-3. 19-4 in Loud's favor for the first bloods.
It goes against my every understanding of the game of Valorant. On a fundamental level, Josh, I have been rattled.
That's how upsets happen.
I have not been prepped for this, but listen, we'll do our best to sail away and keep it going, because we are keeping going. I mean, map 3 is on the cards here. And what a way these final few rounds ended. It was just absurd.
If matches always went the way that you were predicting, there wouldn't be any need to play them.
Absolutely. Well, time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts are going to get us ready for that crucial map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
we're all knotted up 1-1 as we head into map 3. Loud pick up the map win of Haven over Evil Geniuses. And now, well, if you're an EG fan, I think you're kind of happy given the circumstances, seeing the score line being this way, seeing EG be as competitive as they have been. But Mimi, it was very clear at the end of that one. Boy, oh boy, did Aspas and Loud just turn up the heat. That was scary.
They did, but what the hell was that game? The last half of that one was just ridiculous hero play after hero play. There was like 3 rounds where Calm clutched a 1 versus 3 down C long. One, he
almost
didn't quite pull it off. It was just absurd. We're used to seeing Loud play these really well put together, structured games. And EG, we kind of expect that after map 1 as well. But this was just chaos, Riv.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's either team playing bad, too. Like, Loud's not playing down. EG is definitely stepping up and meeting Loud at that caliber of play. We see the first kills here in this and why Loud was able to take such a catapulting lead towards the end of it. Not catapulting, 3 rounds. But see that Aspas was so unhappy with what was going on. Even after his 4K, we see this guy is just ice cold because I feel like Loud thinks as well, this isn't what they should be presenting on the stage. They may feel like they're underplaying.
This is definitely, for Loud, something that they are feeling disappointed that the series
sure.
come this close. You saw it from their faces when we saw that little huddle at the beginning there, that this is something they came in, they expected to win. They expect greatness from themselves.
Yeah, well, they were able to pick up the win here, so almost done, at least, for Loud. But let's talk about EG, though, because you're right, Mimi, the individual pop-off plays, the hero moments that we were seeing from all these players. Calm. This guy was awesome, too. Like, Georgimo, like the way he goes on top of the box is like everything about that was great.
It's such great moments from these EG players. You're seeing the raw individual skill that they have, and also their ability that even in games that get chaotic, that get wild, it's almost a different skill to come up with that game plan on the fly, to go for that wild play and actually win the rounds. And these are the kind of moments we were like not seeing for EG in the first few weeks.
It's one of the things that's really surprising me. You look back at the mini-map, if you look away from around, and you're like, wait, EG's scaling into this. They're going into the defensive side. They're going deeper. They're taking better spots. Instead of backing up, you think the EG played this really orchestrated defense where they're behind C long or they've left the site and you're ready for the retake. They're trying to get in their opponent's face. They're trying to make Loud sweat here, and that's what you have to do. You can't just let Loud freely walk around. You have to put the pressure on.
But for every one of those fantastic moments from EG where someone popped off, they won around and continued on, there were also moments where they were letting things slip, where Loud was doing the same, winning an eco, winning like a scrappy clutch round. These were the things that lost EG this game. Honestly, it should have been a 2-0. It was just these eco rounds that kept Loud in it.
It's just the devil's in the details, right? And the eco rounds are so pivotal because you would think, it's eco, more than likely, statistically, sure, it's favored for the team that has the better guns, but to see the way that Loud put the emphasis, and I remember speaking to Fraud about this at Lock-In and how important it was for this team to emphasize their ecos because they realized, Riv, that could be the thing that wins them the game and puts them over in the series. We saw that happen literally just now.
Absolutely. You kind of see in that eco round how EG started to take more 1v1s. You get a little relaxed, you start pushing off, and if you play that like Loud, you play it slow, you make sure, at least in the beginning, you can extract a little utility out of your opponent. It's much easier to walk in there and look for those sheriff headshots, knowing you might get the 1v1 and not a guiding light to your face.
Yeah, and the issue is you really cannot give Loud any quarter because they will take it. And Aspas is a perfect example of that because at the end of the game, Mimi, it just felt like Aspas went into full-on devil mode and just decided, I'm going to just destroy everyone and end this game and we can go to map 3.
I feel like I'm watching the same thing play out again versus Sentinels.
True.
They get dominated in map number 1. Map 2, it's Haven. They almost lose it, 13-11, but Aspas pops off and keeps them in the game to end up winning the map at the end of the day. This guy, when his team starts losing, when mistakes are made, it almost just seems like he gets pissed. Like you saw his face.
Blood red man.
Even when he won the clutch, even when he got that crazy ace, he's just like, guys, this is enough. We should be stomping this game.
You realize why he is a jet only, and it's not in these situations he asks for more util. He goes and does it himself. He is the util, he is the attack, and he is the defense as they pull back. Like, when Aspas starts to do that, the MVP starts to just go higher and higher on the board.
Yeah, my guy is everywhere all at once. Everywhere and anywhere all at once. I don't know what the movie's name is called. But anyway, point is, though, let's go ahead and move on as we look forward to map 3 in EG EG versus Loud. Again, I'm going to repeat that for everyone. We're in map 3 for EG versus Loud. Our best team in the league and one of our lowest rated teams in the league as far as standings are concerned are now going to be making their way over toward Pearl. And Mimi, I got to go to you on this because I feel like you're on the EG train right now. I think you're on the train with me. Do you believe me? Do you believe?
That's asking a lot of me to believe in EG, because the deeper we get into this series, the harder it is. We saw on Split, it was a clean, well-prepped game plan from EG. It was dominant. In map 2, we did not see that. It was scrappy. It was wild for EG to push that close. And now for me, I feel like Loud is stepping up. Loud should win this. I expect Loud to close out this series. It's going to be so difficult for EG to be competitive with this team across 3 maps.
We go into the agent select now, and just quickly looking at the way the maps played out, I almost feel like Loud got trapped on map 1. Maybe they didn't prep too much, they prepped for 2. Who knows? Is the prep there for 3 for both teams at this point? Super Week is delivering. The Harbor Viper comps, we expect to see those. Maybe, ooh, look at a fade though.
A pivot out of EG away from this Gecko comp, which I always felt was a little bit gimmicky. They go more towards not actually a standard. It looks like they're gonna lock in Harbor Viper. Instead, it's Harbor Astra and a second initiator in the fade with no duelist whatsoever. I'm trying to consider the options with this game plan. On defense, the Astra provides you value as an anchor player along with your Killjoy. You can fight against Harbor Viper. Maybe the fade is to be combined with flashes to spam through walls against Harbor Viper.
So watching the EG comp with Gecko, it was Calm, right? Yeah, Calm had Mosh lineups. And if Calm can get Haunt lineups on top of B, then that will be able to keep the vision over the Astra smokes, over whatever walls they might have. So actually seeing how this might play out, I think Calm still has those lineups to be able to get really high top haunts and get this played out for the team.
I think you're right. I think what the composition's idea is going to be to try and spam players on these executes as those walls are going up. Get those high haunts that you're bringing up, combine it with the flash, spam through these walls, and then play these slower retakes together with an advantage. Is that the idea, or do they have something else cooked?
Well, this is it. It's all about who wants it more, the plucky underdogs or the God Kings of VCT Americas. Let's go ahead and send it over to Brennan Sideshow for map 3.
Thank you very much, guys. And we're about to find out, honestly, which direction this is going to go to. Will it be, the biggest upset that we've seen in quite some time, in my mind as well, or Allow going to be really sailing at home? And, the desk was talking, Josh, to know about these composition changes of EG. There's a danger to it. You're not putting too much prep time into one look. You're constantly chopping and changing. And it's one thing to have an idea of how you want to play against a certain comp, but it's another thing to put it into that practice. We just saw that materialized on Haven.
At the same time, though, their attack side on Haven did look great. And they haven't changed too much here. They've only changed Com from Gecko to Fade. So I think they should be able to keep a lot of the other stuff intact. What I'm worried about more so is that they could not stop Loud's attack side. They just couldn't figure out whether it was retake or flood defending. They couldn't stop this.
All the way through here. There's no time wasted, is there? Loud pushing forward, Sadak even scaling right through into the back of the side, and timing might be taken. A bit of run and gun with the frenzy favored. Pushing forward, Jorgamo not wasted time. Wants to take another fight. Back horse was compromised. Spike's still not planted though in the middle of all of this, because Aspas is just waiting for that one. He hears it. Catches.
The jet lurk.
Yeah.
Of course.
As is usual.
The jet lurk and the Killjoy entry.
And all the way from behind, Les is right there. Ready and waiting to pinch. Pissed around for Loud. Expected, anticipated, maybe, but listen.
Every single one of these maps have started with Loud buying 5 frenzies, running in, and getting the win on the opening pistol round. And then they've gone in vastly different directions.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
try and predict the outcome now.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother. I'm not going to bother. I'm just here for the ride. I did not expect this match to be as good as it has been so far, and I think there's all the chances in the world for EG to come out and win, or Loud to showcase that that blip against Sentinels was just that, a blip.
Fight to be taken. This is a heavy stack, EG. They don't quite have the guns for it, and when you try and fight towards A main, plenty of positions for the attackers to try and play that anti-flash position.
Interesting though, the fact that they comboed up the flash with the haunt there.
Trying to remove All of these weapons, as many as humanly possible. And this is a significant amount of damage done to the economy already. They've removed that armor from Sadak and 2 years. Boostio being as low as he is. I don't think he's going to be... Yeah, okay. Spam down and just into the corner. Expected of it, but...
They have plant money. Less still was yet to buy.
Yep.
I think overall Loud is still going to be fine here. They're still going to have a great buy moving into the bonus. I'm looking at the opening kills. I mean, I can't tear my thoughts away from the way that this series has just swung back and forth in terms of those opening duels.
Yeah.
13-3 and then 4-19.
Just oscillating wildly.
It could not be more different from map 1 to map 2. So that's what I've really got on my mind here. And you see the potential for an early clash over towards B. There's no single player to watch on EG's defense. It's a team effort.
They're using that high tide just to cut across. Taking away that space from Loud. There's respect shown here because they're all the way backing through. In fact, they're anticipating it. They're expecting a pot flash play. Most of the team just playing right around the corner.
Look how deep Les has gotten. I mean, this is ridiculous. The stack on B was so aggressive, and Les, I mean,
Behind him, opened up comp.
ridiculous. Les doesn't even know where to look, and he still finds the kill.
What is going on?
Now he's trapped so heavily, but the rest of his team is trying to react off of it. They think EG are going to be chasing Les, so we'll have space on B.
Has to be a clearance. How was Les getting value from that position still? They knew it was taken up, but EG, they want to take the fight to them. Jogamo with 2.
Player standing.
The gap though. Into the smoke there, just gives the opportunity for 2 years to rip the head off away from Ethan.
It feels very similar to Haven. They're actually using their utility nicely for Jogamo to peek and try to make something happen, but Loud are still getting it into an advantaged situation. 2v1 post plan on the bonus.
It should be quite clean from Loud as well, playing together. The backside of Horse Demon 1 left guessing in terms of where they could be. There's no walk towards, no casual jaunt into the back of Horse to see if he can catch that one fight one, but as that was happening, it was Aspas for the reclear. Safety.
No charges left.
Very nicely played there by the 2 Loud players remaining. I think already we've seen chaos. The positioning from Les in this round indicates to me that Loud are continuing their theme from the end of Haven.
Yeah.
If EG are going to go for these set elaborate plays, Loud are going to go the opposite direction. More puggy and just trying to find holes in the defense. And that's what Les did. You know, that is not a planned round from Loud, having Les deep in enemy spawn.
It's valid. Lean into it, that individuality. Don't play so structured. Let Les make those plays by just lurking through into mid and seeing if he can crack open a side or 2, maybe even a couple of heads. A side completely vacant. Nobody anchoring, no one in sight. Still going to use the util to clear it though because of that heavy stack. EG now starting to rotate through. Aspas. There's danger with this one, yet still confidence. Let's take a fight like that, especially with the dash active. Safer than it seemed, so backs away that first player advantage. EG going to be left wondering how do they want to play this one. There's honestly not too much value in taking away guns. Close corner, up towards the box, and they swarm the position.
Look at the way that Aspas and Les are playing that situation. It's an anti-eco, and they are running at EG, determined to dominate them. I'm confident that that's what's going on here. They are coming in, trying to make a statement in the first few rounds that EG do not belong in this kind of situation, map 3 against Loud. I mean, look at this. He's just running forwards, no utility,
fear.
no teammate.
No fear of giving away your rifle that you purchased. It's...
I mean, and the way that Aspas played, just pushing into the A-link, looking for a kill and then backing off. These aren't elaborate set plays. This is Loud brute forcing their way through EG.
Leaning back into that individuality, and yeah, they've got the confidence there, and you know, dare I say, a little bit of disrespect.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Actually, that's what it's felt like from the very beginning. The disrespect initially showcasing from Loud in the sense that they always wanted another peak after the utility had pushed them back. But that got really heavily punished on map 1. The question here is, does EG have the answers? If Loud do just decide to run it down, can EG stop them? Do they have the right tools and the right play on the fly to really prevent Aspas and Les bulldozering them.
And for a team like EG, they put a lot of emphasis into those preset ideas. There's nothing better to throw them off than just, you know, throwing everything you've got at them. Playbook scattered to the winds, taking those fights early. They can get a buy online here, so EG hoping to not let this deficit with the round slip away from them too much more. In terms of adjustments, not playing a heavy amount of players towards B, just an early flash and actually rotating Jorgamo back towards watching that link position. Rest allowed though. Interesting wall as well. It gives them a lot of space towards B long. Seems to be the goal for them to try and end there, but you never know.
Both cascades used already from Jorgamo in the round, instead of using his high tide at the beginning.
Not enough fuel.
With that util broken, it forces that high tide now out of Jorgamo.
Toxins going up.
He's not going to have that one for an eventual B hit that might start to come through.
He will still have it for the retake, so not a huge loss. But once again, Les looking to explore. Might take a duel here over towards Art. As Sadak
two potential
faces
duels.
Demon 1. Yeah, there's two massive duels happening. And the one in A main looks more likely.
Just to the side of the box. But
I've
yeah,
got
Demon
your
1 knows
trail.
that there's too much to watch for. Tries to reset the movement and the aim just to take a better fight. Sadak pushing forward. Just Boostio reclaiming that space and territory. Moving down now. That's a reckoning at their feet. And 2 years just leaping and bounding into the back of the site. It does feel disrespectful at its core. Just some of the way these Loud players are playing, and this push from Les is even more so. Look at it. Breaks the dog. He's got no one else playing with him, by the way. A fake flash, but not baited for much longer.
Those are the kind of spots, Brent. I mean, Les should not be able to play in that spot on his own. The Trailblazer peak, he's
No
at
one's
a
supporting him.
disadvantage. He gets flashed there. He has no way out. But Loud are just doing it anyway.
Yeah, look at this. No one's at his back. Oh, wow.
Just reset, movement.
Yeah.
Swings away, realizes it's a fake flash. It's a fantastic beginning for Loud. And Loud are no strangers to being in this spot. We said it right from the beginning. Loud have been pushed. They have their bruises, not just in VCT Americas. Of the last 8 matches that Loud have played, 7 of them have gone to a decider map in a BO3 or a BO5. They've only lost 1 of those decider maps. Unfortunately, it was the finals of Lock-In.
One that they would love to have a bit of a redo.
I'm sure they'd
How
rather have
close they were.
beaten. Yeah, I'm sure they'd rather beat Fnatic, lose to EG if we gave them the choice.
Yep.
Poison's off.
Wow, the orb dropping down. Jorgamo trying to reposition and making a ton of noise. That's Boostio. Right into mid. Demon 1, luckily, was there to back him up and does take out Sadak. Weapons drop down, but it feels just so well drilled from Loud once they get into this post-plant position. They've been in this spot
Toxins going up.
time and time again when they're playing this comp on Pearl. The B post-plants, it is that bread and butter of where you find the success from them.
Toxin screen down.
It does feel like Loud are just going to run away with this half. Of course, EG, they'll get weapons on board for the next round, but all of the plans that EG have tried, thus far unsuccessful. Really, what EG are going for is a very heavy set play on one area of the map, and then if that fails, they're trying to go back into something a bit more basic. But Loud are being able to read the threat and play a spread default, and the players that are lurking or playing alone are just winning their ones, and suddenly the map is completely open.
Yeah. It's so simple at its core. Feels silly to say it out loud, but it's exactly what's happening. I mean, winning the opening duels here, and just to hit back the same point that we were talking about, the difference of composure between a team like EG. They don't really have that kind of big level experience. Of course, some of the players do, like Ethan, but for Loud, they've been in spots like this before, and they've angered them, haven't they, EG?
It feels like it. Les takes a ton of damage there off the rip, and maybe that'll make him uninclined to go for the plays that he's been doing before, but getting a heal up from Kawanzin might just get his confidence levels back up too. Look at the positioning of EG. They're all just clumped up together. They have no map control whatsoever.
Yeah.
A Prowler reclear of B-Link sets Boostio on that angle. And the Killjoy utility is still holding down the A site to some degree. But it feels so retake heavy. They got ults for it.
Well, good odds for it. I am wondering what the extra level is for Loud now here, waiting for that lockdown to come through, so not overstepping themselves, not over peaking, but they are going to have to play this post plant away from the site. I mean, the Viper's pit dropped down, but as a Cosmic Divide used, now the hit stats to come through. Seekers as well, Pop Flash play denied any sort of info or gain, and as well as that, the lockdown, it's a heavy committal. But the entire war chest is being used.
The lockdown does not cover the whole Viper's pit, so they can still stay in this at the edge.
Spawns onto the back now, Util to try and clear it. I hate it when it comes down to this with these rounds spammed out, all of that post plant. Util running, gunning from Ethan, even it out, but again, just spraying him through all the way down. And rat-a-tat-tat goes the weaponry. It's Loud with 4 players surviving.
We gotta pick.
And that's everything from EG. They've just thrown everything they had into that round.
And that was everything.
To try and hold the momentum, that's all the weaponry, all the ultimates. Like you said, Brent, the entire war chest. And they've come up utterly empty. It does look like this final map is going to be an incredibly disappointing end to what was an insanely competitive series in the first 2 maps.
Yeah.
Maybe EG can show us something towards the end of this half or in the next, but it feels like this 3rd map is really showcasing the tier difference between the teams where Split and Haven did not.
Dangerous to face a team like Loud on this map as well, despite their early loss. And yeah, I mean, kills just going their way. This is Sadak just not even supported. He's on the opposite side of the map there.
He's just controlling the push, though. It's Demon 1 that takes the unfavored fight. Oh. And everyone on EG's falling apart. They're all trying to make their own individual play to try and recover an eco round, to try and recover a player disadvantage.
Yeah.
And Loud are eating it up.
There's no weaknesses in the play from Loud.
Spike planted.
Even on their individual basis, they're just winning every single fight they want to take.
But what a difference that is compared to Split and Haven.
Yeah.
Apart from the final, what, 3, 4, 5 rounds of Haven, where it really felt like Loud were able to just do that, just disrespect EG. The rest of the match, EG have been right there and using fantastic utility to set themselves up for favorable fights, to the point where the skill difference doesn't matter.
It was a different tale being weaved, wasn't it, towards the beginning of the series, but now I've just got to keep hitting home the point, I think, you know, that difference in experience. Loud players, they've been in, you know, multitude of scenarios when they've been on the stage. And moments like these, you know, when you're being pressed with EG, they are the underdogs. They got that mentality coming into this match here. They know that it's winnable. They know what they've accomplished thus far, but it's so hard to, as well, bring it back up. And this is, I believe, the 2nd time I'm being used as well before even the first half is over.
It's rough. It really is. Because we were talking about this in the first series. You know, Bala and Doug were discussing it. If you use both of your timeouts at this point, you can't have any input later on. And you're just kind of hoping that the opposing coach decides to call a timeout and you can finally talk to your players again. But I think now's a decent time for Potter to have some more input, because if they lose even one more round, the whole series falls away from them. And all of the good work that they've done, all of the prep, all of the pressure that they've applied to Loud, it just crumbles to nothing. Another L in the column, and not something that EG will be looking forward to. Nobody's really going to remember that one close game you had against Loud. People will remember the time you upset them, the time you pulled off the biggest upset in VCT Americas.
And so do they have it, that medal available to them where they can bring it to a team like Loud, pull up the bootstraps? Be beautiful for the storylines, it really would, but...
Well, it starts in the first kill, Brent. It does. And thus far, Loud are 8-0. So that's got to change.
They just start winning these fights. Lesson to be learned as well when it comes to these competitions. You can have all the team play in the world when it comes to utility to clear it out, ideas, to try and play off of it, but games are won with the guns. And so another smoke laid down. Boostio even operating. Obviously, no more suitable targets really than anyone else on the team. You're not running a jet in this instance. This is their way to try and stop it. Pushes forwards, past it. It's a jiggle on the movement there from 2 years. Fully aware now that they are running that kind of firepower.
And this is where the lurkers have been doing the work for Loud. When the main hit gets stalled out, they're running a 3-1-1 default right now. Can Sadak or Les make something happen? I'm looking towards Les because Demon One is holding behind this box and he's been doing this a ton.
Yeah. That's what he played this position once before. Les trying a hard clearance off the turrets. Oh, that was the goal. Demon One wanted to try and take the fight off of it.
And that's it. I mean, Demon One's favored, but he doesn't get the kill. It's another first death for EG. 0 and 9. And this is how the rounds have been slipping away.
What can you pull together? Cloud set up with the post plant. That's a good answer. Aspas falls, but casualties on either side now. All going to be placed down, and it comes down to the spam, doesn't it? Phantoms in their hands, right through the wall. And he sort of kills this way, that way. Like ships in the night, just trying to vacate backwards and forwards. Still plenty of time here for Boostio to maybe do something, but only one kill to be claimed. And it's the instant answer back from Sadak, so 9 in a row for Loud. Team that's been, listen, maybe woke up on the wrong side of the bed initially, but certainly going to be wide awake now at this point in the series.
And the crazy thing is, if you only tune, you know, if your friends told you, EG are just about to upset Loud, and then you tune into this game, you're like, wait, what happened?
What's going on?
What happened in these first 2 maps? But I think the big difference, Brent, is that EG had utility combos to give them favored gunfights in the first couple of maps all the time. And now we're seeing them just trying to take up, you know, Demon One hidden behind a box, tries to take a straight aim duel. Fights happening in mid where Loud lurkers are catching them off guard. It's much more individualistic, or at least the set plays, the ones with utility, are being avoided by Loud, and they're hunting for those dry duels.
But players aren't going to be set up as well. Has to be a turning point soon, though, with the turret removed. There's no other util behind it. Demon One's up close. And Personal trying to take the fight with a Guardian, but oversteps himself. Biding his time there was Sadak. Haunt actually is quite nice there. That's going to be some spam. And a kill onto 2 years, but Cavazine close, and it's not cleared into the side still. 2v3, EG. It's the best opportunity they've had in quite some time. But Aspas, individuality here potentially to stay down to that one-on-one is Cavazine versus Ethan. Tapping a spike. Out the way, spam through the wall, even a dog, no stun. Collected. Where is the opposition? Cavazine doesn't dare tap it, but he needs to force it. For nowhere near. The reposition from him towards Flowers now, an opportunity to slow it through. It's Cavazine who wins it anyway.
The crosshair placement is unbelievable. How does he read the play coming through and predict exactly where Ethan is going to be? Ethan had done such an incredible job at knocking him down to 45 health. A massive health advantage, and yet it didn't matter. And neither did Demon One's opening kill. For the first time, EG were able to get that. Demon One with a Guardian winning a duel again where he wasn't really favored via utility, but he won it anyway. That was their first kill since round 17 of Haven.
The challenge that's ahead of EG is nigh impossible. Dare I say impossible, because even when they're winning that first duel, in that one instance, it was close, but oh no. Backs to each other, Letters in the corner, tight playing, anti-flash! They know! He knows what to expect! On either side here, pushing forwards, Prowler in the face of Cavazine. He's blind to it, but Con backs away, so bit of restraint being shown, letting that plant go off, wants to play together now with his teammate, Boostio, rejoining him. But Loud also making their own moves. Look at this position, reclaiming it, playing together just in case there's a rotation. Concentrate Divide splits it up, that's away, but guess what? The players are nowhere near Are they going to expect this? It's not necessarily planned for them, but it is a spammable angle. No one watching heaven. Tap of the rifle and patience from 2 years. Holds his ground, watches it. He knows Lucio had no choice but to just walk right into him.
Last round in the half.
Brent, round 19 of Haven, Com won a 1v3 in insane fashion. Since then, EG haven't won a round.
Round 19 of Haven.
They've lost 15 rounds in a row. Since that 1v3, I don't know if Com made the deal with the devil or what. But since that moment of brilliance, Loud, I don't know, something has just dramatically shifted. It feels like they can't lose. They just can't lose.
Maybe just that mental block that's at the back of the EG players' heads, knowing that, you know, listen, we squandered it. We had the grand opportunity to close this out in 2. Made a good attempt of bringing it all the way back into Haven. This fight, Boostio swinging wide out. Jorgamo, okay. Fire returned. The Guardian. Damage there. Seeker's trying to get that mid-round. Reckoning, though, that it's going to be cleaving and clearing all the way into the back of the side. It's the final round of the half. It needs to be big. It's dire straits right now. Aspas deafened. No sound cues available. Reckoning now as well. He's forced back. This is good util to push him out of this position. And EG...
Spike down A.
Now the 2-player advantage. Moving forward here. Kawazin, fight 1, fight taken. 3 grouped up. Wider swinging deep. They're slipping away. Not like this. Not like this. And again, dropped into that one-on-one. Spike off to the back. Kawazin has to reclaim it. Ethan, 11 health.
Left.
Last time, Kawazin read the reposition incredibly well.
Taps it. Baiting out the fight. Ethan, he's granted a grand opportunity. Dog. Jumps forwards. No clearance. Creeping, crawling all the way up. Spike planted over the top. Fully blinded up. No way! They can't lose! They cannot lose!
Switching
Doesn't
sides.
matter what EG do. Doesn't
point.
matter how well Ethan plays it. There's something mystical going on here. I don't get it. It's a 12-0 half for Loud. And this just is so absurdly different to the rest of the series. Brent, in the whole of VCT Americas, EMEA, and Pacific, we have not seen a 13-0 map. I mean,
Oh my.
I can't believe it was in this series that we might have our best chance.
Yeah, I mean, the possibilities there, isn't it? That's the first half wrapped up, of course. But listen, I hope the desk got something more prepped as well, because they got to do the post game as well, potentially after this one. Send it down. GP, take it away.
Got a little ahead of myself there, guys.
Take it off.
All right, let's go ahead and talk about this. This is awkward. All right, we were all excited. We were all happy, joyful. Not to say that we want Loud to lose. I love Loud. Big fan of the team. I was just stoked for EG. Mimi, what happened?
I mean, I was excited. This is just a heartbreak for EG because Loud, like the caster just finished saying, they cannot lose right now. This is looking like the Loud we expected to come into this series. People look at this and like, it's Loud just gonna roll them over. And we didn't see that, but in this map, that's been the case thus far.
I mean, look at this. So in the early rounds, you already have less in spawn. They're reading Evil Geniuses like a book. EG, these previous maps, the desk was saying, the casters were saying, they're just inside Loud's head. They're rotating side to side. Here, Loud is behind enemy lines at the beginning of rounds, picking apart Evil Geniuses. I can't believe this is our third match right now.
It's absurd to see. Les has been finding consistent value on lurks. Aspas has been incredible. And Kawazin has been physically unable to lose a clutch.
The man, I don't know if the man understands what failure is.
No.
And you know what? Keep it that way.
He doesn't get it. And it's a huge positive for Loud, obviously, to see that even when they are taking these losses, they are a team that is able to recoup, come back, and win this stuff out. It's what you should expect from a team that is coming through that world champion lineage. But for EG, it really is just a tragic tale.
Let me just pitch you on a multiversal angle here.
Hit me.
Rivington.
Hit me.
What happens? What do we do with our bodies if EG come back 12 straight?
Don't say that.
What do we do with our bodies, soul, and mind?
I think the viewing of it actually disperses us into an ethereal form.
Okay, that's what
because
happens.
it's just too grandiose to see.
Fair enough.
And then I don't know what happens after that. We haven't actually traversed that plane.
What are you guys talking? It's 12-0. Can we
All
just
right,
go
well,
back to
let's
the
go
cast?
ahead and send it back to Brendan's Sideshow and see if they earn their check after one round.
About to find out, aren't we? Listen, there's history about to be made, not in the way that EG was hoping for, but, you know, we might see that 13-0 for the first time. Never been a 13-0 in any of the VCT international leagues, but it might be about to happen. And yeah, I mean, listen, Krat, I'm with you. You're and you're ahhing, you're groaning at this.
But, I mean, I gotta see it.
You gotta see it, right? History about to be made. I don't want to prey on the downfall of the EG players, but Loud have been in control this entire time.
Now, in the last two maps, EG won the second half pistol both times. So history is not on our side to see the 13-0.
But Blazer clearance.
For EG, it's just going to be so difficult to keep your heads in this. And Des was talking about it. You just don't see comebacks from this position.
No. Close to the double doors here. Shorty in hands. Oh.
Toxins going up.
Any sort of lurk timing. Now the spike is actually leaning a different direction, but Bustio. First death. The first kill towards Loud.
Now the spike is heading to the opposite side, so they've sold a fake. This is going to get it into a post-plant position. I think that Trailblazer is going to give him the idea, but there's no way Loud make it here before the plant goes down, surely.
35 seconds left. There's no urgency from EG, is there? They're still making sure that they clear all of this, and you can feel that hesitation in their play.
Left.
29. Dropping down, but the spike's going to be planted without any sort of opposition. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Kawazin taking that first fight. Tuyas was using utility, and with that Nano Swarm, okay. It evens it out. Into that 4-on-4. Loud. Trying to close this one out. Right here, right now. Jorgamo's in a close corner. This is unintended. Tuyas has got one. Jorgamo doesn't win this one. Sonic and Les. And Ethan to deny the humility. He's got to win it out now. But so difficult, so damn hard, and it's the 13-0.
Defenders.
This series just had it all. It had everything. I was very convinced that we were going to see EG put up a serious fight. I mean, the first two maps were unbelievably good from EG. They brought the undefeated team in VCT Americas almost to their knees. And yet, the final map in the series, it was just a different world, a different universe. The first 13-0 that we've seen in VCT International Leagues, and like you said earlier, Brent, that is the piece of history that is the exact opposite of what EG were looking to accomplish here. Yeah. It would have been a monumental upset. And I think they still deserve so much credit for pushing Loud incredibly far. This is another one of those series where it felt like, up until the final 4 rounds of Haven, EG could have taken it 2-0. And their prep was great, their teamwork was great, the utility combos were great, and Loud were shook. Except they turned that shookethness into being pissed. And then they just battered them into a pulp on Pearl.
And all the preparation goes awry, doesn't it? On that final map, that's where the real difference lies.
God, this was brutal to watch, but
Really
also just miraculous moments.
The Loud players just could not lose.
Kawazin in the clutch. That one, I mean, both of them taking down Ethan were played superbly. Vamos indeed. I mean, what do you say about that? I think it follows a bit of a pattern, though, that we've noticed whenever the upsets get close and then get fended off by these top teams. It's that you need to close them in two, because a lot of the time the underdog squad does not have the depth of their map pool, and they just don't hold on.
There's only so much time in the week, you know, to put that preparation in, but that is where, you know, you see that divide. When you push all the way to the limits, there's a smile on Sadok's face, calling his team to that 13-0, but listen, was shaky at the beginning, nevertheless. Still, you listen, you say we've got to give credit to EG, we absolutely do for the first 2 maps as that happened, but yeah, heartbreak in terms of that with the experience, just the difference was just there.
It is a new experience for EG, right? They absolutely dominate map 1. They get dominated map 3. It's stuff to look at. It's stuff to think about. Your approach to the game, your mental place in that situation. I mean, just a ridiculous series overall. That's now 7 out of 8 matches for Loud that have gone to the decider, and they've won 6 out of 7 of those. So in terms of a team that's at the top but still getting pushed, yeah, that's Loud. But in terms of a team that goes to the decider and wins almost every time, yeah, that's Loud as well.
Until when they go up against, you know, the top dogs in the EMEA.
And maybe, hey, maybe the top dogs in Pacific will bring it 2-2.
Possibility. Yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities. But listen, we might be getting ahead of ourselves as well, because it's a bit of time off. We're going to go to a short break. But the Verizon post-match interview and even more coming up from the desk right after this, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-map interview. I'm standing by with Tuiz and our translator, Mateus, who's always exceptional at this, by the way. You guys just made history, but I want to go all the way back to map 1. You lose first map 13-3. Everyone's really confused as to what's going on. It's like we're living in an alternate reality. Did you feel disrespected after map 1?
Então, vamos falar sobre o primeiro mapa, né? 13-3, tipo, você se sentiu desrespeitado com a situação que aconteceu com vocês. Me fala um pouquinho sobre o que passou na cabeça de todos vocês.
Pô, acho que no primeiro mapa nós entrou meio desligado mesmo. Tipo, pô, era uma loud irreconhecível. E no segundo mapa a gente, pô, falando assim, pô, vamos criar vergonha na cara e jogar certo, né? Então, a gente entrou com tudo. Os meninos da IG entraram muito confiantes no segundo mapa, então foi um mapa muito difícil, sabe? Então, a gente entrou muito firme no terceiro mapa, cê é louco. Muita confiança.
Well, on the first map, like as soon as we were done, we were just kind of very ashamed, honestly, to be completely frank with you guys. That kind of gave us some fuel. We went backstage, we talked it out, we barely looked at each other, but so second map, we came in and we were like, we need to show what we got and who we are. So basically, that's it. And on the third map, we just came in with fire in our eyes and did what we did.
We'll end with map 3, but I want to very quickly ask you again about map 2 because it was also a close match. What was it that they were doing that was causing so many problems?
Então, vamos botar só um pouquinho no segundo mapa, porque também não foi tão assim, eles também estavam indo muito bem no segundo mapa. O que eles estavam fazendo, o que você acha da estratégia deles, o que aconteceu ali no segundo mapa com vocês?
Eu acho que principalmente a jet deles estavam acertando muitos picks e tava sendo bem chato essa parte, sabe? Mas acho que foi muito mérito deles por sempre ter por exemplo, a gente ia ser, tinha um Brit, um homem, sabe? Então acho que eles estavam acertando bastante também.
I basically think that, I mean, EG they've been like pulling this off, you know, and they were using Jet quite a bit and pulling it off with them and stuff. So, I mean, basically just put some pressure on us when it comes to, you know, fueling everything that we had, and we still kicked some butt.
Yeah, y'all did, especially on map 3. All right, let's talk about it now. You make history, the very first 13-0 in America's history. I mean, how good does it feel? Be honest, because I saw there was a little bit of body shooting and things like that. How good does it feel to beat them the way that you did?
Então, vamos falar agora que vocês acabaram de fazer história, né, cara? Tipo, 13-0. Vocês fizeram história aqui no VCT Americas. Fala um pouquinho dessa sensação e que vocês estão sentindo.
Acho que 3-0 foi legal. Pra nós é um perfect game, então quer dizer que a gente tá muito alinhado e foi um jogo muito bom pra nós. Mas em resultado em si é só mais uma vitória e qualquer vitória é importante, não importa o placar. E foi uma sensação muito boa e a gente chegou muito confiante também.
Show. I think basically like, you know, 13-0, like that feels pretty good. But when it comes down to it, it's just another victory. And we just gotta keep on doing what we were doing and just keep going with these streaks and hopefully take it all the way to the end.
That was a very media-trained answer. I was hoping for a little fire. The very last question before you. You've gotten through Super Week. You walk away still with a perfectly good record. You've got Crew up next. Given how far you are into the season, what do you feel like is the outcome? Are we looking at the potential of a perfect season here?
Então, vocês terminaram agora com Super Week e tal, e a próxima match vai ser contra a Crew. O que vocês estão sentindo? Você acha que vocês vão levar isso, esse streak, no topo até o final?
Não tem como falar que a gente vai levar, porque a Crew também é um time muito bom. Tem pessoas com individual muito bom. O Kesnich, por exemplo, é um cara muito esquilado, então vai ser um jogo difícil, como qualquer outro, mas esperamos que saímos com a vitória.
I can't say if we're going to take it all the way to the end, but we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing and stuff. And we're going against Crew, and honestly, they're pretty amazing. Their skills are on point. But just hopefully we can keep on doing what we're doing currently.
Congratulations on the win. Best of luck to you throughout the rest of the season. We're going to throw it over to GB at the desk to close out the day.
Aww.
Thank you so much, Doug, for that Verizon post-match interview. And unfortunately for EG, they simply could not hang with the best of the best when it counted in Map 3 on Pearl. They find themselves, unfortunately, losing this series, but I think EG has a lot, at the very least, to take away from it as a positive. They were competitive. Outside of this one, they were competitive in Maps 1 and 2, Mimi. So that is something to praise them for.
Just their competitive is the 13-0 graphic.
I know, the timing wasn't great. Our producer, Alex, threw me under the bus. I'm kidding. time. But no, seriously, I mean, I think it's like, it is great to see Loud, though, really just find that form. And we knew that they were going to come out and shred if they were angry, and that's what they did.
It looked like EG was going to make history by upsetting Loud, by being the first squad in Americas to take a win off of this team. Their prep on split was fantastic, and their ability to keep a good, close game, even within the scrap of Haven, was impressive. But when it came down to it, you're not going to be able to play a close game against a team like Loud 3 maps in a row.
Well,
it's so difficult to do.
Exactly.
EG did make history, though. Right, Riv? I mean, first team to get 13-0'd.
It's not. It's like Brennan, the guy, said when they watched the rope kills. It's like, it's not the way you want to make history, right?
Yeah. It's true.
But yeah, no, Evil Geniuses it's silly to always say this at the end of these matches, but so much to take away from this because they had 2 amazing maps and then a really big stumble. So it's a glaring thing to be able to look at for them. And I think with the progress of this squad, that was actually amazing to see from them, from the changes they've had and what they've been trying to do in the season.
We can never forget that EG had Loud against the ropes, Mimi.
We can't forget that. No, that they will get to have that memory, and we'll get to look back on the mistakes that they made on that Haven game to let it slip away with those eco rounds. But even on map 3, I think what I'm really walking away with this now is that despite the issues, despite Loud having stumbles, they're still so good at recovering. It is impossible to beat this team, it seems, in a best out of 3. We've seen a lot of teams push them to a 3rd map, make things close here in Americas, but no one's been able to beat them, and now they're 5-0 in the standings.
It's kind of crazy. It's like a tennis player going for the hard serve first, they fault, and then you just get your second serve in there. It's in, and they go. They seem like they have a level of power they are not using yet. And who knows, right? Fractures are permaban. Maybe they start picking Fracture. Like, who knows what Loud's going to do? Obviously, that's not going to be it, but what they can do, I think anything's on the table. That's where that's going.
And it is reflected in the standings as well, because with that, they continue their undefeated run here at VCT Americas. If I'm correct, they are the only, no, it's Fnatic are the only other one, right? I believe, and DRX.
I think DRX is still flawless.
Yeah, so we have 3 flawless teams across our 3 regions, and not shocking considering who the 3 teams are.
Well, you like to see a little bit of parity in the teams beating each other. It's nice to know we have a team that is topping the region that
Cloud9.
Everybody's going to international, and then you have Cloud9 right there.
That's right. That win,
silver lining.
That win that 100 Thieves had over Leviathan.
That's right.
Put Cloud9 in 2nd place. So C9 have to thank their NA brethren for that one.
They're going to be buying some hoodies.
Gonna make an investment in that one. Yeah, but I think the rest of Americas besides Loud is still in such turmoil. I thought towards the end of Super Bowl, okay, we're gonna get some clarity, who's at the top, who's not. But really, we've still been seeing wins traded back and forth. And the last day of Super Week tomorrow is gonna continue to be exciting. C9 versus Furia, the battle for 2nd place between those 2 teams is gonna be so good. And then NRG Crew, and it's like, I'm not even that confident about NRG going into that, which is crazy.
What a wild thing to think about, though, right? Like, you're not confident about NRG, but I get it because this whole split has been wild, Riv.
Yeah, Super Week is delivering even more, honestly. The games we're getting now with teams being pushed to the limit, it's not a lockdown format, but it is you have to stress, you have to be ready for the games, and we're seeing teams get trapped in a little bit of the wrong prep here. So it's anybody's moving forward, just is Loud right now.
Yeah, it is Louds. It is Louds, and right now they are the current kings of the mountain here in VCT Americas. But that is going to do it for us today. We hope you had a good time. Excellent matches across the board. Things we never thought that we would see happen, but yet this is the world we live in. And the good news is we have plenty more coming at you tomorrow. 2 great matches to close out VCT Americas Super Week. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Two teams with a lot to prove here. For 100 Thieves, it's about really getting those dubs for that fan base, for that audience that really just wants them to be the absolute best in the world. And for Leviathan is to continue to prove to the entirety of the VALORANT community, the VALORANT competitive community, that they are the real freaking deal.
Looks like a little bit of aggression towards mid, and Leviathan's ready for it. They're waiting. They're sent a couple just down two themselves. Pronouncement is getting up top. What a cheeky wall. But an excellent response from NCR. In the face of the reckoning. Stellar with nothing to do. Derek as well.
Stellar's pre-firing that.
Cloudburst show up a little bit. Taco has to find more value out of his blades. Oh my gosh, Taco! Can Leviathan hold this down? They get the spike planted. The swing out is great. It's gorgeous as Leviathan take map 1. And they're expecting King. All the timing. No way! Server clash on A. It's going to be a fight for a flank across the elsewhere on the map. But Cryo with 2 massive kills.
Okay, not checking those. What? Yes, they are.
Cryo gets 4. Doesn't take the route all the way backside. Stellar waiting for it. Off of the flash. Stellar gets him. Dude, Stellar is on one. Clear the ult early on. Hunter's Fury from Derek, and that's going to get info. That's going to get damage. That's going to get 2. Again, off of the flash, takes aggressive space, drops it. Paranoia. They've used Seekers, but King gets 3. How does Bang do this? 13 seconds left. 1v2. Paranoia to buy some time. The reposition. He may be able to get this. He may be able to get this. 4 seconds. He's got to go. Oh my gosh, he does it. The Red Bull clutch and the war of attrition in favor of 100 Thieves.
Here is Loud and EG take the stage. 2 fantastic teams, but Loud, the kings of the mountain, and EG, Riv, just looking for that miracle
trying to take these fights down. Ethan's knocks to 11. Trades Faust back, and that's a lovely flank timing. Hopefully easy access now into the side. There's a flash as well to clear through the back of it. Timing, though. That's taken. Loud were more than ready for it. Viper's Pit, though, was dropped down a bit prior. Why not? It's the final round for it. Loud need a bit more. It's just less. Last one alive. Position. No, the Demon 1 wins it out. Demon 1 on this flank could be everything, and indeed it is. Did they have a lineup for the corner?
Sadak can keep this pit up.
Yep, Pit's still up. 2 years. He wants to go down with a ship, yet still takes 2 down with him. Let's start to try and flood all the way in through the back, but they're being stumped and stopped in through the smoke. Oh my word, what is occurring? Running gun backwards with the frenzy. Tap, tap, tap with the ghost. It's all EG, and with that repeat, Les is finally brought down. It's Aspas, though. What can he do? As the side anchor, smoke dropped down, a bit disorientated, but a no-scope. Up close. Jomo trying to punish it. And time is starting to become once more an issue. Dash forwards, rifle, upgrade, no way! Jumps forwards, no clearance, creeping, crawling all the way up. Spike planted over the top, fully blinded up, no way! He's got to win it out now. It's so difficult, so damn hard, and it's the 13-0.
They brought the undefeated team in VCT Americas almost to their knees. And yet, the final map in the series, it was just a different world, a different universe.